Chapter 1693. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture. Mini central continent. Dark clouds covered the sky, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Feng Yuan's time path clone was in the sky. His gaze was solemn, and his expression solemn. He was monitoring the entire Gu refinement process to prevent any accidents. Under the dark clouds, there was originally a vast plain, but now it was filled with deep pits. Bolts of lightning struck the ground, creating hemispherical pits. The soil in the pits was baked like porcelain, smoke rising in spirals. It is about time my main body should make a move. The time path clone had just thought of this when countless bolts of lightning gathered into a huge wave. Boom! The blue lightning, that was like a heavenly pillar, fiercely crashed into a white boulder at the center of the plain. At once, the white boulder was blasted into pieces by the lightning. Countless broken rocks flew in all directions. The lightning was extremely fast, suddenly converging and attacking, but suddenly vanishing without a trace. The white rock that was as big as a hill was also blown up, but there was a small goo worm floating in the air. The goo worm was shaped like a butterfly. It was colorful. It was man as before immortal goo. After 6 failures, I finally succeeded. Not bad, not bad. Feng Yuan's time path clone saw this, and was overjoyed. Man as before immortal goo originated from Tai Bai Yunsheng. Its origin could also be traced back to Zishan Makoto. Man as before immortal goo was rank 6. It had obvious effects in healing rank 6 goo immortals, but it was barely effective in healing rank 7 goo immortals. It often failed to activate. When healing rank 8 goo, the effect was even worse. Feng Yuan could use it effectively because of his sovereign immortal body's characteristic. Different Dao marks did not repel each other. But with his current rank 8 cultivation, rank 6 man, as before, was clearly too low. But now, man as before immortal goo was successfully refined. It rose from rank 6 to rank 7. Feng Yuan's time path clone observed carefully. He soon discovered the difference between rank 7 man, as before, and rank 6 immortal goo. Although they both looked like butterflies, rank 7 man, as before, was more dazzling. Moreover, the butterfly's body had undergone a huge transformation. It looked like a naked, white and tender human. Although rank 8 man, as before, immortal goo was more suitable for Feng Yuan, raising it to rank 7, Feng Yuan was satisfied for now. To refine a rank 8 immortal goo would expend a vast amount of cultivation resources. Feng Yuan currently did not have the ability to afford it. Back then, in order to refine the rank 8 fortune rivaling heaven goo, old ancestor Shui, who had almost used up all his foundation, causing snowy mountain-blessed land to be filled with complaints. Old ancestor Shui, who had cultivated for much longer than Feng Yuan in this life. Unless Feng Yuan sold everything he had, like Dang Hun Mountain, Luopa Valley, Reverse Flow River, or Wisdom Goo, he would be able to exchange for a vast amount of resources. But the losses outweighed the gains. Man as before immortal goo might be of top quality, but it was not a crucial goo worm like spring-autumn cicada. Feng Yuan did not have the extravagant hope of refining a rank 8 immortal goo. He intended to raise most of his rank 6 immortal goo to rank 7. Because there were too many, the difficulty of refining goo was high, and the failure rate was high. Feng Yuan's current resources were still not enough. Feng Yuan obtained batches of cultivation resources from 5 Xiang's Grotto Heaven, Qi Clan Grotto Heaven, Blue Whale Grotto Heaven, and Red Lotus Stone Island. But goo refinement was truly a bottomless pit. No matter how much he invested, it would never be too much. This was all thanks to Feng Yuan obtaining regret goo and setting up the refinement path immortal formation. He could undo the small process of the goo refinement and start over. When Feng Yuan's time path clone stored the rank 7 man, as before immortal goo, the dark clouds in the sky had already dispersed. The refinement path formation slowly activated. This formation combined with the killer move self-cleansing, cleansing the remaining Dao marks in the field. Next is landscape as before goo. The time path clone thought to himself. The goo refinement was in full swing. Man as before and landscape, as before, were the first 2 time path immortal goo. But there were still many more. For example, Day Goo self-strength pulling mountain strength chi, Vajra thought star eyes, star thought. Unravel mystery immortal goo was also an important point. After it was refined, the killer move Unravel Dream's power would rise greatly. It was very beneficial to Feng Yuan's dream path cultivation. There were also dog shit luck, chi luck, luck inspection, connect luck, and time luck. These luck path immortal goo would also be of great help to Feng Yuan after being refined. In terms of luck path, Feng Yuan lacked offensive methods, but its supplementary effect could not be ignored. Before this, Feng Yuan had used his advantage in luck path to escape from the pursuit of many time path immortal goo houses of Celestial Court, escaping with his life. Advanced refinement immortal goo was mostly controlled by Feng Yuan's main body. The time path clone's cultivation level was too low. He was not qualified. After receiving Red Lotus True Inheritance, Feng Yuan was still on Red Lotus Stone Island. Other than him refining goo continuously, Bai Ningbing, He Lulan, and the rest were also moving around on the island. They sparred with each other, trying their best to adapt to Future Self. Under the effect of Future Self, their battle strength rose to rank 7 upper stage, or even the peak of rank 7. This was already the limit of the killer move's effect. With the increase in strength of his subordinates, a lot of the awkwardness from before was gone. In the next battle with Feng Yuan, these people would at least be qualified to participate. Regrettably, Fairy Miao Yin, Lady White Rabbit, and Sixth Hair were already dead. Even though Feng Yuan still had some slave goo immortals who were inferior to Qi Clan's goo immortals, they were not as reliable as the former. The slave restrictions on them would likely disappear, due to the strength of Future Self. Thus, Feng Yuan did not intend to promote these people, even though Future Self still had a few slots left. Advanced refinement immortal goo became Feng Yuan's main task. It took up almost all of his time. Occasionally, he would use fixed immortal travel to teleport to 5 Xiang's Grotto Heaven, to continue refining heaven form. Feng Yuan had already inherited the true inheritance. He was the ruler of this Red Lotus Stone Island, thus, he could use fixed immortal travel to travel back and forth. Before this Red Lotus Stone Island was protected by Red Lotus Demon Venerable's power. It was immune to methods like fixed immortal travel. This was the same as the Blue Dragon Whale's Grotto Heaven. Feng Yuan had already tried, but fixed immortal travel could not return to the Dragon Whale Grotto Heaven. Even though Spring Autumn Cicada was rank 7, and could expand its range of investigation, Feng Yuan did not search the other Red Lotus Stone Islands. Firstly, his strength had not risen by much, he still needed time to digest it. Secondly, Celestial Court was also searching in the River of Time. If they encountered this force, Feng Yuan would have to avoid them. Thirdly, Feng Yuan had been accumulating rank 8 immortal essence. Advancing immortal goo also consumed a lot of immortal essence. Time passed quickly, several months went by. Southern border. Boom! The earth shook, rocks flew everywhere. An earth trench appeared. The aura of wild immortal goo spread everywhere. This wild immortal goo has finally appeared. In the clouds, 3 goo immortals looked down with smiles. Alright, let's fight according to the method we discussed earlier. The earth veins are moving more intensely. Wild immortal goo will appear from time to time. Let's end this quickly. The 3 goo immortals fought fairly. The atmosphere was harmonious. The influence of Southern Border's Righteous Path Super Alliance was growing. Earlier, Wu Yong led the Southern Alliance, but could not deal with Feng Yuan. Instead, he was schemed against by Feng Yuan in the name of undergoing tribulation in 5 regional mountain range. But the Southern Alliance did not have no gains, for example, Tao Zhu's true inheritance. After Lu Weiyin saved many Southern Border rank 7 goo immortals from Feng Yuan, he represented Paradise Earth's force, and joined the Southern Alliance. Perhaps because of their relationship with Feng Yuan, the Righteous Path goo immortals of the Southern Alliance had a common enemy. They were much more restrained. They had one worry in their hearts. Southern Border's earth veins were moving. Cultivation resources were appearing one after another. It was hard to guarantee that Feng Yuan would not suddenly appear to fight for them. Thus, the Southern Alliance's goo immortals did not fight to the death. They were instead amiable. Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle had just heard the report. She raised her eyebrows, her eyes showing clear joy. Dragon Palace was found. This is good news. Lord Duke Long had been looking out for it. Now, The immortal Gu House Dragon Palace has finally been found by our celestial court. Dragon Palace was an extremely powerful immortal Gu house. Even the celestial court attached great importance to it. This immortal Gu house has a deep connection with Lord Duke Long. We should tell him this news first. Duke Long received this news and immediately set off. Before leaving, he brought Feng Kim Hong to the celestial court and handed him over to Fairy Myrtle. Several days later, Duke Long returned in low spirits. Fairy Myrtle was surprised. Duke Long was extremely powerful. What methods could stop him now? Dragon Palace is actually protected by a layer of dream realms I cannot enter. Duke Long sighed. Hearing this, Fairy Myrtle came to a realization. She consoled Duke Long. Lord Duke Long, don't worry. Our formation has already been set up. We can use the power of the entire celestial court's grotto heaven to suppress Spectral Soul. Not long later, we will obtain Spectral Soul's dream path research results. Duke Long heard this news and laughed heartily, saying good 3 times. Spectral Soul's dream path research results were naturally pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. With this method, the celestial court could condense the dream realms and turn them into pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. This way, the dream realms around Dragon Palace would be easily solved. Has that demon Feng Yuan made any movements recently? Duke Long asked. Fairy Myrtle shook her head. Ever since he escaped from the River of Time, there has been no news of him. Right now, all 5 regions have earth veins moving. Southern border is the most active. There is a vast amount of cultivation resources being produced. I actually hope that he will appear and plunder these resources, giving us a chance to take advantage of him. But unfortunately, he has vanished without a trace. I have been using wisdom path methods to analyze all the information, but have not found any traces of him. Duke Long nodded. Continue to pay attention to him. But even though this demon has reached rank 8, he will have to face even stronger tribulations. This will definitely be a headache for him. Even though he has the sovereign immortal body to annex apertures, he still needs rank 8 grotto heavens to pass the grand tribulations. There is still the even more terrifying myriad tribulation. Once myriad tribulation was mentioned, Fairy Myrtle's heart jumped. She nodded with a smile. Lord Duke Long is right. Even though Feng Yuan is rank 8, how can there be so many rank 8 grotto heavens for him to annex? His cultivation level will not change much in the near future. Right now, Feng Yuan lacks resources, especially time path resources. He cannot resist our arrangements in the River of Time. He basically has no fate with Red Lotus True Inheritance. Even though he escaped last time, he expended a lot of immortal essence. Almost all of his trump cards were exposed. He needs to quickly accumulate rank 8 immortal essence. The efficiency of relying on immortal Yuan stones is too low. He can only rely on his immortal aperture's production. But immortal aperture production takes time. If he accelerates the flow of time, the calamities and tribulations will arrive faster. Once he lacks an immortal aperture to annex, he will not be able to avoid the calamities and tribulations. He will have to undergo tribulation directly. Once he truly undergoes tribulation, it will be time for my celestial court to take his life. Fairy Myrtle's eyes were shining brightly as she said this. Chapter 1694. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, Mini Central Continent. Feng Yuan's time path clone slowly flew in the air, planting the final flower bud in his hand. The terrain here had already been modified by him, forming a shallow beach with large amounts of high-quality silt. It was very fertile. There was also clear river water that was knee-high in the silt. The time path clone clapped his hands, inspecting the flower bud one last time, before flying to the sky leisurely. Looking down from a different height, the entire man-made swamp was within his field of vision. This swamp was extremely vast. Feng Yuan's time path clone could not see the entire swamp clearly. He could not see the entire swamp in his vision. Every few li, there would be a flower bud as large as a house. These flower buds were not simple. They were the flower buds of the desolate plant extreme marsh flower. A small portion of the extreme marsh flowers were obtained by Feng Yuan from the blue dragon whale's immortal aperture, while the rest were purchased from jewel yellow skies. Next, Fang Yuan's time path clone breathed in deeply and activated Summer Gu. Summer Gu originated from southern borders rank 8 Gu immortal Xia Cha. She was rank 8 herself. Fang Yuan's time path clone only had rank 6 cultivation level. He could not use Summer Gu alone. However, Fang Yuan's main body had white lychee immortal essence. He lent Summer Gu to the time path clone. By lending it to himself, Fang Yuan's time path clone could use almost all of his main body's immortal Gu. After Summer Gu was activated, other supplementary Gu worms followed. After a while, an immortal killer move was activated. Xia Cha had developed a set of time path killer moves that were specially used to manage the immortal aperture. They were spring planting, summer plowing, autumn harvest, and winter storage. The killer move that Fang Yuan's time path clone activated was not one of them. It was modified from summer plowing. It was specially used to nurture extreme marsh flowers. Extreme marsh flowers bloomed in midsummer and bore fruit in autumn. Fang Yuan's time path attainment level was already at quasi-supreme grandmaster. It was at the peak of the world. Together with the light of wisdom, it was very simple to deduce and modify time path killer moves. It was not strenuous at all. As the killer move continued to be activated, the surrounding 10,000 li entered midsummer. The light became brighter, the temperature of the air rose sharply, and at the same time, it became drier. The height of summer had arrived, and the extreme marsh flowers, which had an exuberant vitality, sensed all of this. They began to absorb the nutrients from the water and soil, growing at a speed visible to the naked eye before slowly blooming. Each of the extreme marsh flowers was extremely large, and their petals were connected as one. They were shaped like trumpets, and they were mostly white, with a few having a hint of pink. The river, which was originally as deep as a person's calf, had already reached the bottom. The muddy soil had also become dry, and the fertility of the fertile soil had been greatly depleted. Fang Yuan's time path clone had a calm expression. Everything was within his expectations. The cultivation method of the extreme marsh flower was recorded in detail in both the true teachings of Red Lotus and the Shadow Sect. These changes were all part of Fang Yuan's plan. Very quickly, wisps of white mist gradually emanated from the heart of the extreme marsh flower. The mist gradually spread and gradually merged into one. Fang Yuan's time path clone stopped his killer move. The air immediately became very moist. The mist nourished the soil, gradually transforming this man-made swamp. Let's name this swamp flower mist extreme marsh. The first step is complete. Fang Yuan's time path clone looked at it with a pleased expression. With this scale of extreme marsh flower mist, it is not a problem to feed Regret Gu. Rank 8 Regret Gu had a huge appetite, and its food was the mist produced by the extreme marsh flower. The problem was that this mist had to be kept fresh at all times. Thus, it was not practical to purchase it from outside, and it was very unstable. Next, when the mist thickens to a certain degree, a layer of water will accumulate at the bottom. After that, I will introduce water plants, as well as small creatures like ducks and flying fish. After that, I will continue to expand the scale of the extreme marsh flower mist and increase the quantity. When Regret Gu is hungry, the accumulated extreme marsh flower mist in the immortal aperture will be enough for it to have a full meal. The feeding of rank 8 immortal Gu was a huge project. Including this flower mist extreme marsh, the sovereign immortal aperture's development is already at 18%. Currently, the immortal aperture's time flow has already slowed down by a lot. The production of resources and the accumulation of white lychee immortal essence have also fallen. Fang Yuan calculated inwardly. This time, he slowed down the immortal aperture's time flow. He did not rely on time path immortal moves, but directly controlled the year essence pool. It was very convenient. There was no immortal essence expenditure, and at the same time, some of the drawbacks of time path killer moves were eliminated. Fang Yuan could adjust the immortal aperture's time at any time. It was very flexible. Even though immortal essence needs to be accumulated, I cannot blindly speed up time, otherwise, the calamities and tribulations will come quickly. Currently, Fang Yuan had already reached rank 8, but his battle strength had not increased by much. Earlier, he was ambushed by the celestial court in the River of Time. Almost all of his trump cards were exposed. Thus, it was not wise to undergo tribulation now. Once he placed his immortal aperture to undergo tribulation, Feng Yuan would become a fixed target. Because at this time, his immortal aperture would be discovered by Providence, and it would be easier for the celestial court and other forces to find his location and encircle him. The flow of time has slowed down, but I can still manage my immortal aperture, strengthening my immortal aperture's foundation and strengthening my immortal aperture origin core to produce more white lychee immortal essence. The better the immortal aperture's management, the more immortal essence could be produced. Long ago, Feng Yuan managed his immortal aperture to feed his immortal goo. Afterwards, he managed his immortal aperture to increase its production and earn cultivation resources like immortal yuan stones. Now his main goal was to accumulate white lychee immortal essence. Simply using immortal yuan stones to condense white lychee immortal essence was too inefficient. 10,000 immortal yuan stones needed to condense one bead of white lychee immortal essence. And Feng Yuan's immortal aperture could produce 100 beads of white lychee immortal essence every year. According to the current flow of time in his immortal aperture, it would take more than half a month in the outside world. Time continued to pass as Feng Yuan cultivated. Summer arrived in the 5 regions. Even though there were no traces of Feng Yuan, the entire 5 regions' Gu immortal world was in a state of excitement. Be it righteous path, demonic path, or lone immortals, they were all in an uproar. The reason for this situation was the shaking of the 5 regions' earth veins. New earth trenches were constantly appearing. They first appeared in southern border. But now, this situation was occurring frequently in the other 4 regions. Rumble, dust rose. Hongyi was exhausted. He sat on the ground and looked at the huge trench in front of him. His face was pale. He gasped for breath and did not move. When the earth veins shook, he and the other Gu masters had started to run. This was an extremely dangerous escape route. There were quite a few times where Hongyi's luck was good. Only then did he manage to escape with his life. Eventually, he almost fell in. But at the crucial moment, he exerted his strength and jumped up the cliff. He did not fall into the unfathomably deep earth trench. Since when did we have earthquakes here? So dangerous, I almost lost my life here. After a long while, Hongyi stood up with difficulty while gasping for breath. He looked down at the earth trench. He only saw darkness. The wind was blowing in the earth trench. The dust was still very thick and had not dissipated. During this period of time, it seems that there are earthquakes all over central continent, creating this kind of earth trench. As a mortal, Hongyi also felt the changes in the world. What is that? From the dust, a wild immortal Gu flew out. An injured wild immortal Gu flew with difficulty. It swayed and fell beside Hongyi's feet after expending its strength. Hongyi was dumbfounded. Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle shouted. Her body emitted a dazzling purple light. Next, the entire Celestial Court started to shake. An incomparably huge formless force poured into the huge immortal formation. The immortal formation rumbled. It started to grind at Spectral Soul, who was locked up at the center. Spectral Soul resisted with all his might, but he could not stop it. His deepest memories were dug out. Wonderful! I finally obtained the profundity of the pure dream reality seeker physique body. Ha ha ha. Fairy Myrtle had a pale and haggard expression, but she was very excited. She had been working very hard these days. On one hand, she had to deal with the earth vein tremors and the unexpected situations that occurred all over central continent. On the other hand, she had to put in more effort to deal with Spectral Soul. In order to obtain Shadow Sect's Dream Path research results as soon as possible, she put in a lot of effort. She activated the power of the entire Celestial Court Grotto Heaven and used it on the immortal formation. Hard work paid off. Fairy Myrtle finally obtained a breakthrough. In the blink of an eye, it was midsummer. The sunlight was hot, but it could not compare to the passion in the Gu immortals' hearts. The tremors of the earth vein did not stop or slow down. They were getting more intense. Immortal materials, wild immortal Gu, and all sorts of cultivation resources appeared from time to time. It caused a huge celebration in the Gu immortal world of the 5 regions. Within the 5 Xiang's Grotto Heaven, Feng Yuan's laughter suddenly resounded. Finally, heaven form is under my complete control. Beside Feng Yuan, the rank 9 killer move in the form of a white crane was extremely obedient. It stood quietly, listening to Feng Yuan's thoughts. To think that heaven form's effect is actually this. With it, my cultivation level might rise rapidly. The problem of calamities and tribulations might also be resolved. Feng Yuan stroked the white crane's wings, his eyes shining with bright light. Chapter 1695. Immemorial White Heaven. With a melodious cry, an elegant white crane that was as white as snow flew around Feng Yuan. With Feng Yuan's will, this white crane danced along with him. It could be said that he could control it freely. This rank 9 immortal killer move is finally mine to use. Feng Yuan sighed inwardly. He said softly, "Go." The white crane's wide wings immediately flapped, bringing its entire body forward with extreme agility. Before it could fly far, the white crane circled around a certain spot in the sky, flying in circles, occasionally letting out a crane cry. Feng Yuan's lips curled up. Information was transmitted from the white crane, showing the scene inside 5 Xiang's grotto heaven. Rank 9 immortal killer move heaven form was not used for offense or defense, but for investigation. Its target was all the existences in immemorial white heaven. Its investigation range was extremely wide, far beyond the limits of Feng Yuan's abilities. Thus it was extremely convenient for Feng Yuan to plunder all kinds of natural resources in immemorial white heaven. On the other hand, its investigation ability was also very strong. How strong was it? It could actually find hidden grotto heavens. Any grotto heaven that was placed in immemorial white heaven would be detected by heaven form, even if the immortal aperture's entrance was not opened. Once it started to fly around, it would start to investigate the immortal aperture's internal information. Of course, the investigation range of grotto heavens was far smaller than that of ordinary targets. There was another advantage. During the investigation process, Feng Yuan did not need to expend a single bead of immortal essence. Rank 9 immortal killer move heaven form originated from thieving heaven demon venerable. It was very extraordinary. It was as if the investigation ability was an innate ability of heaven form white crane. But now, if I want to forcefully enter the grotto heaven, I will need to inject immortal essence. Feng Yuan's lips curled up as he slowly instilled white lychee immortal essence that was unique to rank 8 Gu immortals. As immortal essence was instilled, heaven form white crane's body started to emit a gentle light. Feng Yuan slowly flew closer, letting the gentle white light cover his body. At the same time, a lump of hazy white light appeared in 5 Xiang's grotto heaven. Feng Yuan flew forward along the white light. There was no resistance in the whole process. After a few breaths, he officially entered the 5 Xiang's cave. Even though 5 Xiang's grotto heaven was already controlled by Feng Yuan, he relied on heaven form alone to infiltrate 5 Xiang's grotto heaven. The white lychee immortal essence consumption is quite high, but thinking about it, I am a rank 8 Gu immortal, and the killer move itself is at rank 9. It is not a shortcoming to expend so much white lychee immortal essence. Although there was some white light, the entire process was silent. Not bad, not bad. Feng Yuan nodded to himself. He was quite satisfied with the performance of the audition. One had to know that it was extremely difficult to barge into an unfamiliar paradise. Thinking about how Crane Gate attacked Hu Immortal Blessed Land, and thinking about how Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu attacked Heifan Grotto Heaven back then, heaven form's value could be seen. In the long river of history, how many Gu immortals have appeared? Even though it is not easy to reach rank 8, millions of years of accumulation is definitely not small. Especially after Ren Zhu's son destroyed the other 7 immemorial heavens, only immemorial white heaven and immemorial black heaven were left. After that, rank 8 Gu immortals and rank 9 Gu immortals would only have these 2 choices if they wanted to create a grotto heaven in their immemorial aperture. Ignoring rank 9 Gu venerables, when these rank 8 Gu immortals die, their immortal apertures would often land in immemorial black and white heavens, turning into a grotto heaven. These grotto heavens would fall and get destroyed due to calamities and tribulations, but at the same time, new rank 8 geniuses would emerge. Thus, There must still be a portion of these grotto heavens in immemorial black and white heavens. These grotto heavens were great nourishment for Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. Annexing any one of them would allow him to transcend calamities and tribulations. Thus it would resolve a huge problem for Feng Yuan. Of course, the prerequisite was that he had to find a grotto heaven and have the ability to annex it. At the same time, this grotto heaven had not annexed any immemorial nine heavens fragments. Grotto heavens that annexed immemorial nine heavens fragments would not face any calamities and tribulations. But at the same time, the grotto heaven contained providence that could not be cleansed. Feng Yuan could not annex these grotto heavens, thus, Five Xiang's grotto heaven and Heifan grotto heaven were not within his consideration. As for Qi clan's Qi Si grotto heaven, even though it had not annexed any fragments and had been relying on unlimited Qi Si immortal killer, moved to resist calamities and tribulations, Feng Yuan's Qi path attainment level had become a bottleneck for devouring. He could not get past it immediately. As for the Dragon Whale grotto heaven, Feng Yuan had considered it. Not to mention that he had already used fixed immortal travel and could not find the blue dragon whale. It was already far away from its original location. Just the Dragon Whale grotto heaven itself had Paradise Earth immortal venerables arrangements. Even if Feng Yuan had the ability to annex it, he would not dare to act rashly. Paradise Earth immortal venerable might have other methods hidden in the Dragon Whale grotto heaven, waiting for Feng Yuan. Any Gu venerable could not be underestimated. There will definitely be a grotto heaven that suits my needs. Feng Yuan was very confident about this, not only because he had heaven form, but also because in the 500 years of his previous life's memories, there were many grotto heavens that appeared during the five regions' chaotic war and interfered with this huge era change. Among them, the one that left the deepest impression on Feng Yuan was Nine Void grotto heaven. Almost all the Gu immortals in this grotto heaven cultivated phantom path. The entire grotto heaven could turn into phantom, causing calamities and tribulations to be ineffective. Dao Formation grotto heaven. This grotto heaven specialized in formation path. It had layers of formations that protected the entire grotto heaven. There was also Holy Deceive grotto heaven. This grotto heaven had an even greater origin. Its original owner had a good relationship with Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. After he died, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable personally made arrangements in Holy Deceive grotto heaven. This caused Providence to make misjudgments about this grotto heaven. The might of many calamities and tribulations were greatly reduced. They were easily passed. These grotto heavens had been living in seclusion for many years, nurturing Gu immortals. Each grotto heaven had many Gu immortals. They were all true super forces. However, there were very few rank 8 Gu immortals. With just the resources of a grotto heaven, it was hard to nurture a rank 8 Gu immortal. Thus, the strong super forces were all rooted in the 5 regions. They had abundant resources. At the same time, they had a huge population, and they competed intensely with each other. All these factors would cause the birth of rank 8 Gu immortals from time to time. Summer passed and autumn arrived. The earth veins moved even more frequently. It was time for Gu immortals to harvest. Western Desert. A beautiful female immortal lightly shot an arrow. The arrow tore through the sky, leaving behind a faint pink trail as it hit the ancient desolate beast. This ancient desolate beast was still rampaging in Earth Trench a moment ago. But at the next moment, flowers of all colors burst out of its body as it fell to the ground, unable to get up again. Intense winds mixed with yellow sand blew past. The entire ancient desolate beast's body turned into flower petals that drifted away, vanishing completely. It's actually her. Gong Clan's second daughter, Gong Wuhua. Let's go. Western Desert's Gu immortals looked at this newly formed earth trench reluctantly, but they quickly retreated. Southern border. Rumble. The collapse of a mountain caused dust to rise for hundreds of li, rumbling endlessly. The earth shook, an earth trench tore forward, swallowing mountains and ridges. It was extremely domineering. Ba Clan's 2 Gu immortals saw this and were shocked. This is a famous mountain, Clear Sky Mountain. It was destroyed by the earth trench. It is such a pity. Bada's gaze shined with cold light. Hee, what is there to pity about? The old famous mountain is destroyed. New famous mountains will appear. Didn't we find a large number of brand new spirit springs along the way? That's right, the earth veins are rumbling. Not only are wild goo and goo materials being brought out, more and more spirit springs are also being produced. Not just these. Bada looked down expressionlessly, but his expression revealed his yearning. The whole goo immortal world is producing experts one after another. Didn't Western Desert have Gong Wuhua recently? Lord Bada, how can that Gong Wuhua compare to you? How can you underestimate the heroes of the world? But when I advance to rank 8, Gong Wuhua will indeed not be a threat. Bada said proudly. The Ba clan Gu immortals beside him were overjoyed. Lord you are finally going to advance to rank 8? I was worried about the consequences earlier, but now that the Southern Alliance has been established, the Alliance leader position is still vacant. Most importantly, a vast amount of cultivation resources are emerging from the ground. It is enough for me to cultivate to rank 8. Chapter 1696. Chirp chirp chirp. A large group of blinking birds chirped, flying and circling around a 7-colored cloud, warning the invading enemies. Fang Yuan's expression was calm, but there was a hint of a smile in his eyes. The warning of the blinking birds was nothing to him. Although these birds were desolate beasts, their battle strength was very low. They were not a threat even if there was such a large group. Their true strength lay in speed. Blinking birds were the fastest desolate beasts. Once they unleashed their speed, they could escape from a Gu immortal's vision in the blink of an eye. That was why they were called blinking birds. Fang Yuan's aura was concealed. He was like a mortal. But these blinking birds did not attack at all. Looking at the harmless Fang Yuan, they instinctively felt a kind of pressure on their souls. Suddenly, a trace of aura leaked out from Fang Yuan's body. Swoosh! At the next moment, the blinking bird's speed burst out, vanishing without a trace in an instant. Originally, there was a dense flock of birds surrounding the rainbow-colored cloud, but now, only this cloud was left floating quietly. Fang Yuan sighed slightly. He had planned to capture these blinking birds alive. But these blinking birds were too sensitive, and Fang Yuan was not good at concealing the aura of killer moves. But they were gone. Even if he subdued the blinking birds, they were not easy to raise. Its food was the white heaven flying dust unique to immemorial white heaven. This thing was not easy to collect. Even a Gu immortal's immortal aperture could not produce it. Fang Yuan slowly flew towards the 7-colored cloud. I did not expect to encounter a 7-colored cloud soil. Fang Yuan sighed. This cloud was actually a type of soil, cloud soil. In Langya Blessed Land, the land spirit of Langya condensed a large amount of cloud soil into cloud cover continent, which was always floating in the sky of Langya Blessed Land. The largest production area of cloud soil was the immemorial 9 heavens. Of course, there were also very few resource points in the 5 regions that produced it. Single-colored cloud soil was the most common Gu material. For example, immemorial yellow heavens yellow cloud soil, immemorial red heavens red cloud soil. Currently, the most common single-colored cloud mud on the market was white cloud mud, and most of them were produced in the immemorial white heaven. There was actually quite a lot of black cloud mud in the immemorial onyx sky, but it was even more dangerous. After all, there were many soul beasts in onyx sky. Once the multicolored cloud soil had 6 colors, it would be a rank 6 immortal material. The 7-colored cloud soil in front of Fang Yuan was a rank 7 immortal material. Such a large amount of 7-colored cloud soil was very valuable. After inspecting this large patch of rainbow-colored cloud mud, Fang Yuan also discovered that there were many bird nests in this cloud mud. There were many eggs hidden in the nest. These were all the eggs of the blinking bird. Fang Yuan was not surprised. From the performance of those blinking birds just now, it seemed that they were guarding something. In fact, blinking bird's temperament was very timid. Even if it was a wild beast, once there was any movement, it would immediately fly away with its maximum speed. With these eggs, Fang Yuan can hatch blinking birds. It was not easy to hatch desolate beasts, but it was not difficult for Fang Yuan. However, Fang Yuan did not want to hatch them. He wanted to use these eggs as an immortal material to refine Gu. Blinking birds had a simple diet. They were not easy to raise. If he wanted to raise them, he would have to release them into the immemorial white heaven from time to time. That would be too troublesome. Feng Yuan was rich and overbearing. He no longer cared about the profits of the blinking birds. Ever since heaven form was refined, Feng Yuan had been moving around in the immemorial white heaven for over a month. He searched for immortal materials in the immemorial white heaven, while refining goo in his sovereign immortal aperture. Over a month in the outside world, the time inside the sovereign immortal aperture was even longer. Feng Yuan's goo refinement had huge results. Man as before, landscape as before, self-strength, pulling mountain, pulling water, dog shit luck, time luck, and so on had all been raised to rank 7. He slightly changed his original goo refinement plan and advanced the luck path immortal goo in advance. These last days, he had also made huge gains in the immemorial white heaven. He obtained many immortal materials. Among them was the contribution of these rank 7 luck path immortal goo. Other than advancing the refinement, Feng Yuan also improved his goo refinement methods. He knew too many goo recipes and a vast number of goo refinement methods. His refinement path attainment level was at quasi-supreme grandmaster, but his refinement path experience was still lacking. Especially when it came to refining immortal goo, he did not have much experience at all. True knowledge comes from practice. During this period of time, he continuously advanced his immortal goo. He discovered many of his inadequacies and made up for them. At the same time, he also discovered more goo refinement methods that were suitable for him. Right now, Feng Yuan had many new ideas and inspirations regarding goo refinement. The success rate of advancing immortal goo had also increased by a lot. Even though the earth veins of the 5 regions were still shaking, the goo immortals were joyfully harvesting immortal materials and immortal goo like a raging fire. But after careful consideration, Feng Yuan still chose to explore the immemorial white heaven. If he fought with the 5 regions goo immortals for the resources in the earth trench, he would definitely have to show up and fight. Every time an immortal goo advanced, Feng Yuan's strength would rise slightly. But the increase in strength could not offset the disadvantage of exposing his trump cards in the river of time. He needed time to quietly digest his gains during this period. Once he fought, the rank 8 white lychee immortal essence that he had just accumulated would be expended intensely. Fighting with goo immortals was far more dangerous than fighting with fierce beasts. Even though Feng Yuan needed to expend immortal essence to explore the earth trench in immemorial white heaven, he had also fought many battles. But he relied on heaven form. His investigation was very accurate. If there were fierce beasts that were too troublesome or too strong, he would not provoke them. He would avoid them in advance. Heaven form's investigative range in immemorial white heaven was simply too wide. It could easily discover many fierce beasts and plants that were skilled in concealment. Heaven form was so strong that it could even find hidden grotto heavens. It was natural for it to find these fierce beasts and plants. What was even more amazing was that heaven form's investigative ability did not need Feng Yuan's immortal essence at all. This rank 9 killer move was undeniably outstanding and powerful. Feng Yuan had already praised it more than once in the process of using it. Not just in terms of risk and expenditure, exploring the 5 regions was higher than exploring immemorial white heaven. Even in terms of profits, the former could not compare to the latter. Goo materials and immortal materials were everywhere in the earth trench, but these things needed to be arranged by the goo immortal before they could be stored in the immortal aperture. Managing an immortal aperture was not so easy. Many resources were interrelated and interfered with each other. Thus, after most of the 5 regions goo immortals obtained benefits from the earth trench, they would sell these immortal materials to jewel yellow skies. Their immortal apertures had limited space. They could not compare to Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. Most of the time, the immortal materials they obtained were not suitable for their immortal aperture's environment. Another phenomenon of the earth vein tremors was jewel yellow skies' business, or more accurately speaking, the number of transactions between goo immortals was increasing rapidly. Jewel yellow skies was dozens of times livelier than before. If Feng Yuan wanted any immortal materials, he could buy them from jewel yellow skies. But grotto heavens were different. Almost every grotto heaven had a complete and harmonious system. Once Feng Yuan annexed them, it would be very convenient. He would not need to think about anything. He could also increase the sovereign immortal aperture's space. His cultivation level and Dao marks would rise by a large amount, and his calamities and tribulations could even cross regions. The benefits of annexing a grotto heaven were too many. As for the wild immortal goo that appeared in the earth trench from time to time, Feng Yuan was envious of them. But these wild immortal goo had always been fought over by goo immortals. Feng Yuan felt that he might as well steal other people's immortal goo from the grotto heaven. He had great thief ghost hand anyway. Celestial Court. The formation slowly stopped. Fairy Myrtle slowly opened her eyes, bright light flashing in them. She muttered to herself, "Soul replacement killer move? It is truly exquisite." Before leaving, she took another look at Spectral Soul, but did not say anything to convince him to surrender. These last days, Fairy Myrtle had been searching Spectral Soul's memories to seize his lifetime of cultivation achievements. Fairy Myrtle could not help but admire Spectral Soul's talent. She also had to admit that in terms of soul path, even though Celestial Court had put in a lot of effort, they could not compare to Spectral Soul. It is a pity that the current Spectral Soul is a prisoner. What a pity! Among all the venerables in history, he is the most pathetic. Actually, if he died, he would still be able to leave his name in history. But now, he can neither live nor die. Thinking of Spectral Soul's stubborn resistance, Fairy Myrtle gritted her teeth in hatred. She was sure that Spectral Soul still had an important dream path research result, lead soul into dream. Even though this move was mostly unraveled by Celestial Court, it was still extremely valuable to Celestial Court. Unfortunately, Spectral Soul continued to resist, even though he could not resist the power of the entire Celestial Court's grotto heaven. Spectral Soul was very crafty. He tossed out some minor details to stall for time. The first time, Fairy Myrtle used Celestial Court's power to catch Spectral Soul off guard. The Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Body's research results were snatched away. But after regaining his senses, Spectral Soul used the tactic of sacrificing the pawns to save the king. He continued to resist. But all of this is pointless. We have the advantage of time. The Refinement Path Convention has already started preparations. Fate Immortal Goo is about to be completely repaired. By then, Spectral Soul will be dragged into the path of fate. He will not be able to escape. The future of the Great Era is also in our Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle thought of Feng Kim Hong. After obtaining the Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Body's research results, Duke Long taught it to Feng Kim Hong. It was finally a proper teaching, even though this research result belonged to someone else. Because they needed to use Feng Kim Hong's Immortal Goo, they had to modify an Immortal Killer move to unravel the dream realms around Dragon Palace. While Fairy Myrtle was deducing the killer move with all her might, she also brought Feng Kim Hong with her to deduce it together. Initially, her and Duke Long's goal was to help Feng Kim Hong grow faster. But to think that after the deduction succeeded, Feng Kim Hong came up with a method to modify the Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Body. The new Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique Body would not have the previous flaws. It could exist for a long time. Chapter 1697. Immemorial White Heaven. An auspicious cloud carried Feng Yuan as it flew forward. Feng Yuan's mind was half inside the sovereign immortal aperture, while the other half was guarding the outside world. If it were before, Feng Yuan would not be able to split his mind to refine goo. But recently he had really gained a lot. He did not lack attainment levels or goo recipes. His only shortcoming was practice. Personally refining goo allowed him to improve rapidly. His efficiency in refining rank 7 immortal goo rose again. His success rate also rose by a large margin. Thus the immortal materials consumed were much less than before. Refining immortal goo had always been a huge trap. But other than refining goo, Feng Yuan had also plundered a lot of natural resources in immemorial White Heaven. He sold a portion of them to Jewel Yellow Skies to buy what he needed. Other than refining goo, a lot of the remaining resources were used to manage the immortal aperture. Jewel Yellow Skies' business was booming. The Earth Trench's tremors caused the 5 regions' Gu immortals to have an urgent demand for transactions. The market's immortal material transactions were booming. Of course, the most popular were still time path immortal materials. Celestial Court did not waver in suppressing Feng Yuan. They could purchase any time path immortal materials at a high price. They did not show any signs of exhaustion. This showed the terrifying foundation of Celestial Court. If Celestial Court knew that Feng Yuan had already obtained a Red Lotus true inheritance and had a large number of time path immortal materials, who knew what they would think? There are 2 rank 6 immortal Gu. The rest have already been refined to rank 7. Feng Yuan's body shook. The auspicious cloud's speed doubled as it flew away. A moment later, Feng Yuan saw Heaven Form again. He saw that Heaven Form, which was in the shape of a spirit crane, was flying around an ordinary patch of air. I found a grotto heaven. Feng Yuan was overjoyed. As Heaven Form investigated, the scene inside this grotto heaven was transmitted to Feng Yuan's mind. So this grotto heaven is called Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. It is actually the immortal aperture of a rank 8 information path Gu immortal. Oh, there are a lot of people in this grotto heaven. And it also has a very unique cultivation custom. Feng Yuan couldn't help but reveal a curious expression. The population of Profound Literature Grotto Heaven was more than the hairy men of Langya Blessed Land. The initial estimate was that there would be many Gu immortals. This grotto heaven mainly had information path Dao marks, so the grotto heaven's environment was naturally more beneficial to information path resources. Thus, Gu masters and Gu immortals cultivated information path and manipulated information path Gu worms. Profound Literature Paradise had been isolated from the world for many years, but because it had absorbed the immemorial 9 heavens fragments, the heavenly spirits here had always been muddle-headed. However, the original owner of the Grotto Heaven's immortal killer move was still effective. This move was called Helping Scholars. It seemed that as long as the Grotto Heaven existed, it would always be effective, and its effect was also very unique. Any pure-blooded human, as long as they created and recited an outstanding essay, no matter the subject, they would be able to obtain the perception and rewards of this heavenly cave. When mortals recite poems, they can attract Hope Gu to fly over from 10,000 li away, enlightening their apertures. When Gu masters create brilliant poems, they can obtain Gu worms, and even have their cultivation level rise. Although it is a pity that I cannot annex this grotto heaven, I still have many shocking poems in my heart. Feng Yuan laughed heartily. He immediately instilled immortal essence into Heaven Form. Heaven Form slowly let out a bright light, entering Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. Feng Yuan slowly flew into the white light, about to enter Profound Literature Grotto Heaven. Such guts! Which evildoer dares to invade my homeland? A righteous voice was heard. Next, an old man with the appearance of a white-robed scholar appeared in front of Feng Yuan, with rank 8 aura. Feng Yuan was still in the white light. He could not attack casually. But the old man did not hesitate. He pushed with his hand as countless words appeared, raining down like a storm. Heaven Form was not an offensive killer move. As the storm of words rained down, the white light collapsed. Feng Yuan was in an awkward situation. He could not move up or down. He could only take the initiative to retreat. There is actually a rank 8 Gu immortal guarding this place. Feng Yuan was slightly surprised. Under normal circumstances, it was rare for a rank 8 Gu immortal to appear in a grotto heaven, because the grotto heaven itself did not have the resources to support a rank 8 Gu immortal. This Profound Literature Grotto Heaven's heavenly spirit was also muddle-headed. It did not know how to open the immortal aperture. It was hard for Gu immortals to leave. Even if this rank 8 Gu immortal had methods to sneak out of immemorial white heaven to collect immortal materials, the risk was too high. There were many immemorial desolate beasts and immemorial desolate plants in immemorial white heaven. There were also all sorts of strange and dangerous places that could threaten rank 8 Gu immortals. This was not the backyard of a rank 8 Gu immortal. They not only needed luck to collect resources here, they also needed to take risks. Let's try somewhere else. Feng Yuan rested for a while before instilling white lychee immortal essence into Heaven Form for the second time. Heaven form was rank 9. It could connect to almost any grotto heaven in any immortal aperture. The first time was in the sky. The second time, Feng Yuan chose to go deep underground. However, when he stepped into the white light again and wanted to sneak into profound literature grotto heaven, that rank 8 Gu immortal actually appeared in time again. You still dare to come here? With me here, you have no chance, the rank 8 Gu immortal said as he immediately attacked. Feng Yuan was inside the white light. He felt very helpless because he could not use any other methods. Without a choice, he could only let the white light scatter as he retreated outside. Feng Yuan's expression could not help but turn grim. He pondered in his heart. The two locations before and after were more than 108,000 li apart. They are simply worlds apart. But I was still detected and obstructed in time. What defensive method is this? It was very likely that he was detected. After all, this profound literature grotto heaven was an information path grotto heaven. And information path was most proficient in investigation, gathering information and spreading information. But the rank 8 Gu immortal could actually move rapidly and appear in front of Feng Yuan. What method was this? Next, Feng Yuan tried to attack a few more times. Not only using heaven form, he even used fixed immortal travel, but he was quickly discovered and obstructed by the other party. Feng Yuan needed a very short time to pass through the white light, but under the obstruction of the rank 8 Gu immortal, this time seemed extremely long. At this moment, Feng Yuan fully experienced Heavenly Lord Baizu's feeling when he attacked Heifan Grotto Heaven. His strength was clearly higher than the enemy, but it was very difficult to enter the Grotto Heaven. It was extremely uncomfortable to be blocked by the enemy. Profound literature grotto heaven. I will return one day. Feng Yuan chose to retreat. In any case, he had already found out the location of profound literature grotto heaven. It was a grotto heaven that had annexed an immemorial 9 heavens fragment. It could not be moved anymore. When Feng Yuan returned in defeat, Duke Long brought Feng Kim Hong to a certain seabed in Eastern Sea. The dragons roared in the seabed, creating undercurrents and raging waves, but they could do nothing to Duke Long. Within a few hundred steps of Duke Long, there was tranquility. Feng Kim Hong stood quietly beside him. Duke Long brought Feng Kim Hong down slowly. After a while, Feng Kim Hong's vision suddenly rippled, as if she had broken through an invisible barrier. Next, her pupils shrunk as she saw a grand palace quietly sitting at the bottom of the sea. Rank 8 Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. Its whole body was emitting a faint orange gold light. It was richly ornamented and had magnificent pavilions. But around Dragon Palace, there was a large area of dream realms. These dream realms were constantly moving and moving at a very fast speed. Dragon Palace was covered by the dream realms at times, enticing visitors. The dream realms were ever-changing, even though there would be some gaps that could allow outsiders to enter Dragon Palace. Duke Long was very cautious. He would rather wait for a while and not take unnecessary risks. Now he had a method to deal with this dream realm. Immortal Killer Move Pure Dream Reality Seeker Transformation. He borrowed Feng Kim Huang's Dream Wings Immortal Gu, while the Immortal Killer Move itself was the result of Fairy Myrtle's deductions. Under the effect of the Killer Move, a small piece of the dream realm quickly turned into a human body. Its eyes were shut as it fell into deep sleep. This is the Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique body, and it is also a perfect physique without any flaws. Duke Long's eyes shined with bright light as he sized it up. He had once been cheated by this Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique body. Thus he felt some nostalgia. Huang Air, your modification is truly amazing. From now on, this Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique body can be considered the 11th extreme physique. Duke Long praised. Feng Kim Hong blinked. Master, I won't hide it from you. Disciple only had a fortuitous encounter. Because some time ago, Disciple created the killer move Shatter Dream. And this modification is the result of Shatter Dream. Disciple just wanted to give it a try, to think that it would actually succeed. Duke Long smiled. No need to be uneasy, my good disciple. Do you think it was a coincidence that you created Shatter Dream? This should be fate's arrangement. It is fate that made you. Feng Kim Hong pouted. Master, can you stop saying such things? Disciple doesn't want to hear it anymore. If all of this is fate's arrangement, then what use do I have? Chapter 1698. Central Continent Earth Trench. Roar. A desolate beast giant monkey let out its final roar. It wanted to stand up, but facing the tiny human goo immortal in front of it, it felt its body turning cold. This cold penetrated its heart. Even its boiling blood froze. Immortal killer move blood turns cold. The one who attacked was none other than Fang Yuan's younger brother, Guyue Fangjing. Congratulations, Fangjing. After these days of battle, your cold blood light killer move is already very familiar with it. Zhao Lianyan flew closer with a smile. Guyue Fangjing looked at the cold giant monkey's corpse. The red light in his eyes faded, but his expression was still calm. He looked at Zhao Lianyan calmly, showing a grateful expression. You flatter me. It was all thanks to Fairy Lianyan's protection these days. Otherwise, how could I have had so many opportunities to practice my killer moves? Central Continent's earth veins moved frequently. Accidents happened frequently. Any super force was in a predicament of lacking manpower. Crane Gate had no choice but to send Fangjing to suppress their own situation. Of course, Fangjing's actions were constantly monitored by Celestial Court. As long as there were no accidents, Celestial Court was happy to see Fangjing's strength rise. After Fangjing was saved by Feng Jioga, he returned to Central Continent and received the support of Celestial Court. Not only did he obtain blood feud immortal goo, he even obtained cold blood immortal goo during his immortal ascension. Fairy Myrtle had already arranged everything. Blood turns cold and other immortal killer moves were handed to Fangjing. Right now he had already grasped the killer move blood turns cold and could use it proficiently in battle. He was improving by leaps and bounds. Eastern Sea, at a certain seabed, Duke Long and Feng Kim Hong had been refining the Dream Realm for several days. There were far more dream realms surrounding Dragon Palace than expected. Duke Long had been using pure dream reality seeker transformation to transform dozens of pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. But there were still new dream realms coming out of Dragon Palace to replenish the outside world's losses. Comparing the two, pure dream reality seeker transformation was only a rank 6 killer move. Its power was limited because its core immortal goo, Dream Wings, was only rank 6. Actually, after condensing the first pure dream reality seeker physique, Duke Long could use this unique body to freely traverse the dream realm and enter the depths of the Dragon Palace. But Duke Long's goal was this rank 8 immortal goo house. If he did not get rid of these dream realms, he would not be able to take this immortal goo house safely. While Duke Long was condensing the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, Feng Kim Hong had been cultivating diligently. She was mainly researching the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Sometimes, her soul would leave her body and enter the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. Sometimes, her soul would return to the main body and research the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies. The pure dream reality seeker physique that Shadow Sect researched could not last long because it pursued stability too much. Dream realms change constantly. Their specialty is the word change. So I simply walked on the path of Shattered Dream and made it even more unstable. In the end, under Lady Ziwei's deduction, I obtained the perfect pure dream reality seeker physique bodies instead. Every time Feng Kim Hong thought about it, she felt that this was a fluke. Could this be the effect of fate? It wants to use me to make the complete pure dream reality seeker physique appear in the world? Feng Kim Hong shook her head, getting rid of this thought. She thought about the words that her master Duke Long had told her. Huang'er, although you researched the perfect pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, it is still not enough. You need to thoroughly research this result before you can use it for your cultivation. When you find a way to let your main body's aptitude naturally advance to a pure dream reality seeker physique body, that will be the day you undergo your immortal ascension. Gu Immortal. Feng Kim Huang's accumulations were already enough for her immortal ascension, but she had always been suppressed by Duke Long. Now that Duke Long finally relented, Feng Kim Hong was excited but also troubled. How could she fully comprehend the pure dream reality seeker physique bodies? Feng Kim Hong was thinking about this problem. while Duke Long was also looking forward to it silently. Am I forcing her? After all, to transform the main body into a pure dream reality seeker physique body, it involves the profundity of human path. The Legends of Renzu clearly states that the 10 extreme physiques were created by Renzu. These are the profundity of human path. I might be able to impart the results of reading the Legends of Renzu to her. Duke Long was also known as the Dragon Man ancestor. Back then, the birth of a new variant human race, Dragon Man, was single-handedly facilitated by Duke Long, and the results of Dragon Man were obtained from Duke Long's comprehension of the Legends of Renzu. Although I took Feng Kim Hong as my disciple, I did not teach her anything. She might not be able to fulfill my request, but this Dragon Man profundity should be given to her as well. Of course, I will have to warn her not to create dragon men. No, according to her nature, she will probably create them secretly. Huang Er is very different from Hong Ting, especially her nature, as well as her thoughts about fate. Sigh. Human nature is not what it used to be. This dangerous thought should have nothing to do with Bai Qing. It might be more due to Feng Jioge's influence. Duke Long had naturally investigated Feng Jioge and Fairy Bai Qing. Achoo! Feng Jioge rubbed his nose. His body was covered in blood. He grumbled in dissatisfaction. Who is talking about me? He was in a sorry state. His robe was mostly torn. His muscular chest was exposed. Cough, cough. He suddenly coughed, spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood. The two Gu immortals who were hiding at the side appeared at this moment. Seeing Feng Jioge's heavily injured state, they both had joyful expressions, saying, "Congratulations, Lord Feng Jioge, for becoming a rank 8 Gu immortal." Feng Jioge nodded with an indifferent expression. He did not feel much excitement towards his rank 8 cultivation level. In fact, he could have advanced to rank 8 long ago, but he did not have a suitable opportunity. He had his own restrictions and restraints. After all, he had a family, and was also an important member of Spirit Affinity House. Rank 8 cultivation level is not a big deal. Although I have white lychee immortal essence, it will take some time to accumulate. I do not have enough wealth to raise my core immortal Gu to rank 8. Even if I have the wealth, I will need others to help me refine Gu. Maybe I can rely on the Celestial Court for this step? Feng Jioge thought of his identity as a Dao Guardian. There was a lot of room for him to use. But most importantly, I got inspiration from the Legends of Renzu when I was undergoing tribulation. Perhaps I can create a song of destiny from it. There is fate in heaven and earth. Everything has its own arrangements. But after Luck Path was born, there was room for change. Everything in the world will become brilliant and colorful. Destiny Song describes this kind of excitement. It talks about the changes and unchanging of life in heaven and earth. Time passed, another period of time passed. Immemorial white heaven. Feng Yuan looked at the heaven-form crane that was flying in circles with excitement on his face. Found it. I finally found my second immortal aperture grotto heaven. This is Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven? Chapter 1699. After searching for so many days, Feng Yuan found an immortal aperture grotto heaven that had not annexed any 9 heavens fragment. But this is a transformation path grotto heaven. My transformation path attainment level is slightly lacking. Master, Grandmaster, Great Grandmaster, Supreme Grandmaster. In terms of transformation path attainment level, Feng Yuan was at Grandmaster level. He was indeed lacking by 1 level. The difference in attainment level was not a problem. He could use Dream Realms to make up for it. Southern Border had enough transformation path Dream Realms to support Feng Yuan's breakthrough to transformation path Great Grandmaster attainment level. It was just that he needed to spend some effort. Other than Dream Realms, Feng Yuan had a second method for his transformation path attainment level. That was to use Calamity Beckoning Immortal Gu, the Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture method, and the true meaning of Reckless Savage in the Northern Icy Plain of Northern Plains. The original owner of this grotto heaven was a rank 8 Gu immortal who cultivated transformation path. He had passed 1 myriad tribulation. After rank 8 Gu immortals passed 3 myriad tribulations, they would be rank 9. Myriad tribulations had terrifying power. They were said to be beyond redemption. For rank 8 Gu immortals, they were in great danger of dying, but it was also an opportunity for their cultivation level to rise rapidly. First Myriad tribulation and second Myriad tribulation were the dividing lines between rank 8 Gu immortals. If Feng Yuan annexed this grotto heaven, his cultivation level would rise to 1 Myriad tribulation level. Such a terrifying progress would definitely cause Celestial Court to make a mistake. In history, Duke Long and Bo Qing were only rank 8 Gu immortals who had passed 2 Myriad tribulations. They would be ranked 9 after passing 3. But Duke Long knew he was not made for this. He merged his immortal aperture with Celestial Court to exchange for a phantom aperture. On the other hand, Bo Qing's charge ended in his death. Then, since this beast Calamity Grotto Heaven did not annex any immemorial 9 heavens fragment, how did it pass its own tribulations? It was not easy to rely on one's own strength to pass calamities and tribulations. Back then, Langya Grotto Heaven was afraid of calamities and tribulations. It fell from Grotto Heaven to Blessed Land. This was a wise move. Of course, methods to fall from a Grotto Heaven to a Blessed Land were extremely rare. Not any Grotto Heaven could do it. Heaven form was flying in the air, continuously transmitting the information it obtained. Feng Yuan then discovered a strange phenomenon. It turned out that the calamities and tribulations in this Grotto Heaven were all unified, and they were all disasters of beasts. Beast calamities were a type of calamity. Some were caused by desolate beasts, while others were caused by ancient desolate beasts. In this Grotto Heaven, the heavenly tribulation was a desolate beast horde disaster. The calamity was an ancient desolate beast, and the 10,000 tribulation was a primordial desolate beast. What kind of trick is this? It could actually limit the types of calamities? If they were all beast disasters, then it would be very easy to target them. After all, desolate beasts have physical bodies, unlike rain, wind, and fog that are hard to resist. As the celestial phenomenon continued to probe deeper, Feng Yuan discovered something deeper. He couldn't help but sigh. So this Grotto Heaven doesn't restrict calamities and tribulations. Instead, it transforms any kind of calamity and tribulations into a beast calamity. What an amazing technique. There were many kinds of calamities and tribulations. However, in the process of the calamities and tribulations forming in the Grotto Heaven, they would be affected by the beast calamity Grotto Heaven. In the end, they would all transform into ferocious monsters. Other than calamity beckoning immortal Gu, and immortal tribulation tempering aperture methods to deal with calamities and tribulations, Feng Yuan finally encountered a third method, beast calamity transformation. Any Grotto Heaven in an immortal aperture is not simple as long as it exists. The profound literature Grotto Heaven I encountered earlier was like this. Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven is even more so. This is truly an unexpected surprise. This Grotto Heaven contains a vast number of people and resources. It even has a method to create a beast calamity. I need to grasp this method. It will be very useful when I undergo tribulation in the future. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan instilled white lychee immortal essence into the heaven form crane. A lump of white light spread out as Feng Yuan flew in. This time, he was not obstructed by any rank 8 Gu immortals, because this beast calamity Grotto Heaven did not have any rank 8 Gu immortals. However, the moment he entered, the entire Grotto Heaven started to shake. A mysterious and majestic force came from all directions. Not only did it affect the white light lump, it even affected Feng Yuan's body. What is this? At first, Feng Yuan was slightly bewildered, but soon he realized. He showed a slightly strange expression. So that's it, I am not someone from this Grotto Heaven. I came from the outside world. And because I am too strong, I was rejected by the entire Grotto Heaven. It treated me as a calamity and tribulation. This beast calamity Grotto Heaven could transform calamities and tribulations into monsters of all levels and numbers, and now, this force was affecting Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan thought to himself, it is not impossible to resist this force, but if the two fight, this method will be destroyed. Even though Heaven Form had found several inheritance lands left behind by the original owner, it was not enough to deal with them. But what if there is no method to transform into a beast calamity inside? Thus, to be safe, he had to keep Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven in its original state, and not destroy the current arrangements. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan boldly let go of his defenses. He sensed that a vast number of temporary transformation path Dao marks were added to his body. At the same time, all of his Dao marks were transformed into transformation path Dao marks. Amazing, amazing! Transformation path uses one path to reflect countless paths. Transformation path Dao marks can transform into any path's Dao marks. But now this transformation is reversed. The Dao marks of other paths are transformed into transformation path Dao marks. Feng Yuan praised endlessly, gasping in surprise. This method is extraordinary. It seems to involve the highest profundity of transformation path. It seems that as long as I enter and exit it a few times, and allow this influence to affect me, I will be able to comprehend some of the essence of this method. Of course, the fastest way is to attack those inheritance lands, and snatch the true inheritances inside, to see if there are any original copies of the Beast Calamity transformation method. Feng Yuan's body was transforming. Other than expanding, his entire body was changing beyond recognition. He was turning into a wild beast. If not for the fact that Heaven Form had investigated clearly that this transformation did not have any repercussions, Feng Yuan would not dare to allow this influence to affect him. Roar! A moment later, Feng Yuan turned into a bull-headed human-bodied monster. His body was huge like a mountain, his bull skin was tough like iron, his bull hair was thick, his bull nose breathed out coarse air. He stood on the ground and supported the sky. The whole of Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven was shaken. Countless people looked at the sky, looking at Feng Yuan. After being stunned for a moment, they screamed and shouted loudly. Monster! Another monster appeared. This monster is huge. Its aura is completely different from before. Quickly summon our combat beast warrior. Amidst the anxious anticipation of countless people, a beast warrior appeared on the stage. This was a middle-aged man with rank 7 Gu immortal cultivation level, but his aura was somewhat strange. He had a plain appearance and a solemn expression. He flipped his body and appeared on the city wall. Such a huge monster has only been recorded once in history. Just one look, and I can feel the incomparable deterrence. He sighed inwardly, he clenched his fists, battle intent surged in his eyes. But for our homeland, to protect love and justice, I must defeat this monster. Come, my combat beast, transformation! The middle-aged man shouted, his body started to shine. Next, with an eagle cry, a silver-white giant eagle flew over from afar. This was an ancient desolate beast. The silver-white giant eagle's body also started to shine. The middle-aged man jumped up. The silver-white giant eagle swooped down. The two's light became brighter and brighter. Finally, the two met in the sky. Two lumps of light collided and fused together. Boom! The light scattered. An eagle-headed, human-bodied warrior with wings on his back. He was as large as a city wall. The crowd cheered. He appeared! It is our eagle warrior. Go! Eagle warrior, kill this monster in front of us. We support you, you can definitely do it. Under the cheers of the crowd, Eagle warrior flew into the sky, charging towards Feng Yuan. He shouted in his heart, I will not let you down. Come, let us fight for 300 rounds. Slap. With a crisp sound, the silent Feng Yuan slapped Eagle warrior down. Boom. The giant Eagle warrior's body was like a falling meteor, shooting through the air in a perfectly straight line. Then, it fiercely smashed into the ground, immediately creating a deep pit. Smoke and dust billowed. The crowd was speechless. The intense dizziness almost caused Eagle warrior to faint on the spot. He tried his best to endure it, finally overcoming it with difficulty. Next, he propped his arms up, slowly standing up from the deep crater. What's going on? I was actually slapped down by this monster? After a long while, Eagle warrior finally reacted. His eyes were filled with fear as he recalled the scene just now. Chapter 1700. Generally speaking, a monster of such a large size should be overbearing and powerful. It is impossible for it to have such agile speed. The eagle warrior stood up from the deep pit, his head full of cold sweat. Suddenly he thought of a possibility. Wait a minute, could it be that the attack just now was this monster's battle skill? He looked up at Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan had transformed into a giant monster with a bull head and a human body. A huge shadow shrouded the eagle warrior. In the eagle warrior's heart, the courage to fight again slowly recovered. You have a battle skill. I also have a battle skill. I already know your battle skill, but you, this stupid big guy, don't know my battle skill. That's right, as long as I grasp the opportunity, I will definitely have a chance of winning. Thinking of this, the eagle warrior's eyes shone with hope. He stood up. That's right. How could the eagle warrior be knocked down in an instant? Eagle warrior, go, we believe in you. Seeing the eagle warrior stand up, the city that was dead silent a second ago suddenly burst into cheers that soared to the sky. An eagle's cry rang out. The eagle warrior fiercely flapped the wings on his back and rose up again, flying high into the sky. You have a battle skill. I also have a battle skill. Monster, take a look, my battle skill. Silver Phantom. The eagle warrior shouted. In the next moment his body suddenly changed, splitting into 6 phantoms. They were lifelike, and looked no different from the real body. For a moment, the real and fake eagle warriors hovered above Feng Yuan's head, surrounding Feng Yuan. The uproar in the city reached a whole new level. Look, it's the eagle warrior's silver phantom battle skill. He's finally unleashed it. Look, that big monster seems to be stunned. It doesn't know which one to attack. The chance of victory is in front of us. Go kill that big monster. Ah! The eagle warrior is really too cool. The eagle warrior heard the cheers of the crowd from the bottom of his heart, which gave him more courage and fighting spirit. However, he remained calm. I have to cherish this opportunity. I have to kill this monster in one strike. Even if I can't kill it, I have to severely injure it. After all, combat skills consume a lot of stamina. It's impossible to use them continuously. So even if this monster is very strong, it cannot use its battle skills too often. I'll first use the phantom shadow to lure it away and exhaust its stamina, causing it to suffer a great loss. Perhaps it won't have much stamina left, and I'll be able to capture it alive. The eagle warrior actually wanted to capture Feng Yuan alive. Although Feng Yuan still couldn't detect his thoughts, the eagle warrior's tactics were clear at a glance. One by one, the giant eagle warriors circled around Feng Yuan, flying continuously. Occasionally, 1 or 2 of them would suddenly swoop down, extending their sharp claws and beaks to attack Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan did not dodge, standing on the spot. These eagle warriors were phantom shadows. Their attacks had no substance. In Feng Yuan's eyes, they were exposed. Feng Yuan was calm and unruffled, laughing internally. This grotto heaven is quite interesting. Firstly, the Gu immortals between mortals and Gu immortals were interesting. It was very harmonious. It was completely different from the outside world of the 5 regions. Mortals were like ants in the 5 regions, while Gu immortals were high and mighty. But the Gu immortals here were the guardians of mortals, and most importantly, they were very passionate about this responsibility of protection. From this point, Feng Yuan seemed to have seen a hint of paradise earth. But this was not strange. Every grotto heaven was a world of its own. If there was little interaction with the outside world of the 5 regions, it would form a different social structure and perception, having a unique style. Secondly, the battles and cultivation of Gu masters and Gu immortals here were also interesting. For example, Feng Yuan's opponent was a fusion of an ancient desolate beast, the silver giant eagle, forming a human beast form. This was clearly a transformation path method. Its advantages were very obvious. Normal Gu immortals needed to expend immortal essence to activate immortal Gu, or immortal killer moves to battle. But the Gu immortals here only needed to fuse with a desolate beast to obtain battle skills. The so-called battle skills were the innate abilities of desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. Like the upper extreme heavenly eagle that Feng Yuan once possessed, it could freely enter and exit immortal apertures. This innate ability was called a battle skill here. It did not need to expend immortal essence, but would greatly expend stamina, and even pay some other price, like a part of the body or lifespan. Be it battle skills, immortal Gu, or immortal killer moves. If one were to look at the root, they were all Tao. Desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts had a dense accumulation of Tao marks on their bodies, as well as a specific division of Tao marks. Thus they had innate abilities, which were battle skills. Immortal Gu themselves were fragments of the great Tao. They represented a certain point in the laws of heaven and earth. Not to mention immortal killer moves, they often used a small number of immortal Gu and a large number of mortal Gu. They were the combination of Tao marks and fragments of the great Tao. Then through a certain mystical process, they would achieve a certain level of power and effect. In fact, the earliest immortal killer moves were developed by Gu immortals by referring to the Tao marks on desolate beasts, gradually imitating and experimenting with them. The Gu immortals here, after fusing with desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts, can use the innate abilities of desolate beasts. They do not need to painstakingly refine immortal Gu. They can also avoid the risks and costs of cultivating immortal killer moves. This advantage was very obvious. Because immortal Gu were too rare, immortal Gu were unique. Every immortal Gu was unique. But there were many desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. Even immemorial desolate beasts like the upper extreme, heavenly eagle could form groups. Desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts with innate abilities often lacked intelligence and intelligence. They were very stupid. But when they fused with Gu immortals, the Gu immortals would obtain their innate abilities, while they would also obtain the Gu immortals' intelligence. The combination of the two was a stable win-win situation. It ingeniously made up for the shortcomings of both sides. But this method is not flexible enough to cultivate. No matter how he played, there was only one card. Innate abilities are too monotonous. They can be easily countered. There are many shortcomings. Fang Yuan also saw the disadvantages. But overall, this method is too good. It far exceeds the disadvantages. Once it is promoted, it will definitely be popular in the 5 regions. Thankfully, I did not have this method in my previous life, otherwise, my memories would have changed completely. Because this method was simply the best method to mass-produce Gu immortals. Although it could not change the battle between higher-level experts, it could change the situation to a certain extent. There were many rank 6 Gu immortals in the 5 regions who did not have an immortal Gu. And these people happened to be the group of people with the highest number of Gu immortals in each region. Think about it. One region did not have this method, while another region had this method. Once an all-out war broke out. In terms of the battle between middle and lower-level Gu immortals, the region with this method had a higher chance of winning. Fusion is not a new method. It is just that it has always been difficult to use. The biggest difficulty is the conflict between Tao marks. But in this grotto heaven, there is a method that can turn other Tao marks into transformation Tao marks. Thus, Gu immortals and desolate beasts can freely fuse with each other. In the end, this fusion method is the same as the beast calamity method. After deducing this, Fang Yuan wanted to obtain this transformation path method even more. I still have proper matters to attend to, stop buzzing around like flies. After muttering to himself, Fang Yuan activated his time path method. His current time path killer move was no longer the same as before. Eagle Warrior was still probing when he suddenly realized that the surrounding time had become extremely slow. This time has actually become so slow. How can this be? Eagle Warrior was completely shocked. He was actually quite confident in his speed, but the problem was that time was affected. His speed specialty could not be used at all. Let's end this. Fang Yuan slowly stretched out his hand. His 10 fingers spread out as he slowly reached out, firmly grabbing onto Eagle Warrior's 2 eagle wings. Damn it, damn it. Move, move, move. Eagle Warrior roared in his mind, but he used all his strength to fly. But he could only fly an extremely small distance. Poochie. At the next moment, Fang Yuan exerted strength in his arms, directly tearing off Eagle Warrior's 2 wings. Eagle Warrior's face twisted as he screamed in pain. Blood spurted out crazily from the wound on his back like a fountain. Eagle Warrior. No. Countless people in the city screamed. Fear and shock replaced their surging battle intent. Some people fainted on the spot. Some directly closed their eyes and covered their faces. Fang Yuan slowly placed his two hands on Eagle Warrior's head. Eagle Warrior's heart jumped wildly. At this moment, he could fully sense the dense aura of death. So this is its battle technique. Slowing down time. What a terrifying battle technique. However, even if I were to die here, I would still be of some value. At least, I have investigated its background. Thinking of this, Eagle Warrior suddenly shouted, "Monster! Even if you kill me, what can you do? There are still many Warbeast warriors coming to kill you. You will definitely die." Pa! Fang Yuan's hands suddenly exerted strength in the middle, and Eagle Warrior's head fell to the ground like a watermelon, shattering into pieces, white and red mixed with the skull fragments. Fang Yuan released his hands. Thump! The headless Eagle Warrior's corpse fell to the ground, raising a small cloud of dust. Fang Yuan looked at the city. His body was too large. The towering city walls only reached below his knees. His expression was calm, but his bull-headed face made countless people afraid. White clouds were on his shoulders. It was a sunny day. The bright sun shone down, but his huge shadow deeply covered everyone's hearts. The city was filled with people, but no one made a sound. It was a dead city. Fang Yuan stepped forward, slowly walking towards the city. In the next moment, the city seemed to explode. Countless people began to hold their heads and scream, frantically running away like headless flies. Looking down from above, in Fang Yuan's vision, these mortals were like a group of ants piled together, following the city's four gates, and began to disperse. Fang Yuan did not pay attention to them, heading straight for the city. Bang! His calf hit the city wall, causing the entire wall to collapse. He walked on the streets of the city. Even if the wide streets were expanded 5 or 6 times, they were still covered by Fang Yuan's feet. Chapter 1701. Moo! The Fang Yuan beast let out a bull's roar. Its huge body shuttled through the forest, easily knocking down countless towering ancient trees. Retreat, retreat quickly! The elk warrior held a long spear in his hand. As he spat out blood, he roared as he faced Fang Yuan, using his life to buy time for the residents of the Soul Spring Forest to retreat. But in the end, the elk warrior's neck was broken by Fang Yuan, and he died tragically on the battlefield. The video ended there, and the hall was filled with buzzing noises. Dozens of combat beast warriors, all of them spirited and ferocious, were discussing softly. Their words and expressions were filled with shock and anger. At this moment on the high platform, a skinny old man coughed twice. The hall immediately fell silent. All the combat beast warriors looked up at the old man with respect in their eyes. The old man said, "You've all seen these videos just now. Ever since the Ox-Head Demon God descended, it has destroyed Holy Eagle City, Qingming Valley, and the Soul Spring Forest." A red-haired boorish man shouted, "Combat Beast Wangda, what are we waiting for? Almost all the combat beast warriors in the world are here, waiting for your order to eradicate this ferocious Ox-Head Demon God." "Yes, sir, please give the order. We can't wait anymore. We've long heard about the Ox-Head Demon God. The giant eagle warrior and the elk warrior both died tragically in its hands. We must avenge them." Many combat beast warriors echoed, and for a moment, the hall was filled with excitement. The old man could only stretch out his palm and slowly press down. After the hall calmed down again, he continued, "Sai, it seems that you still haven't truly realized the seriousness of this beast disaster. I know that everyone here has an impressive battle record, but the beast this time is extraordinary. To be more precise, if we don't deal with it properly, I'm afraid it will bring about the end of the world." "What do you mean?" "This beast is indeed very strong, but it's not like there hasn't been a giant monster that killed a few combat beast warriors before. This beast is huge, and has 2 combat skills, especially the time deceleration combat skill. It is indeed very troublesome, but it's not like they can't be targeted." However, the old man shook his head slowly and said with a solemn expression, "This ox-headed demonic god's strength is unfathomable. It can be said to be the most terrifying monster in history. You should know how the first-generation Warbeast King died, right?" As soon as these words came out, all the beast warriors present were moved. "Beast Wangda, you mean? It can't be. Could this monster be at that level? The Battle Beast King nodded slowly and said in a heavy tone, "The Star Sea Snail Hall we are in now is the corpse of the Star Sea Snail monster. The first-generation Warbeast King warrior was the strongest Warbeast warrior in history, but in order to eradicate it, he paid the price of his life. This time, the ox-headed demonic god is at the same level as the Star Sea Snail." The old man's reply caused everyone to be so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. So, the elder surveyed his surroundings and continued, "I have gathered everyone to take action together to encircle this ox-headed fiend celestial. But I actually do not have much confidence in victory. Everyone, you must do your best to have a chance of victory. Please be prepared to die in this battle." "The resolve to die," someone murmured. "Hee hee." Suddenly someone laughed softly. The atmosphere became lively. The Warbeast warriors' eyes were burning with a similar flame. Their fighting spirit soared. "For this home, I have long been prepared to sacrifice myself." "That's right. For family and friends, what is a life worth? We can't let this ox-headed demonic god continue wreaking havoc." "So what if it is comparable to the Star Sea Snail? I believe in my fists, and I believe in the big guy even more." "That's right. I believe in the strength of my comrades. The first-generation Warbeast King fought alone to the end, but we are different. We still have each other. We have comrades." Some shouted, some waved their arms, and the morale kept rising. A gratified smile appeared on the elder's face. He nodded slowly and said, "That's good. Next, I will fuse with the Star Sea Snail shell and teleport all of you over. We will encircle and attack the ox-headed demonic god, catching it off guard. You must remember, the safety of the entire world rests on your shoulders." "Understood." The Star Sea Snail shell started to shake. Fang Yuan was walking on a desolate plain. He was still in the form of a bull head and human body. His body was tall like a mountain, clouds were wrapped around his shoulders, and pits were created under his feet. He walked over step by step, his giant feet stepping on the ground and creating loud noises that reverberated in the world. The first-generation Warbeast King should be the original owner of this immortal aperture grotto heaven. Fang Yuan was certain in his heart. He destroyed 3 locations and took away the inheritances of the original owner of Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. These inheritances were very complete. Even though they had existed for many years, they were not taken by other Warbeast warriors. The cultivation method of fusing with a Warbeast might be convenient, but it is not the righteous path of goo cultivation. This path will only get narrower and narrower. Thus, these people did not even discover Beast Calamity Immortal's true inheritance. Who is it?" Suddenly, Fang Yuan stopped moving. His gaze was filled with vigilance. At the next moment, starlight surged as Warbeast warriors appeared one after another, surrounding him. "Monster die. For the peace and tranquility of the world. Even if I have to sacrifice my everything, it is not a pity. Everyone attack together, believe in yourself and your teammates. No matter how strong the monster is, it is not our match." A huge battle erupted. At the same time, somewhere in the depths of Eastern Sea. "Master, it's done. There are no more dream realms flowing out." Feng Kim Hong looked at the rank 8 Immortal Goo House Dragon Palace, as he said excitedly. Duke Long nodded slightly. "These days of hard work were not in vain. The biggest obstacle is gone. Dragon Palace is covered in dream realms. Even though the framework is not messed up, the entire Immortal Goo House should have lost its effectiveness. It is the best time to take it." As Duke Long thought of this, a scene from his memories surfaced in his mind. The red longevity character in the hall was extremely eye-catching. Duke Long sat at the main seat, surrounded by dragon men. "Grandfather, grandson wishes you a happy birthday." "I wish you happiness as boundless as Eastern Sea and longevity as long as Southern Mountain. This is a desolate beast that grandson personally hunted for you. I hope you like it." A dragon man youngster half knelt on the ground, holding a plate with both hands. There was an exquisite little seahorse on the plate. "This is the desolate beast Joy Seahorse. It is extremely fast and hard to kill. 7th young master only has rank 6 cultivation level. It is already difficult to hunt it. To think that he managed to capture it alive. I heard that in order to capture this joy seahorse alive, seventh young master hid in the sea for a month without moving. His filial piety is truly touching. The surrounding people discussed. Some were human Gu immortals, but most were dragon men. These dragon men consisted of Gu immortals and mortal Gu masters. They were all descendants of Duke Long. Duke Long was the ancestor of the dragon men. He was the creator of the dragon man variant human race. Rank 6 dragon man Gu immortal 7th young master was Duke Long's most beloved grandson. Good, grandfather will accept your gift. Duke Long had a loving smile on his face. Surrounded by friends and grandchildren, this warmth filled Duke Long's heart. But now, Duke Long was dazed for a moment before coming to his senses. There was only the deep and cold seawater in front of him, as well as that desolate and silent dragon palace. The past was gone. The warmth that once filled his heart was long gone. Who is it? Come out. Duke Long suddenly spoke. He had a calm expression. His gaze was like lightning as he looked around. As expected of the celestial courts, Duke Long, your eyes are truly sharp. An old woman smiled as she appeared. She had a hunched back and deep wrinkles on her face. The wrinkles were in a peculiar pattern. They formed purple venomous python markings that extended from her face to her arms, and even her whole body. Duke Long, we must obtain this immortal Gu house. Another Gu immortal appeared. He had the appearance of a young man. He wore a white robe and had a handsome face. Central Continent wants to take something from Eastern Sea? Humph. The third Gu immortal snorted. He had a muscular body, and a pair of triangular eyes shined with cold light. The final Gu immortal slowly approached Duke Long. He wore a black robe and his face could not be seen. He was silent and floated like a ghost, filled with a sinister aura. Granny Rong, Yang Zihe, Shi Miao, and Zhang Yin, you are all lone and demonic immortals of Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. Did you think it was easy for you to cultivate to rank 8? Why are you courting death in front of me? Duke Long was surrounded by 4 rank 8 Gu immortals, but he was still calm. No need to speak nonsense. Attack. Shi Miao attacked first. Chapter 1702. Immemorial White Heaven, Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. Oxhead, take this. A golden-haired violent ape roared and charged at Feng Yuan. Oxhead demonic god Feng Yuan stood still and watched the golden-haired violent ape approach him. He only raised his hand slightly when the other party was in front of him. Whoosh! In the next moment, the right hand that was just raised from his knee suddenly appeared in front of his chest. He waved his fist and struck. It was a very ordinary action, but in Feng Yuan's current state, it had terrifying might. Before the golden-haired violent ape could react, it felt an incomparably powerful force that sent it flying. Rumble! After drawing a thick and short arc in the air, the golden-haired violent ape smashed into a mountain peak. Immediately, soil and rocks rolled, and a large amount of mountain rocks fell, burying it. What kind of terrifying strength is this? Even the golden-haired violent ape is no match for it. I have never seen this kind of strength paired with this kind of speed, as expected of a big monster comparable to a star sea snail. Other than the buried golden ape, there were still some combat beast warriors lying on the battlefield. When they saw the golden ape's fate, they all felt a chill in their hearts. Everyone, pull yourself together. This is obviously a kind of combat skill. If used too much, it will consume a lot of energy. One of the combat beast warriors, Thunder Lion, roared. Most of the combat beast warriors that were teleported here by the combat beast king had already been defeated by Feng Yuan. However, there were still 5 that maintained a certain amount of battle power. They were the 5 strongest combat beast warriors. The 2 lions were Thunder Lion and Doro Lion. The former had a lion head and a human body, and could control the power of thunder and lightning. The latter had a lion body and a human head, and had an extremely strong recovery ability. There was a river clam that was as huge as a mountain. It was called Stone Clam. When its 2 huge shells were opened, it could spit out countless meteor-like flying stones. There was a similarly huge rhinoceros that looked like it was made of steel. It was called Steel Rush. Finally, there was a rare pocket-sized frost butterfly that was only the size of an adult's fist. It had human-shaped butterfly wings, and could release extremely intense cold air. Hee, stupid bull, you fell into a trap. Unknowingly, the exquisite frost butterfly had arrived on top of Feng Yuan's head. Freezing air gushed out, enveloping Feng Yuan's head and shoulders, and then quickly spreading downwards. Roar! Steel Ben let out a howl and charged towards Feng Yuan. For a moment the earth shook and the mountains shook. Have a taste of my new battle technique. All of a sudden, the stone muscles spun rapidly and burst out with a terrifying speed, catching up to Feng Yuan. The two shells opened up, and the stone clam firmly wrapped around Feng Yuan's entire lower body. At the next moment, Gang Ben ruthlessly knocked Feng Yuan to the ground. The cold air froze both of Feng Yuan's arms, covering them with a large piece of dark blue ice. Now, the Thunder Lion and Duo Luo Lion attacked Feng Yuan's head from both sides. Die! The five of them roared in unison. Their battle intent soared to the peak. Boom! The violent explosion set off an incomparable wave of air. The five warbeast warriors were like small wooden planks in a hurricane. Each of them vomited blood and was blown away by the wave of air. Amidst the smoke and dust, a black silhouette as large as a mountain gradually appeared. Feng Yuan stood quietly on the spot. He looked at the five warbeast warriors who were struggling on the ground and continued to move forward. Bang, bang, bang. Every step he took caused the surrounding ground to tremble violently, leaving behind a large footprint and deep pit. Damn it! Don't go! Stop it, stop it! The warbeast warriors tried to stand up, but in the end, only the Thunder Lion managed to stand up. It's the Thunder Lion! Do your best, you must stop this monster! The Thunder Lion fearlessly charged towards Feng Yuan again. His eyes were filled with determination. If you want to kill another life, you have to step over my corpse first. Boom! No one saw how Feng Yuan made his move. They only saw the Thunder Lion being sent flying back at an even faster speed. The huge lion's body plowed through the ground, creating a 10-zhang-wide ravine before stopping. The Thunder Lion fainted and no longer moved. Feng Yuan continued to move forward. He knew his limits and spared these people's lives. Different from when he first invaded this place. After receiving so many inheritances consecutively, his mentality had already changed. From his point of view, everything in this beast calamity grotto heaven would be his property. Of course, this included the warbeast warriors. There's still one last inheritance ground left. As long as I receive this inheritance, I will be able to combine all the contents of the inheritance together and obtain the complete contents. Soon, Feng Yuan arrived in front of the Star Sea Snail. The Star Sea Snail was an immemorial desolate beast, but in front of Feng Yuan, it was just a corpse of a Star Sea Snail. Previously, the beast Calamity Immortal was severely injured when he fought against the Star Sea Snail. This was a fatal injury that was difficult to heal. On his deathbed, he left behind his inheritance and made this Star Sea Snail the final inheritance ground. Ox-headed demonic god, I have been waiting for you for a long time. This generation's warbeast king stood at the top of the Star Sea Snail and looked at Feng Yuan. He was already very old, and compared to Feng Yuan, he was like an ant. But in the ant's eyes, there was a fire burning. Starlight suddenly flashed and enveloped the elder from the Star Sea Snail. A few breaths later, the starlight shone brightly, and was so dazzling that one could not even open one's eyes. After the starlight dissipated, a heavily armored giant stood in front of Feng Yuan. He was only slightly shorter than Feng Yuan. Oh, so this method is not only limited to living beings, it can even be used on immemorial desolate beast corpses. Feng Yuan was shocked. No matter what, he immediately understood. This transformation path method was based on Dao marks, and not the difference between life and death. Although the Star Sea Snail was dead, its shell still had a large number of star path Dao marks. This was something that the elder could make use of. This should be the greatest trump card of this grotto heaven. Unfortunately, even a living Star Sea Snail would have to suffer a grievance in front of me, let alone a corpse that has been dead for a long time and lost a lot of star path Dao marks. Feng Yuan sneered in his heart as he charged towards the star-armored giant. Although the battle was intense, the result was within Feng Yuan's expectations. In the devastated battlefield, Feng Yuan was still standing proudly, while the star-armored giant was lying on the ground dying. There is no hope. During the battle, the other combat beast warriors that came as reinforcements all knelt on the ground with pale faces. Starlight flashed as the star-armored giant once again split into this generation's combat beast king and a cracked star sea snail. Feng Yuan investigated for a while before discovering the secret hidden in the star sea snail. He smiled and suddenly spoke. Beast Calamity Heavenly Spirit, are you still not coming out? All the combat beast warriors were stunned. Their faces were filled with shock. What did I just hear? That giant beast spoke. It can actually speak the human language. Am I too old and about to die? That's why I am hearing things. This generation's combat beast king elder had a dazed expression. But at the next moment, an even more shocking scene occurred. Beast Calamity Heavenly Spirit carried several immortal goo as it slowly arrived in front of Feng Yuan. The Heavenly Spirit was like a young Qilin beast. It spoke with a clear voice like a child's. O foreign goo immortal, even though you came here and obtained all sorts of inheritances, you have not obtained my full acknowledgement. You killed the innocent and acted unscrupulously. Even though you are strong, you can only obtain my main body's immortal killer moves. As for the immortal goo and inheritance rights of this grotto heaven, don't even think about it. Oh, Feng Yuan laughed with deep meaning. The young Qilin beast had a solemn expression. I know what you are thinking. If you use force, I will not be able to defeat you. But I can make the immortal goo self-detonate, and the grotto heaven self-destruct. Your efforts will be in vain. Feng Yuan was silent. The young Qilin beast in front of him was very resolute. He felt troubled. Heavenly spirits were like land spirits, they would not lie. Feng Yuan could not find out where the immortal goo left behind by Beast Calamity Immortal were. And the killer move Blood Light Spirit Suppression was not powerful enough against the Grotto Heaven Heavenly Spirit because of its level. So that's it, the combat beast warriors here are a part of the inheritance. I understand Beast Calamity Immortal's intention now. After a long silence, Feng Yuan spoke. It is too late for you to understand. Everyone only has one chance. But you will not be returning empty-handed. According to my main body's arrangements, the immortal killer moves will be given to you. The Heavenly Spirit had the intention to send him off. After Feng Yuan obtained these immortal killer moves, he did not stay or use force. He left Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven through the immortal aperture entrance that the Heavenly Spirit had opened. Eastern Sea. The battle of 5 rank 8 goo immortals was already earth-shattering. The sea surface was surging with huge waves. Dark clouds were rumbling and lightning was interweaving. Undercurrents were surging in the sea, poison path, water path, soul path. All sorts of terrifying methods had already killed all life in the surrounding 10,000 li. What other methods do you have? Use them all. Duke Long's expression was still indifferent. Feng Kim Hong was following him closely. She was unharmed and unscathed. But right now her face was still filled with shock. After all, this was the first time she was witnessing a battle between rank 8 goo immortals at such a close distance. It was an eye-opener for her. Granny Rong, Yang Zihe, and the rest were in different directions. Their expressions were either solemn or bitter. After fighting for real, they finally tasted Duke Long's power. Even though Duke Long was alone and had the burden of Feng Kim Hong, the 4 Eastern Sea rank 8s were actually suppressed since the start of the battle. Even though the 4 immortals tried their best, they could not change the situation. By now, they were already on the losing side. He already has quasi-rank 9 strength. Unless an immortal venerable or demon venerable appears, they cannot deal with him. Such strength, as expected of the Celestial Court, as expected of Duke Long, Granny Rong, Yang Zihe, and the rest's morale had already fallen to rock bottom. Damn it, we schemed for Dragon Palace for so long, but in the end, it was still taken by the Celestial Court. Sai, let's go. We are not Duke Long's match. We are also on guard against each other. We cannot work together. What is the point of staying here? Seeing that the situation was hopeless, they retreated immediately. The 4 Eastern Sea rank 8s retreated, vanishing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Duke Long did not chase them. His target had always been the immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. It had never changed. Dragon Palace was corroded by the Dream Realm. It has already collapsed. Who knows how many Gu are left? How many core immortal Gu were lost? Duke Long sighed internally. He started to take Dragon Palace. At the next moment, a shocking change occurred. Dragon Palace suddenly shined brightly. It flew into the sky. Duke Long stood on the spot. He could not stop it in time. He looked at the flying Dragon Palace as blood leaked out of his mouth. Shock could be seen in his eyes. Dragon Palace is actually intact. Not just that. Its core immortal Gu has a dream path immortal Gu. Ha ha ha, Duke Long. Let's see how you fight us this time. The 4 Eastern Sea Rank 8s returned. Duke Long's expression turned grim. Things had become troublesome. Chapter 1703. Immortal Killer Move, Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation. Fang Yuan muttered to himself. He sat on the auspicious cloud. Immemorial white heaven was empty and boundless. After leaving Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, he had been actively digesting his gains from this operation. Beast Calamity Immortal's supreme method was the Immortal Killer Move Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation. After using this move, he could gain a vast number of transformation path Dao marks. At the same time, he could turn the Dao marks of other paths on the target's body into transformation path Dao marks. This move expended a lot of immortal essence. It also required rich emotions. These emotions had to be positive and bright. From this point, Fang Yuan finally understood the nature of the combat beast warriors in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. Fang Yuan did not lack immortal essence. Over this period of time, even though the scale of advancing immortal Gu was huge, Fang Yuan's gains were also huge. Especially towards the later stages of Gu refinement, Fang Yuan's progress was huge. The expenditure of Gu refinement was constantly decreasing. Thus, Fang Yuan had a lot of rank 8 immortal essence left. He could fight 2 regular battles of rank 8 Gu immortals. Fang Yuan also had rich emotions. Positive and bright emotions. Fang Yuan could easily achieve them through wisdom path methods. His wisdom path attainment was also quite high. What Fang Yuan lacked were immortal Gu. This move consisted of 4 immortal Gu, among which the core was rank 8 immortal Gu, adaptation. Undeniably, this was a transformation path immortal Gu. It was also Beast Calamity Immortal's vital Gu. The other 3 immortal Gu were all rank 7. Even if the Heavenly Spirit does not contribute these immortal Gu, I can snatch them. Great Thief Ghost Hand has already been modified by me. It is more reliable. Now, I only need Heaven Form to investigate and find the hiding places of these immortal Gu. I can use theft path methods to obtain them. However, it will be slightly troublesome to obtain the entire Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. For Fang Yuan, Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven itself had huge value, but the Heavenly Spirit had the ability to destroy Grotto Heaven. If he used force, he would lose more than he gained. In fact, from this Immortal Killer Move Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation, the Gu Immortals in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven might have another trump card. Desolate Beasts and Ancient Desolate Beasts could use Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation. The Star Sea Snail's body could do the same. These Gu Immortals did not have Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation. The reason was that Beast Calamity Immortal used this move on the whole of Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. That was to say, the whole of Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven could use Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation to fuse with the Gu Immortals. This could create a temporary rank 8 battle strength. Of course, it was not that Fang Yuan did not have the confidence to defeat this rank 8, but Fang Yuan would still suffer losses in the end. Even if he won, the Beast Calamity Immortal Aperture that had gone through Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation would suffer heavy losses. Therefore, I need to calculate how to restrain them from using the All Things Assimilation Transformation to implicate the entire Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven. At the same time, I will use Familiar Face to attack again. The Beast Calamity Heavenly Spirit had said that everyone only had one chance to inherit. But what about its investigative abilities? Could he identify Fang Yuan's true identity? According to Fang Yuan's deductions, the possibility of this was very small. However, just as Fang Yuan retreated and tried to deduce a way to restrain it, he unexpectedly obtained a piece of information. This information was very important. Dragon Palace has appeared? And even the Celestial Court's Duke Long could not take it down? Oh, is it because Eastern Sea's 4 rank 8 Gu Immortals worked together to obstruct it? Interesting. Right now, the rank 8 Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace is flying in the sky of Eastern Sea without concealing its aura. It has already caused a huge commotion. Countless forces and Gu Immortal experts are paying close attention to it. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He knew about the existence of Dragon Palace. There were clues regarding Dragon Palace in Shadow Sect's true inheritance. But this clue was only superficial. It did not contain any crucial information. The most valuable information was, Dragon Palace had a rule that its inheritor had to be a dragon man. Even though Fang Yuan had coveted this rank 8 Immortal Gu house, he did not have the time or opportunity to do so. Even though he had Bai Ning Bing as the key, it would be very difficult to find Dragon Palace. He would need to spend a lot of time and effort. According to the previous situation, even though the rank 8 Immortal Gu house was strong, if Fang Yuan took the risk to search for it and failed, he would be killed by the Celestial Court's attacks. The benefits were huge, but the risk was even higher. Thus, Fang Yuan had not made a move yet. So the Celestial Court has been searching for Dragon Palace secretly. They almost succeeded. Realizing this, Fang Yuan could not help but praise the 4 Eastern Sea rank 8s. Good job. Without thinking for too long, Fang Yuan left Immemorial White Heaven and headed towards Eastern Sea. Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven was here. It would not be easily discovered. He could take some time. Dragon Palace was an urgent matter. It could not be taken away by the Celestial Court. This was a rank 8 Immortal Gu house, with a mysterious dream path Immortal Gu. Several days later, Eastern Sea. Boom! Amidst the intense explosion, Gu Immortal Sure Meow coughed out large mouthfuls of blood as he retreated pathetically. Duke Long roared as he turned into a ray of light, charging towards the Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace ahead of him. Seeing that the distance between them was shrinking, at the crucial moment, Granny Rong appeared in front of Duke Long. Her body was covered in purple qi. She was heavily injured. Her body was weak and her face was pale as paper. Duke Long had a ferocious aura, but seeing the purple poisonous qi around Granny Rong, his pupils shrunk as he turned around and circled around it. Granny Rong was a poison path Gu Immortal. This purple poisonous qi was her signature method. Even Duke Long did not want to be touched by it. Granny Rong's condition was not good. These few days of intense battles had caused her great losses. Especially when one of her core Immortal Gu was destroyed. Her speed fell sharply, and she was in a passive state. She had relied on her tenacious willpower, and the help of the other 3 Gu Immortals to persist until now. Duke Long circled around Granny Rong. It was the wisest tactic. Granny Rong could only look at Duke Long with a bitter expression. There was no way she could catch up to him. Among the 4 rank 8s, the other 2 were several li away. Boom! Duke Long flew above Dragon Palace and attacked fiercely, sending this rank 8 Immortal Gu House down with a heavy blow. Bam! The Immortal Gu House fell into the seawater, creating huge waves. Dragon Palace was very intelligent. It did not fly into the sky, instead diving deeper into the seawater. Duke Long was about to chase, but his body suddenly froze as he attacked towards his left. There was nothing on his left, but his attack suddenly stopped. It was blocked by a Gu Immortal. The Gu Immortal revealed himself and smiled at Duke Long. As expected of Senior Duke Long, you can see through my disguise. Duke Long frowned and smiled coldly. Song Chi Yuan, you are the first Supreme Elder of Song Clan. You have rank 8 cultivation level. You actually sneak attacked? It was Song Chi Yuan. It seems that Eastern Sea's righteous path has finally made their move. Who else is there? Come out. Duke Long looked at the seawater below him. Dragon Palace was gradually vanishing. But he did not chase. He hovered in the sky with intense battle intent. At the next moment, 2 more Gu Immortals appeared. One was a middle-aged man in a green robe. He was Qing Yu clan's first Supreme Elder, Qing Yuan. The other was a young girl with bright eyes. A miniature rainbow cloud was coiling around her. She was Hua clan's first supreme elder, Hua Kaiyin. Lord Duke Long. Hua Kaiyin was about to speak. Too much nonsense. Duke Long shouted, taking the initiative to attack. Bam bam bam. After several immortal killer moves, the three Righteous Path rank 8s were at a disadvantage. Duke Long is truly amazing. He can easily suppress Eastern Sea's Righteous Path rank 8s, even when fighting against 3 of them. Feng Yuan had transformed into a sea snake, and was swimming in the sea, his heart shaking. Righteous Path rank 8s and Lone Cultivator rank 8s were usually stronger, because they had more complete immortal killer moves, and abundant cultivation resources. If these 3 Righteous Path rank 8s worked together, they could definitely defeat Granny Rong, Yang Zihe, Zhang Yin, and Shi Miao. But they were still not Duke Long's match. Duke Long was too ferocious. Even now, he was only using transformation path methods. He had not used his most proficient Qi path killer moves. From this aspect, Zishan Makoto was able to force Duke Long to use his Qi path killer move. It showed how strong he was. It is not that Zishan Makoto is too weak, but Duke Long is stronger. Feng Yuan followed Dragon Palace from afar, gradually leaving the battlefield. Since Song Qi Yuan and Qing Yuan appeared, it meant that Eastern Sea's Righteous Path had already finished their discussion. Among the 5 regions, Eastern Sea had the most resources and the highest number of rank 8 Gu Immortals. Only 3 Righteous Path rank 8s have appeared now. There must be more people. Feng Yuan decided to bide his time. Sure enough, as he expected, 2 more Righteous Path rank 8s appeared and blocked Dragon Palace. Zhang Yin, Granny Rong, and the rest also followed, shouting and fighting fiercely as they faced the 2 Righteous Path rank 8s. The battle at the bottom of the sea also erupted. Chapter 1704. Swoosh. Accompanied by a sharp sonic boom, the Dragon Palace turned into an orange-gold ray of light and streaked across the sky at lightning speed. Where are you going? Die for me. You want to stop me? No way. Next, several rank 8 Gu Immortals chased after Dragon Palace, using all of their abilities. An intense battle followed Dragon Palace's path, sweeping through everything. Everywhere they went, mountains crumbled and seas split. Heaven and earth changed colors. Countless lives were lost. Rank 6 and 7 Gu Immortals could not avoid them. Only rank 8 Gu Immortals were qualified to participate in this battle. It revolved around Duke Long, Zhang Yin, Granny Rong, Song Qi Yuan, and other rank 8s. No rank 7 Gu Immortals could interfere. Unless it was Feng Jioge or Feng Yuan. But now, be it Feng Yuan or Feng Jioge, they had already advanced to rank 8. Most of Eastern Sea's rank 8 Gu Immortals have already joined the battle. Only a few are still missing. Feng Yuan was far at the back, observing patiently, waiting for a good opportunity. More than 10 days had passed since he went to Eastern Sea. These last days, the battles between rank 8 Gu Immortals were very exciting. They fought back and forth. New rank 8s joined from time to time, while rank 8s retreated temporarily. They formed alliances at times, and fought against each other at other times. As long as one of them got close to Dragon Palace, they would be attacked by everyone else. Feng Yuan could not find a chance to attack. But he was very patient, he was not anxious at all. Staying behind and observing these rank 8 Gu Immortals is also a huge source of wealth. This is a very precious opportunity. Duke Long is powerful, he is truly terrifying. These last days, he is undeniably the strongest expert. It is just that he is restricted by that mysterious dream path Immortal Gu and Dragon Palace, as well as the joint attacks of the others, as well as Feng Jinhuang's safety. He has not truly succeeded. Feng Yuan's eyes shined with a dark light. Not just the rank 8 Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. Feng Kim Hong, who was beside Duke Long, was also his target. This girl had a dream path Immortal Gu. She was also Duke Long's disciple. Looking at how Duke Long protected her, it showed how important Feng Kim Hong was. But even though Feng Yuan had such plans, he had no chance to attack Feng Kim Hong. Chance it will definitely appear. The Eastern Sea's Righteous Path has clearly come to an agreement. If someone withdraws, someone else will participate. They'll take turns to maintain their combat power. while maintaining control of the situation. This is to prevent Central Continent and Celestial Court from helping. Duke Long has been fighting alone, but he has the highest battle strength. If he has Heavenly Court's support, he will definitely be able to break this stalemate. Even if the Heavenly Court doesn't send anyone, Granny Rong, Zhang Yin, these 4 itinerant cultivators and fiend immortals won't be able to hold on much longer. Among these 3, the righteous path is the most stable. The other 2 can topple the current balance. Once the balance is broken, there will be chaos. And during the chaos, I will have a chance to make a move. Fang Yuan could see the situation clearly. He was very clear about it. But right at this time, an explosion occurred in front of them. Song Qi Yuan was hit. He spat out a mouthful of blood, suffering light injuries. Zhang Yin, who was ahead, turned around and chuckled. I have already used fatal dark lightning. If you are not afraid of death, chase me. Song Qi Yuan's defense was comprehensive, but after being hit by this move, he was injured. His defensive methods were instantly torn apart. The killer move Dark Water Lightning was not to be underestimated. Thus, the entire group split into 2, with a group at the front and a group of Gu Immortals at the back. Fatal Dark Lightning is Zhang Yin's signature method. It has a high price to use. It is formless and colorless. It cannot be sensed. It is spread in the sea and in the air. Once touched, it will explode. What do we do? The remaining 3 rank 8 Gu Immortals were all Righteous Path Gu Immortals. They looked at each other. We need to chase. With just Hua Kai Yun here, she might be in danger. There is no time to take a detour. We can only control the beast group to charge into the lightning formation. The 3 Righteous Path Gu Immortals thought of a way. They released their ancient desolate beasts. Song Qi Yuan waved his hand. These ancient desolate beasts' auras surged. They were like immemorial desolate beasts. Boom boom boom. Only by disguising as immemorial desolate beasts could they trigger the fatal dark lightning. These ancient desolate beasts continued to die, creating a path for the 3 Righteous Path rank 8s. The 3 rank 8s quickly passed through, charging ahead. This is bad, let's try our luck. Fang Yuan was uneasy. He also wanted to pass through the lightning formation. Boom! He was immediately hit by the fatal dark lightning, but he did not dare to use reverse flow protection seal. He could only take it head-on. This dark lightning is really troublesome. Let's take a detour. Fang Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood. He changed his mind. Boom! Another one was triggered by him. Damn it, the fatal dark lightning actually moved here. It is so fast and has such a wide range. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, swallowing a mouthful of blood. Boom boom boom. Fang Yuan continued to trigger the fatal dark lightning. His luck path methods seemed to be useless. 15 minutes later, Fang Yuan endured the pain, and finally caught up to the rank 8 Gu Immortals. Come, eat my plague red seal. Granny Rong screamed, using all her strength to shoot out a red seal. Hua Kai Yun snorted coldly. She pushed with her palms, pushing out a lump of cloud. The cloud was black as ink. It was shaped like the bottom of a pot. It had a strange appearance. It rotated rapidly, absorbing the red seal. Granny Rong's expression changed. She lost control of the plague red seal. Next, the cloud continued to rotate, throwing the plague red seal away. Hua Kai Yun said smugly. With my pot-throwing cloud, you can forget about using your plague red seal. I can only throw it away casually. I won't be hit. Damn it! Fang Yuan cursed internally. The plague red seal coincidentally pounced at him. Dodge! Fang Yuan was disguised as a sea snake. He could not increase his speed casually, he could only dodge. Just as the plague red seal was about to reach him, the latter suddenly exploded. The surrounding 1,000 li of sea area was destroyed. All life was lost. Countless fishes and prawns were corroded into lumps of rotten meat. Fang Yuan was also hit. He had to endure the rank 8 killer move, while turning into a sea snake corpse to continue his disguise. Fang Yuan followed them all the way. It was not easy. He was often caught in the crossfire. Thankfully, he was far away. The other rank 8 Gu Immortals were focused on Dragon Palace and each other. They did not discover him yet. But good times did not last long. A few days later, Fang Yuan's identity was exposed. The one who discovered him was an Eastern Sea lone cultivator called Yang Jun. He was driving the immortal Gu House fragrant horse carriage. When he chased after Dragon Palace, he accidentally found Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan fought with him fiercely before retreating. This commotion attracted the attention of the other rank 8s. But Feng Yuan escaped very quickly. Even if Duke Long wanted to do anything to him, he could not. Central Continent, infallible blessed land. The formation's radiance gradually faded. After inspecting it, Fairy Myrtle nodded in satisfaction, thinking, with this formation here, who can destroy infallible blessed land? Even if Feng Yuan comes here, he will also be trapped. Fairy Myrtle was very confident in this formation. A mystical light suddenly descended from the sky, landing in front of her and revealing itself. Feng Jioga greets Lady Ziwei. The person who came was Feng Jioga. He had rank 8 cultivation level now. His tone carried a trace of being on equal footing with Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle smiled. Feng Jioga, I called you here for one thing. Now that Eastern Sea Dragon Palace has appeared, Lord Duke Long is chasing after it, but is obstructed by Eastern Sea's rank 8s. Go to Eastern Sea and reinforce Lord Duke Long. Protect your daughter, Feng Kim Hong, and help my celestial court obtain Dragon Palace. Feng Jioga thought about it, but rejected. Huang Heir has Lord Duke Long's protection, she will not be in danger. But when I advanced to rank 8, I suddenly had an inspiration, and wanted to create another song. This time, I want to enter the river of time again, to observe the tumultuous world of mortals, and experience the life of all living beings. Chapter 1705. Eastern Sea late at night. The night sky was filled with stars. The calm sea suddenly had huge waves. An immortal Gu House Dragon Palace broke out of the sea, shooting up into the sky. In the sky, a rank 8 Gu immortal was waiting. It was Qingyu clan's first supreme elder, Qingyuan Tut. He exclaimed softly as he swung his arms. Immediately, green mountain phantoms descended from the sky. Tens of thousands of green mountains connected together, surrounding the immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. Immortal Killer Move Myriad Mountain. Dragon Palace's momentum was obstructed. It crashed into the green mountain phantoms like it had crashed into a real mountain. Humph! With a cold snort, a rank 8 Gu immortal charged out from behind Dragon Palace. It was rank 8 lone immortal Shimiao. Shimiao spat out a mouthful of acid. This acid looked ordinary, but it expanded with the wind. After flying for 50 to 60 feet, it turned into a huge wave. The wave crashed into the green mountain phantoms. The effect was amazing. Wherever it went, the green mountains melted like snow in a fire. The acid wave opened up a path for Dragon Palace. It was about to get out of the encirclement when Song Chi Yuan arrived. His aura burst out. Bright light shone everywhere. When it shone on the waves, it caused them to collapse. When it shone on Dragon Palace, it shook. And when it shone on Shimiao, he felt like he was struck by lightning. After doing this, Song Chi Yuan did not stop. He raised his head and pointed with his finger. A sharp ray of light shot out and disappeared in an instant. Far away, Feng Yuan was using Star Eye's immortal Gu to observe the battlefield. But suddenly his vision turned dark. He could no longer observe. Feng Yuan's expression sank. He understood that the star that immortal Gu refined with Star Eyes was destroyed by Song Chi Yuan. Even though rank 7 Star Eyes immortal Gu is amazing, it is too weak against a rank 8 Gu immortal. Not only can it be detected, it can also be targeted. Song Chi Yuan's immortal killer move is even more ingenious. It seems to follow the flow of starlight, finding the source star and destroying it. But even though the star is destroyed, my Star Eyes immortal Gu is unharmed. In time I can use it again. Even though these Eastern Sea Gu immortals could not match Duke Long, they were rank 8 after all. They had many methods, and could not be underestimated. Previously, Zhang Yin's deadly Yin Thunder, Hua Kai Yun's walk-throwing cloud, Yang Jun's discovery of Feng Yuan's familiar face state, and now, Song Chi Yuan directly breaking Feng Yuan's Star Eyes detection, all proved this point. Even so, Feng Yuan was still unwilling to give up. The Dragon Palace is very important, more important than I thought. It is a rank 8 Immortal Gu house. It also has Dream Path Immortal Gu. In the past few days of pursuit, the offensive, defensive, and other abilities it had displayed were all extremely outstanding. If I obtain it, I will have peak rank 8 battle strength. Fang Yuan's main body chased while the other half of heaven form was left in immemorial white heaven to deal with Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven and find the location of adaptation Immortal Goo. Heaven form was ranked 9. It was extremely agile. Even in immemorial white heaven, there were very few existences that could threaten it. Because of the earth vein disturbance, the entire 5 regions Goo immortal world was in chaos. Especially in Eastern Sea, because of Dragon Palace's appearance, there was an intense battle among rank 8s. It was the focus of the entire world. On this day, Northern Plains Longevity Heaven also shook intensely. Buzz buzz buzz, orange-yellow light flickered continuously, covering the entire sky of Longevity Heaven. Next, an aura that was on the brink of death grew rapidly. It soon filled the entire world. It was a shocking sight. Such a shocking change attracted the attention of 5 Elements Grandmaster, Bull Demon, and Flower Lady. 5 Elements Grandmaster was a lone cultivator in Northern Plains. But after being trapped after invading Longevity Heaven, he felt hopeless after struggling for a while. He surrendered to Longevity Heaven and was stationed in Longevity Heaven for a long time now. The combination of Bull Demon and Flower Lady was the North Desolation Immortal. Bull Demon was a boorish man with a full beard. He had a thunderous voice. He was 8 feet tall and had a stocky build. He had an aggressive aura. Flower Lady was a girl with a huge pink flower on her head. She sat on the boorish man's shoulder and giggled. She had a tender face. She was innocent and had bright eyes. What is going on? 5 Elements Grandmaster was shocked and uncertain. Bull Demon and Flower Lady looked at each other. The latter giggled. West Desolation Immortal Bing Sichuan has awakened. Longevity Heaven was different from Celestial Court. It had 4 Desolation Immortals and 8 extremities, 12 high positions. Among them, 4 Desolation Immortals had to be rank 8 Goo Immortals, while the 8 extremities had at least rank 7 cultivation level, and they were elites among rank 7s. Bing Sichuan. 5 Elements Grandmaster's brows rose. He felt this name was familiar, but he could not think of any more information after thinking about it. Right at this time, there was a loud roar. Light rippled in the sky. Rainbows flowed like rivers, piercing through the sky. A figure stepped on the river. He was tall and had a gentle expression, but his gaze was sharp and cold, emitting a cold light. From his right ear to the left corner of his mouth, there was an ugly scar. It was shining with white light, emitting the coldness of 1,000-year frost. Seeing this face, 5 Elements Grandmaster's eyes shined with bright light. He was deeply shocked. I remember now. Bing Sichuan was from the same generation as Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. He was a rank 8 legend, a time path great expert. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had to make 3 moves to subdue him. He did not die. He is West Desolation Immortal of Longevity Heaven. West Desolation Immortal was from the same generation as Giant Sun Immortal. Even though he lost to Giant Sun Immortal, it was not a humiliation. After all, Immortal Venerables and Demon Venerables were invincible in the world. They were the number 1 in their generation. In contrast, Giant Sun Immortal had to attack 3 times to subdue West Desolation Immortal. It showed his incredible strength. Greetings to Senior West Desolation. Bull Demon and Flower Lady greeted. 5 Elements Grandmaster also followed with a respectful attitude. West Desolation Immortal Bing Sichuan's seniority was simply too high. Bing Sichuan came to the 3 immortals and looked around, nodding slightly. I am awake, but I do not have much lifespan left. My time is limited. Give me information. I want to see the current situation in the world. Longevity Heaven's information was very comprehensive. Not only did it have the complete records of the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower, it also had the appearance of Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, Central Continent Celestial Court's preparations for the Refinement Path Convention. 88-point Jinyang Tower collapsed. Bing Sichuan sighed. It was Fang Yuan who did it. This demon was reborn from Spring-Autumn Cicada. He is already rank 8 now. 5 Elements Grandmaster gritted his teeth. Bing Sichuan suddenly laughed. Fang Yuan, what a demon, he destroyed 88-point Jinyang Tower, well done. 5 Elements Grandmaster was stunned. What? Bull Demon looked at Flower Lady. Flower Lady looked at Bull Demon. The 3 immortals had stunned expressions. Next, Bing Sichuan continued. Fate Gu is about to be repaired. It seems that this refinement path convention will be the final one. Time waits for no one. We need to contact Fang Yuan and cooperate with him. 5 Elements Grandmaster, Bull Demon, and Flower Lady's expressions changed. Was this Bing Sichuan really West Desolation Immortal? Was he a fake West Desolation Immortal? Longevity Heaven wants to cooperate with me? Fang Yuan received this information and was shocked. Land Spirit of Langia had the method to contact him. Bing Sichuan used Land Spirit of Langia to find Fang Yuan and said directly, I am West Desolation Immortal, the current leader of Longevity Heaven. Fang Yuan, you are an otherworldly demon, but you have not obtained Red Lotus True Inheritance, right? If Celestial Court repairs Fate Gu, it will not benefit you. Similarly, my Longevity Heaven does not want to see Celestial Court succeed. If Fate Gu is repaired, it will be a huge help to Celestial Court. It will go against the luck path, true meaning that I, Immortal Venerable Giant Son, left behind. Let us put aside our past enmity and resist this strong enemy together. Fang Yuan was silent for a while before asking, Who are you? Bing Sichuan. Soon, Fang Yuan learned of the other party's identity. This identity should be real. Fang Yuan could not help but sigh at Longevity Heaven's foundation. Even a legendary rank 8 like Bing Sichuan could hide it until now. And in Longevity Heaven, among the 4 Desolation Immortals, East Desolation Immortal had the highest status. The great Bing Sichuan was only second? Who was East Desolation Immortal? Longevity Heaven's sudden change in attitude caught Fang Yuan off guard. But thinking about it, against a terrifying existence like Celestial Court, it was entirely possible for Longevity Heaven and Fang Yuan to work together. After all, Fang Yuan was a rank 8 Gu Immortal, the leader of Shadow Sect. He had obtained Dream Path research results. He was a famous person in the world. Some time ago, Celestial Court had invaded Northern Plains and Langya Blessed Land. They had clashed with Longevity Heaven several times. Wasn't there a saying, the enemy of my enemy is my friend? If they could work together, Fang Yuan naturally wanted to work with Longevity Heaven. After all, Celestial Court was his main enemy. But the problem was, how could they trust each other? To gain Fang Yuan's trust, Longevity Heaven purposely made their inventory public, trading immortal materials, and even immortal Gu with Fang Yuan. From the looks of it, they were really sincere. Since we want to work together, why don't Lord Bing Sichuan work together with me to seize Dragon Palace? Fang Yuan had a thought as he suggested. Chapter 1706. Ever since rebirth, Fang Yuan's strength had been rising rapidly. His speed was shocking. Especially during this period of time, his cultivation level rose to rank 8. His immortal Gu were extremely abundant. They were rare in the world. However, his current strength was not enough to take Dragon Palace. The ones fighting for the rank 8 Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace were Duke Long, who had pseudo-immortal venerable strength, as well as many Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu Immortals. They could be said to be the strongest Gu Immortal experts in Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan had risen up too recently. In front of the peak experts of a region, in front of Duke Long, Fang Yuan could not snatch the Immortal Gu House, especially when this Immortal Gu House had the ability to retaliate. But Fang Yuan knew that he could not stand by and watch. If the Celestial Court obtained Dragon Palace, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. Especially that mysterious Dream Path Immortal Gu. It was not simple. It was likely created by the luck of heaven and earth. It was the catalyst for the Dream Path era that the heavenly Tao gave to Eastern Sea. At this time, if the power of Longevity Heaven was drawn in, the situation would become even more chaotic. But only with more chaos could Fang Yuan take advantage of the situation. Fang Yuan had advanced to rank 8 now, but against any rank 8 Gu Immortal in Eastern Sea, he did not dare to be careless. Rank 8 Gu Immortals had deep foundations. They could be hit by their killer moves if they were careless. As for Duke Long, Fang Yuan knew that his battle strength could not compare to him. After all, Fang Yuan had personally witnessed how Duke Long defeated Zishan Makoto. In order to protect Feng Kim Hong, Duke Long did not use his full strength. I have never seen him use chi path methods. Even so, with just his transformation path methods, he is still the strongest expert here. He is constantly being attacked by the combined forces of others. Bai Ningbing and the rest are still cultivating on Red Lotus Island. Even with future self, they have peak rank 7 battle strength. It is a pity that I lost the incomplete Immortal Gu house. If I had it, after this period of development, it would definitely have rank 8 battle strength. It would be of great help to me. If I can steal adaptation Immortal Gu from Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, I can use Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation. It will also temporarily increase my battle strength. Unfortunately, the timing is too late. Heaven form is still being investigated. Fang Yuan felt regretful. However, this was the reality. Not everything could go smoothly and be just right. Dragon Palace did not show any signs of fatigue. Eastern Sea's rank 8 Gu Immortals were not all out yet. Duke Long was clearly waiting for reinforcements from the Celestial Court. Thus, the final contest for the Immortal Gu house would take some time. Naturally, Fang Yuan's attitude toward Longevity Heaven had changed drastically. However, even if they harbored ill intentions towards him, luring them into this battle would do more good than harm to Fang Yuan. This would help him obtain Dragon Palace, deal a blow to the Celestial Court, and even probe Longevity Heaven. It was killing many birds with one stone. But a few days later, Fang Yuan did not wait for Bing Sichuan. He only received a crucial piece of information. Celestial Court found a stone lotus island in the River of Time. It was now under their control. Bing Sichuan suggested to Fang Yuan, "You have Spring-Autumn Cicada. You are the legitimate inheritor of Red Lotus True Inheritance. If the Celestial Court takes away your fortuitous encounter, it would be detrimental to you, but it would also be a huge boost to them." Red Lotus Demon Venerable damaged Fate Gu. It is likely that his true inheritance contains a shortcut that can help us destroy Fate. Bing Sichuan's words were not wrong. He did not know that Fang Yuan had already obtained a Red Lotus True Inheritance. Fang Yuan did not obtain any shortcut. But what if another Red Lotus True Inheritance had it? That was hard to say. Of course, this could also be fake information from Bing Sichuan. It was a trap for Fang Yuan. Right now, Fang Yuan had two choices. One was to continue paying attention to Dragon Palace. The other was to go to the River of Time and fight for Red Lotus True Inheritance with the Celestial Court. The former was chaotic and filled with danger. The latter was the same, it was risky. Fang Yuan acutely sensed that this was a crucial choice. He could not help but think, in this situation, what should he choose? Southern Border, Moral Paradise. 2 rank 8 Gu Immortals ascended the mountain side by side. Their auras were concealed. They were like mortals. The one on the left wore a gray hemp robe. It was very simple. He had a strong physique like a bear. He wore a conical hat. It was wide and large. It covered his face. Only his chin was exposed. He was famous in Southern Border's Gu Immortal world. The current generation inheritor of Paradise Earth, Lu Wei-yin. The one on the right was a woman. Her skin was white as snow. Her hair extended to her waist. Her eyes were like deep pools. Her brows were filled with sorrow. She wore a purple silk dress. She was beautiful and mysterious. It was the leader of the Celestial Court, the person in charge of Star Constellation chessboard. She was probably the #1 wisdom path great expert in the world, Fairy Myrtle. Fairy Myrtle actually appeared in Southern Border silently. She even interacted with Lu Wei-yin. Why? Along the way, Lu Wei-yin and Fairy Myrtle conversed. Even though they did not speak much, the atmosphere was harmonious. After a turn on the mountain path, a red pavilion appeared in the lush greenery. Lu Wei-yin pointed at the red pavilion and said, "Lady Ziwei, we have climbed the mountain all the way here. Why don't we rest in the pavilion before setting off?" "Good suggestion." Fairy Myrtle smiled, moving forward happily. The two entered the red pavilion. There were stone stools in the pavilion, but Fairy Myrtle did not sit on them. She stood at the side of the pavilion, looking at the vast mountains and rivers. This pavilion was built at the edge of the mountain. It had a good view. Fairy Myrtle looked over at this moment. She saw that Virtue Paradise was filled with green mountains and clear waters. There were tree houses and villages at the foot and waist of the mountains. There was smoke coming from chimneys. Chickens were crowing and dogs were barking. It was a peaceful atmosphere. And in the sky, there were many small mountains floating. These mountains were made from floating soil. They could float in the sky naturally. They had their own unique characteristics and environments. Some were intertwined with vines that hung down like hair. Some were drizzling, reflecting rainbow-colored red lights. There were also waterfalls that poured down. Water flowed down until it merged into a wide river on the ground. White cranes flew, spirit apes cried. It was full of vitality. All kinds of immortal materials were dazzling. Desolate plants and desolate beasts could be seen everywhere. But what made Fairy Myrtle the most concerned was the harmonious coexistence of the mushroom men and humans in the villages. The children played with each other. The husbands and wives took care of each other. The elders were kind and filial. This is truly a paradise in the mortal world. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable wants such a world. But unfortunately, humans are the orthodox race. How can variant humans be on equal footing with humans? But even so, I still admire Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Because for this dream of his, he has completely dedicated himself. He has never had any desire for benefits. Fairy Myrtle said slowly. The Celestial Court had humans as the main race. They were superior to the other variant human races. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, however, wanted equality for everyone. In his opinion, not just variant humans and variant humans. All life forms in the world should be equal. Precisely because of this difference in ideals, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable did not stay in the Celestial Court. He created a paradise in the 5 regions, creating his ideal homeland. Lu Wei nodded. Even though we have different ideals, we have the same attitude towards the demonic path that is wreaking havoc in the world. Lord Ziwei is here to borrow goo. It would be fine if it were other immortal goo. But to borrow benevolence goo to benefit the world, why would we stop you? But if outsiders want to borrow goo, according to the rules left behind by the Immortal Venerable, they need to climb the mountain and reach the peak to have the qualifications to borrow goo. Climbing the mountain is tough. The higher the cultivation level, the more difficult it is. I hope Lord Ziwei can understand. This mountain is not easy to climb, but this is also because of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's good intentions. Reaching the peak is also very beneficial to me. Fairy Myrtle smiled lightly, her eyes shining with rippling light. Alright, let's continue. The River of Time. The 4 immortal goo houses of the Celestial Court were in different directions, surrounding the immortal formation. The atmosphere among the goo immortals was very lively. Lord Feng Jioga, we have already trapped this Red Lotus Island. We only need to explore it. Shang Xianzi reported. Feng Jioga nodded. He had wanted to use the River of Time to consolidate and strengthen his inspiration towards Destiny Song. But not long after he entered, a stone Lotus Island appeared and was trapped by the Celestial Court. The Red Lotus Island was personally created by Red Lotus Demon Venerable. I should go personally and see the methods of this world-shocking Demon Venerable. Feng Jioga was about to enter the immortal formation. Boom! With a loud sound, the immortal goo house he was in shook intensely. Enemy! Who is so daring to attack our Celestial Court? The immortals were shocked and furious. The newcomer appeared. Who else could it be but Feng Yuan? The Heavenly Court side was stunned. Someone immediately shouted, "What a demon! You escaped last time, but you still dare to come back this time. Then come and die." Feng Yuan smiled lightly. After thinking about it, he decided to come to the River of Time and stop the Celestial Court from getting Red Lotus true inheritance. After all, Dragon Palace's situation was very chaotic. Everyone was not using their full strength. There were too many variables. As for the Red Lotus Island, if he did not stop them, the Celestial Court would definitely succeed. Feng Yuan had Spring Autumn Cicada. He had a huge advantage in inheriting the Red Lotus Island. Feng Yuan, we meet again. Feng Zhouge's voice came from the immortal Gu house. It was filled with emotions. Chapter 1707. Feng Yuan, we meet again. Feng Zhouge's voice came from the immortal Gu house. It was filled with deep emotions. It has been a long time indeed. Feng Yuan sighed. After so many years, Feng Yuan and Feng Zhouge met again. They were like old friends. There was no emotion in their tone. But they were not old friends. After saying that, they became silent. At once, only the sound of the river of time's water could be heard. It surged forward. Feng Zhouge still remembered the first time he met Feng Yuan. Back then, Feng Yuan had not even become a Gu immortal. He was only a mortal, but he obtained Hu immortal blessed land. Right now Feng Yuan was famous in the world. He had rank 8 cultivation level. His growth speed was unprecedented in history. It was shocking. No matter what, Feng Zhouge had also become rank 8. His battle achievements were even more impressive. His strength was no longer the same as before. He had rank 8 Fate Armor Immortal Gu. He knew that as a Tao Guardian, he was greatly supported by Heavenly Court. Feng Yuan had once saved Feng Zhouge's life. Feng Zhouge had returned the favor. Because of their different factions, Feng Zhouge chased after Feng Yuan, but failed time and time again. After fighting many times, Feng Yuan and Feng Zhouge knew each other very well. They had a deep understanding of each other. Both sides were wary of each other, but they admired each other's abilities and talents from the bottom of their hearts. Feng Yuan, you loser. I let you escape last time in the river of time. To think that you would dare to come back and court death again. A voice broke the silence. The person who spoke was wearing blue star armor. He had a rough appearance. His body was overflowing with rank 8 aura. He was standing on shark flow lever. Feng Yuan took a glance and recognized that this was the person who chased after him last time. But last time, he did not know this person's origin, but now he knew about it. This person had also awakened from the Celestial Court's immortal graveyard. He was a veteran rank 8 star path expert, Xingyi Wang. Feng Yuan then scanned the Celestial Court's lineup. The 3 Xuanzi occupied the present and past pavilion, and looked at Feng Yuan with eyes that seemed to be spewing fire. Their faces were filled with hatred. Last time, Feng Yuan had used the time-flying blade to kill Sun Guizi, causing the 4 Xuanzi's revival method to fail. Now only 3 of them remained. Rank 8 Gu Immortal Qingyi had the same status as Xingyi Wang. He controlled Eternal Yacht with a grim expression. Hoshino Wang stood on the shark flow lever and glared at Feng Yuan. Feng Zhouge, on the other hand, was guarding the 3 Autumn Yellow Crane Terrace and did not reveal himself. 4 Time Path Immortal Gu houses, 3 rank 8 Gu Immortals, and many rank 7 Gu Immortals led by the 3 Xuanzi, as well as the Super Formation. Feng Yuan assessed their strength. Overall it was not bad, because the Celestial Court did not send any more manpower. Thinking about it, Central Continent's earth veins were moving. Other than maintaining stability, the Celestial Court's focus was on repairing rank 9 Fate Gu. It involved a lot of manpower and resources. To the Celestial Court, Feng Yuan was not their main enemy. The Celestial Court's strategy did not include Feng Yuan. Thus, Fairy Myrtle had once tried to recruit Feng Yuan in Langya Blessed Land. The Celestial Court's goal was the whole world. It was the great era of Dream Path. It was the overlord of human path. This was the Celestial Court's magnanimity. Thus, the Celestial Court's focus had always been on repairing Fate Gu. Moreover, last time, Feng Yuan escaped in a sorry state and narrowly escaped death. Afterwards, Fairy Myrtle used the Celestial Court's foundation to purchase Time Path immortal materials. She severely suppressed Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan had been concealing his tracks. Even when the earth veins moved and countless immortal Gu and immortal materials appeared, he did not show himself. Because of all these reasons, the Celestial Court did not send more troops into the River of Time. Of course, there might be other forces lying in ambush. Feng Yuan smiled coldly. No matter what, as long as the battle continued, the Celestial Court's trump cards would be revealed one by one. Roar! With a loud roar, Feng Yuan used Familiar Face and turned into the immemorial year monkey again. The year monkey's body was like a mountain as it charged towards the nearest 3 autumn yellow crane platform. Feng Zhouge was guarding it. Such a brave demon, let me fight you. Xing Yi Wang moved shark flow lever at an astonishing speed as he intercepted. Feng Yuan moved on the water as he pointed with his finger. Immortal Killer Move Spring Scissors flew out. Spring Scissors was green and agile. It was as large as an elephant, but it shrunk in front of shark flow lever. Xing Yi Wang was slightly shocked. He was already familiar with spring scissors, but it had such a transformation. The shrunken spring scissors charged down, but when it got close to the giant sharks in front of shark flow lever, it grew bigger again. Crack. With a soft sound, the scissors closed cleanly, cutting off the head of a giant shark. Crack. With another soft sound, another giant shark lost its head. Xing Yi Wang was shocked. He quickly stopped shark flow lever. He could not care about obstructing Feng Yuan anymore. He was thinking about how to block spring scissors. Feng Yuan blocked Xing Yi Wang with one move. He moved like the wind and arrived in front of 3 autumn yellow crane platform. Inside the immortal goo house, Feng Zhouge had an indifferent expression as he controlled it calmly. 3 autumn yellow crane platform burst out with a bright light, blocking Feng Yuan's attack. He felt like he had crashed into a metal board. His momentum was completely nullified. Feng Yuan turned into an immemorial year monkey. He snickered as he punched with his fist. The fist landed on 3 autumn yellow crane platform, causing the pavilion to shake. Debris flew everywhere as it was pushed back. This Feng Yuan's strength has increased by leaps and bounds again. That's right. At least he modified spring scissors and winter coat. The former changes in size. It is hard to defend against, while the latter fused with his immemorial year beast transformation. His monkey skin is like ice, his fur is like frost, his defense is incredibly thick. 30 Xuanzi sat in present and past pavilion. They discussed with shock on their faces. Ever since Feng Yuan escaped pathetically and exposed all of his trump cards, Celestial Court had deduced all of his killer moves. To think that in this battle, all of their deductions were outdated. Feng Yuan's modification far surpassed Celestial Court's estimation. Celestial Court was caught unprepared. Not just that, Feng Yuan had also made many deductions about the 4 immortal goo houses. The fact that he had easily dealt with the shark flow lever and forced the 3 autumn yellow crane platform to retreat was proof of this. Feng Yuan's wisdom path attainment was high, and most importantly, he had wisdom goo's secret help. Celestial Court side had not deduced this. Feng Yuan, who had the light of wisdom, used his information to deduce the background of Celestial Court's 4-time path immortal goo houses. He made great progress. In the previous battle, Feng Yuan exposed his trump cards, but at the same time, Celestial Court's trump cards were also exposed. Feng Yuan understood all of them. It was not easy for goo immortals to create immortal killer moves. Modifying them was even harder. And what were immortal goo houses? Immortal goo houses were the combination of countless immortal killer moves. Thus, modifying immortal goo houses was even harder. Feng Yuan could modify immortal killer moves because he had wisdom goo. Celestial Court's modification of immortal goo houses did not have wisdom goo. It was even harder. Thus, these 4 immortal goo houses did not have many changes. They maintained their current state. Feng Yuan had gained a lot from his previous defeat. He now had a way to deal with these immortal goo houses. This was also one of the reasons why he gave up on Dragon Palace and chose to attack the River of Time. Northern corner is destroyed. We cannot retrieve the goo worms. 3 layers of Autumn Light shield have been broken. Only 1 layer is left. Immortal goo Autumn Light has cracks on its surface. Several goo immortals in 3 autumn yellow crane platform reported. They had anxious expressions. Feng Zhouge was sitting at the main seat, but his expression was calm. He did not show any signs of taking action personally, because he knew that his sound path cultivation was useless in the River of Time. Only by relying on time path immortal goo houses could he resist Feng Yuan. Feng Zhouge thought. Feng Yuan can suppress 2 immortal goo houses, but Celestial Court still has 2 more. This battle has just begun. Feng Yuan's barrage of attacks caused him to pant heavily. Even though 3 autumn yellow crane platform's exterior was damaged, its base was undamaged. It only lost a large number of mortal goo. Moreover, the rank 7 goo immortals inside the immortal goo house were trying their best to repair it. After the initial burst of energy, 3 autumn yellow crane platform got through the early stages. Fang Yuan's fierce attacks weakened rapidly. Xingyi Wang, who was on shark flow lever, had already dealt with Spring Scissors killer move. He rushed over again. At the same time, present and past pavilion, an eternal yacht formed a net from the left and right. Fang Yuan, I want to see how you deal with the alliance of 4 immortal goo houses. Xingyi Wang shouted. Fang Yuan saw that he was surrounded. His eyes shined with bright light as he suddenly laughed. Bing Sichuan, are you still not going to make a move? Before he finished speaking, Bing Sichuan's figure appeared behind present and past pavilion. Who is it? The 3 Xuanzi were shocked, because present and past pavilion was most proficient in investigative methods. They still found Fang Yuan, but not Bing Sichuan. Bing Sichuan shouted lightly as he pushed with both palms. Cold winds blew as frost energy surged, enveloping present and past pavilion. At the next moment, the entire present and past pavilion was sealed in a huge piece of profound ice. The 3 Xuanzi did not move in the ice. Their expressions were frozen with fear. They looked extremely lifelike. On the deck of Eternal Yacht, the calm rank 8 goo immortal Qing Ye's expression finally changed. This immortal killer move is instant freeze. You are the time path great expert of Giant Sun Immortals era, Bing Sichuan. Bing Sichuan cultivated time path. He was most proficient in stopping time. His time path killer moves could imitate the power of ice path. He was a rank 8 legend. His battle strength was at the peak of rank 1, on par with Li Huang. But now that Li Huang was sent away, he was replaced by the newly advanced rank 8 Feng Jioga. And most importantly, this was the River of Time. Even if Li Huang was here, he would not be Bing Sichuan's match in a one-on-one battle without using a time path immortal goo house. Bing Sichuan had been preparing for a long time. His first move was earth-shattering. He attacked the weakest enemy, sealing a time path immortal goo house and eliminating the battle. Good moves. Fang Yuan could not help but praise. Bing Sichuan looked at Qingyi. I am Bing Sichuan of Longevity Heaven. To think that someone in this era can recognize me. He said this with a smile on his face, but he did not hold back as he attacked the rank 8 goo immortal Qingyi on Eternal Yacht. With Bing Sichuan's help, Fang Yuan suppressed the remaining 3 immortal goo houses of Celestial Court. At the next moment, the 5th time path immortal goo house appeared. This was a gatehouse. It had a simple structure but was beautiful. The pillars were red in color. It was very festive. The plaque on the door had 2 shining golden words, New Year's End. Chapter 1708. Year-end Gatehouse's appearance in the River of Time shocked not Fang Yuan's side, but Celestial Court. This was because Celestial Court only had 4 time path immortal goo houses here. This 5th time path immortal goo house, Year-end Gatehouse, came from Northern Plains. It was owned by one of the Huangjin tribes. When did an immortal goo house sneak in? Oh no, what is it trying to do to the river suppression lotus ceiling formation? Quickly stop it. Celestial Court's side shouted. Even the rank 8 goo immortals had shocked expressions. Bing Sichuan laughed loudly. Frost energy burst out from his body as he slammed Eternal Yacht to the bottom of the river. Fang Yuan shouted loudly, using all his strength to attack 3 autumn yellow crane platform. His fists danced like a torrential storm, forcing the latter to retreat again and again. Present and past pavilion was already frozen. It had sunk into the River of Time, vanishing without a trace. Xingyi Wang, who was on shark flow lever, had an ashen expression. He tried to go back to stop Year-end Gatehouse, but it was too far away. Under the gazes of the immortals, Year-end Gatehouse approached the river suppression lotus ceiling formation. The gate started to shine with a pure white light. Next, a voice could be heard from inside. Watch closely, this is my 5 elements profound light. Buzz! With an ear-piercing buzzing sound, a 5-colored light shot out of the gatehouse, hitting the river suppression lotus ceiling formation. The 5-colored light was like 5 streams of light that fused with each other. Wherever it went, the river suppression lotus ceiling formation dissolved layer by layer. A huge hole was formed in the blink of an eye. Quick, quick, repair the formation. What method is this? The river suppression lotus ceiling formation has no resistance at all. The rank 7 Gu immortals controlling the super formation were shocked and furious. Feng Jiuge's pupil shrunk, he recognized it. The one who attacked should be a Northern Plains rank 8 lone immortal, 5 elements grandmaster. This person cultivates formation path. He is skilled in imitating metal, wood, water, fire, earth, the 5 paths. He is a formation path great grandmaster. He was actually recruited by Longevity Heaven. After 5 elements grandmaster used this move, he gasped for breath, and his momentum suddenly fell to the bottom. His 5 elemental mystic light was best at breaking immortal arrays. He had prepared this move for a long time, and when it was unleashed, the results were shocking. A small part of the entire river suppression lotus ceiling array was destroyed, and it was on the verge of collapse. Of course, it was also because Feng Yuan had given Longevity Heaven crucial information. Feng Yuan had a deeper understanding of the river suppression lotus ceiling formation. After all, he had been locked inside, and had personally broken the formation to break out. With this information, the 5 elements grandmaster was able to modify the 5 elements cave light, which happened to be able to restrain the river suppression lotus ceiling array. Once the formation was broken, the stone lotus island was immediately exposed to the immortals. Feng Yuan laughed heartily and leaped up. Boom! He used all his strength and stomped the 3 autumn yellow crane platform into the river, causing a huge wave. After that, he shot into the formation like a cannonball towards the stone lotus island. The Gu immortals inside the river suppression lotus ceiling array were in chaos. They were covered in sweat as they tried to maintain the formation and prevent it from breaking apart. Once this super formation breaks apart, the person controlling it would suffer a huge backlash. These Gu immortals were maintaining the formation. They were also saving themselves. The formation was busy trying to save itself. It could only look at Feng Yuan, who had come in. Red Lotus True Inheritance. Feng Yuan looked at the stone lotus island as his eyes shined with bright light. Spring-Autumn Cicada was shaking inside the Time Path clone. It was no longer the same as before. Spring-Autumn Cicada was rank 7 now. With the immortal killer move that Feng Yuan designed personally, he could immediately determine the authenticity of the stone lotus island. It couldn't be any more real than this. Last time, Red Lotus True Inheritance gave Feng Yuan huge gains. He managed to turn Feng Yuan's situation around. If he were to obtain the true inheritance of the Red Lotus sect, just how much would he improve? Feng Yuan, don't think you can escape. At this time, Xing Yuang shouted as he moved Shark Flow lever to attack Feng Yuan's back. Get lost. At the crucial moment, Bing Sichuan appeared and blocked Shark Flow lever. Feng Yuan, quickly go and obtain Red Lotus True Inheritance. Bing Sichuan shouted at Feng Yuan while fighting. Feng Yuan looked at Bing Sichuan deeply. It seemed that Longevity Heaven was very sincere in cooperating with him. He did not stop for even a second. He got closer to the stone lotus island. Don't even think about it. Eternal Yacht carried the rank 8 Gu immortal Qingyi as it circled around Bing Sichuan and Xing Yi Wang's battle, charging towards them. You want to chase? Hee, you'll have to get past me first. The Year's End gatehouse suddenly appeared without any warning, blocking Qingyi's path. Qingyi frowned as he sneered. My Eternal Yacht is the fastest. It can travel through the river of time. Your Year-End gatehouse can stop me? Suddenly, Qingyi's expression changed as he looked at Eternal Yacht. An immortal formation appeared around it. He created a time path formation so quickly. Qingyi's heart shook. He finally experienced 5 elements grandmaster's shocking formation path attainment. This Red Lotus True Inheritance is mine. With Longevity Heaven's help, Feng Yuan obtained the most crucial time. He got close to the stone lotus island and was about to step on it. But at this moment, a change occurred. The stone lotus island burst out with a formless force that pushed Feng Yuan far away. What's going on? Feng Yuan was suspicious. I have Spring-Autumn Cicada. Don't tell me. If this stone lotus island accepts me, the island's defenses will fail? Or will there be a loophole that others can take advantage of? Boom boom boom. At this moment, a storm of attacks rained down on Feng Yuan's mountain-like immemorial year monkey body. The river suppression lotus ceiling formation was finally stabilized. Even though it was still damaged, the hole was shrinking rapidly. At the same time, the rank 7 Gu immortals controlling the formation had the strength to deal with Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan was obstructed by the formation. He could not get close to the stone lotus island like before. This formation was likely designed by Celestial Court to deal with the stone lotus island. The stone lotus island resisted me earlier because of this formation? Feng Yuan was thinking when 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform, which was guarded by Feng Jioga, finally arrived in front of him. The formation between the two erupted again. They fought back and forth, attacking and defending. The situation fell into a stalemate. At the same time, Eastern Sea, Li Huang pays respects to Lord Duke Long. In the sky, flames scattered as an old man appeared. It was Celestial Court's reinforcements, the rank 8 Gu immortal expert Li Huang. Duke Long nodded as he patted Feng Kim Hong, who was beside him. Feng Jin Huang's entire body was shrouded in a spherical qi wall. At this moment, she slowly floated to Li Huang's side. Protect Huang Heir. If anything happens to her, I will hold you accountable. Duke Long said plainly. Li Huang had a solemn expression as he said confidently, Lord Duke Long, please don't worry. I have Verdant Sun Flame Cloak. Who in the world can injure Feng Kim Hong? Duke Long did not look at him. He looked at the horizon. In order to take care of Feng Kim Hong, there was a slight delay. Dragon Palace had already flown out of sight. Duke Long smiled lightly. He was not nervous at all. He clenched his fists. It was time to show his skills. At the next moment he vanished on the spot. Dragon Palace was obstructed by Qing Yuan again. The other rank 8 Gu immortals were still fighting each other. The opportunity is fleeting. I need to grab it. Qing Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. It had been so many days since he joined the battle. This was the 4th opportunity he had been waiting for. But just as Qing Yuan was about to get close to Dragon Palace, a huge force surged towards him. The aura of death was so dense that it made him suffocate. He quickly turned around and blocked the fatal attack. But his whole body was like a sandbag. He spat out blood and was sent flying. Duke Long, it's you. Qing Yuan's voice was hoarse. His face was filled with anger. Duke Long floated in the sky indifferently. The 2 horns on his forehead were shining with purple gold light. His long hair was fluttering in the wind. His body was like a boulder. His dragon eyes were shining with a cold light. Qing Yuan struggled to stop his flying body. He wanted to counterattack Duke Long. But suddenly his expression changed. A dragon-shaped energy suddenly rose up from his chest and suddenly exploded. Boom. The explosion was not loud. But Qing Yuan's defensive methods were like paper. Qing Yuan was filled with disbelief and panic as he retreated. Blood spewed out of his mouth. His ribs were broken. His entire chest was almost destroyed. His heart and lungs could be seen from the outside. Duke Long, take this. This immortal Gu house is mine. Song Qi Yuan and Zhang Yin flew over. The two gave up on fighting. They worked together to deal with Duke Long. Duke Long smiled plainly. Roar. The dragon roared. Song Qi Yuan and Zhang Yin were sent flying with confusion and shock. They suffered a heavy blow. But before they could even see what happened, they were defeated by Duke Long. Be careful. Duke Long is no longer a burden. He is about to go all out. Is this his true strength? Everyone attacked together. Don't let him succeed. Duke Long's powerful performance made the other rank 8 Gu immortals feel a huge threat. They turned around and surrounded Duke Long. Duke Long breathed in deeply. He slowly closed his eyes. He did not move at all. Only when the killer moves came from all directions did he suddenly open his eyes. Immortal killer move, Qi engulfing mountains and rivers. At once, the rank 8 Gu immortals' bodies and minds shook. They felt an unparalleled pressure pressing down on them from all directions. Not just them, even the immortal killer moves that they activated, even the surrounding tens of thousands of li of sky and sea were under immense pressure. Many killer moves broke apart. The rank 8 Gu immortals in Dragon Palace fell into the water like dumplings in a pot. All living beings turned silent. Heaven and earth became silent. Only Duke Long was left. He stood proudly in the sky, using his indifferent dragon eyes to look at the pathetic figures of the immortals. At this point in the fight for Dragon Palace, he finally displayed his true strength. Pseudo-immortal venerable battle strength suppressed his opponents. He had the upper hand. Kill! Duke Long, I will kill you. I don't believe you can defeat all of us. A few breaths of time later, huge waves rose in the sea. The rank 8 Gu immortals who were humiliated by Duke Long had ruthless expressions. They attacked Duke Long together. Duke Long snorted coldly. A dragon tail grew out from his back. His body was covered in dragon scales. The dragon horns on his head were as sharp as swords. He roared. It was the immortal killer move dragon roaring wave. Next, his figure flickered around his opponents. His dragon fists smashed their faces one by one. His dragon claws tore through their defenses, causing a storm of blood. Eastern Sea's rank 8 Gu immortals were not his match. They were furious and shocked. Their immortal killer moves were constantly interrupted. Even if they succeeded, they could not do anything to Duke Long. After fighting for so long, other than protecting Feng Kim Hong, Duke Long had also been collecting information. He had already grasped most of the details of Eastern Sea's rank 8 Gu immortals. Old scoundrel, you are going too far. Take my killer move. Restrain him. I have even more powerful methods. Eastern Sea's rank 8s were furious. They were about to use even more powerful methods. Immortal killer move, chi engulfing mountains and rivers. Puff puff puff. At the next moment, Eastern Sea's rank 8s were pushed into the depths of the sea again. Chapter 1709. Withdraw. Duke Long suddenly appeared above the roof of Dragon Palace. A huge suction force was exerted. The rank 8 immortal Gu house resisted it, as it was dragged into Duke Long's phantom aperture inch by inch. The other rank 8 Gu immortals saw this and quickly rushed over, attacking Duke Long with all sorts of killer moves. Duke Long sighed as he suddenly vanished on the spot. Dragon Palace lost its restraints and shot out from the bottom of the sea, flying into the sky again. Eastern Sea's rank 8s were about to give chase when Duke Long suddenly appeared in the sky, blocking their path. Dragon roars resounded again. Duke Long moved like lightning, weaving through the Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu immortals. The rumbling of the fierce battle was like a ceaseless thunderclap. A myriad of innocent lives suffered calamity, and enormous waves that were hundreds of meters tall and over 1,000 meters tall arose on the surface of the sea. Without Feng Kim Hong burdening him, Duke Long displayed astonishing battle strength. None of the rank 8 Gu immortals present were his match. However, these Eastern Sea Gu immortals could cultivate to rank 8. They had deep foundations and some skills. Even though they could not defeat Duke Long and were showing signs of losing, their lives were not in danger for the time being. Even though they were wary of each other, against Duke Long, they cooperated when they could. At once, Eastern Sea's righteous path, demonic path, and lone cultivators worked together to deal with Duke Long. Duke Long felt increasing pressure. Earlier, when he erupted and suppressed everyone, it was because he had been enduring and did not make a big move. Thus, Eastern Sea's rank 8s were caught unprepared. As the battle continued, Duke Long's methods were gradually familiarized by Eastern Sea's Gu immortals. They quickly found the correct methods to counter or deal with him. In this world, there were no invincible immortal Gu or invincible immortal killer moves. There were only invincible Gu immortals. Any immortal killer move, no matter how complex and mysterious, had its traces. It had advantages and weaknesses. Duke Long was indeed strong. None of the Eastern Sea rank 8s present were his match. But the current situation was special. Everyone was fighting for the immortal Gu house. Nobody wanted to fight to the death with Duke Long. The immortal Gu house continued to fly. The battlefield was moving around. Duke Long could not set up a battlefield to restrain the enemy. Dragon claws swept out, forcing back many Eastern Sea rank 8s. Duke Long crashed into Dragon Palace and grabbed with his hand. In an instant, a pair of giant dragon claws appeared and held onto the Dragon Palace tightly. The Dragon Palace's body shook violently. It shattered the illusory dragon claw and broke free. Duke Long sighed. This situation had happened many times. It was not easy to take the Dragon Palace. He had to fight for a while and temporarily defeat all the competitors. Then, he would have a good opportunity to try to take the Dragon Palace. But Dragon Palace was a rank 8 immortal goo house with great strength. It was very difficult to take it. Duke Long had tried many times, but all of them had ended in failure. Duke Long is too strong. What do we do? When he attacks, we will not have a chance to get close to Dragon Palace, not to mention taking it. Duke Long is the only one attacking. Thankfully, this immortal goo house is strong enough. We can't let this go on. Dragon Palace's resistance is getting weaker. It will be subdued by Duke Long sooner or later. Eastern Sea's rank 8 goo immortals were all injured. They communicated with each other. They wanted others to use their trump cards to deal with Duke Long. At rank 8 level, who did not have trump cards, these immortal killer moves were definitely powerful or mysterious, but no one was willing to expose them. No one could guarantee that in this complicated battle environment, these immortal killer moves would not fail. The stronger the killer move, the greater the backlash. Duke Long was also holding on to triple chi retraction. He did not use it. It was not that he did not want to use it, but it was very risky. He might injure himself. Earlier, when he fought against Zishan Makoto, he tried all ways to probe him. After feeling that the other party did not have any special methods, he found a chance to use triple chi retraction. In this situation, if Duke Long rashly used triple chi retraction and was countered by the enemy, what would happen? These Eastern Sea rank 8s had a lot of people. They had deep foundations, who knew what methods they were hiding. It was like an arrow on a bow, hanging in the air without being shot. It was very worrying. When goo immortals hid their killer moves, they were often a form of deterrence. River of Time. Immortal killer move Summer Fan. Feng Yuan was still in the immemorial year monkey form. He successfully used his killer move, grabbing at the air with both hands. A huge palm leaf fan with a long handle suddenly appeared out of thin air and was grasped in his hand. Bing Sichuan, move aside. Feng Yuan twisted his waist. His arm muscles bulged as he fanned. Whoosh! Winds blew sweeping forward. The intense winds swept 3 autumn yellow crane platform and even shark flow lever into it, binding them and sending them out of the river suppression lotus ceiling formation. But at the crucial moment, Feng Jioge and Xing Yiwang flew out of the immortal goo house, pouncing towards Feng Yuan and Bing Sichuan. Even though they did not cultivate time path, the river suppression lotus ceiling formation did not collapse. Inside the formation, time path was suppressed while other paths were strengthened. The rank 7 goo immortals sent by the Celestial Court were all elites. During this period of time, they had worked together to repair the river suppression lotus ceiling formation. Even though the hole was still there, it had shrunk by a lot. 5 Elements Grandmaster, quickly use your profound light. Feng Yuan shouted. 5 Elements Grandmaster's voice came from the Year's End Tower. I won't be able to use the Dongxian light again in a short amount of time. This formation has changed a lot. Using the Dongxian light again won't be as effective. Immortal killer move Song Warrior. Feng Jioge's body flickered as 4 Song Warriors appeared, surrounding Feng Yuan. Xing Yiwang's body shined with starlight as he pounced towards Bing Sichuan like a porcupine. Bing Sichuan and Feng Yuan looked at each other before flying into the sky, abandoning their opponents and attacking the river suppression lotus ceiling formation. This was the wisest tactic. As long as the river suppression lotus ceiling formation broke, be it Feng Jioge or Xing Yiwang, they would have to hide in their immortal goo houses. Feng Jioge and Xing Yiwang quickly stopped them, while 5 Elements Grandmaster controlled the immortal formation to trap Qing Ye's eternal yacht. In the intense battle, the river suppression lotus ceiling formation shook more and more intensely. Enduring Feng Yuan and Bing Sichuan's attacks, more and more cracks appeared. However, on Celestial Court's side, 3 Autumn Yellow Crane Platform and Shark Flow Lever, which were taken away by Feng Yuan, entered the battle again. Feng Yuan and Longevity Heaven's side gradually fell into a disadvantage. Feng Yuan, you still don't trust me now. The situation was disadvantageous, Bing Sichuan shouted anxiously. Feng Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He snorted coldly as he approached Bing Sichuan. Bing Sichuan's arms shook as a spherical light membrane covered himself and Fang Yuan. This was his immortal killer move. It was used for defense. Anything that landed on the light membrane, be it living beings or killer moves, would be frozen in time. Break it! Feng Jioge and Xing Yiwang shouted at the same time. 3 Autumn Yellow Crane Platform and Shark Flow Lever also unleashed killer moves, attacking Bing Sichuan's light membrane. But any killer move that landed on the light membrane would be frozen in time. They would stop. At once, the entire light membrane seemed to be covered in a layer of colorful fireworks. It was extremely beautiful. Bing Sichuan gritted his teeth. His body shook as he held on to the light membrane. Even though he had peak rank 8 battle strength, inside this formation, time path was suppressed. He was facing the attacks of 2 immortal Gu houses and 2 rank 8 Gu immortals. It was very taxing. Fang Yuan saw this chance. He dispelled his immemorial year monkey transformation and activated Yama Emperor. At this point he finally had the chance to change his battle style. Feng Jioge and Xing Yiwang had too much battle experience. They did not give Fang Yuan any chance to transform. He was constantly interrupted. After Fang Yuan transformed into Yama Emperor, he immediately activated his killer move. His aura rose rapidly, from weak to strong, and from strong to a terrifying level. Feng Jioge and Xing Yiwang had solemn expressions. They were very vigilant. At this point in the battle, Fang Yuan finally had the time to use his trump card. Immortal killer move Luo Pasil. Pay attention. Bing Sichuan gritted his teeth. He dispelled his defensive killer move and charged at the front. Without any obstruction, the attacks that had stopped earlier surged towards Bing Sichuan and Fang Yuan like a tidal wave. Bing Sichuan stood at the front. He forcefully opened a path for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan held Luo Pasil as he charged towards Xing Yiwang while enduring the aftermath. Xing Yiwang retreated. Feng Jioge went to the right and attacked Fang Yuan from the side. Fang Yuan smiled coldly as he flew up. Luo Pasil flew out and landed on the river suppression lotus ceiling formation. The formation's activation stopped. Several rank 7 Gu immortals inside died on the spot. Bing Sichuan felt the pressure on him lessening. Swish swish swish. Large amounts of water from the river of time flowed into the formation through the opening. Then, with a series of crisp cracking sounds, the river suppression lotus ceiling formation fell apart piece by piece. 5 Elements Grandmaster was extremely shocked. Fang Yuan's Luo Pasil actually attacked the core of the formation and destroyed the core immortal Gu. How did he deduce that? Boom! Feng Jioge attacked Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's attention was on breaking the formation. He could only take Feng Jioge's attack head-on. Even in Yama Emperor's state, Fang Yuan coughed out 3 mouthfuls of blood. A large number of Soul Path Gu worms died, and several immortal Gu were injured. Without the formation's help, the battlefield changed. Fang Yuan and Bing Sichuan gained the upper hand again. Both sides fought for a while longer. The river suppression lotus ceiling formation was left with a third of its original strength. The remaining rank 7 Gu immortals tried their best to hold on, but the formation was just a step away from breaking apart. They had no hope. Protect me, Fang Yuan said to Bing Sichuan. Bing Sichuan used a spherical light barrier again, covering Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan used this chance to cancel Yama Emperor and use immemorial year beast transformation. Protect me, Feng Jioge shouted. Xing Yiwang and the 2 immortal Gu houses surrounded Feng Jioge. Immortal killer move, Winds of Assimilation. Feng Jioge took a huge risk and successfully used the number 1 wind in the world. Bing Sichuan's forehead was covered in sweat. He shouted to Fang Yuan. Oh no, my defensive killer move cannot block the winds of assimilation. We need to retreat. But out of their expectations, the winds of assimilation did not attack the defensive light barrier. They attacked the stone lotus island instead. Under Fang Yuan's shocked gaze, the stone lotus island was engulfed by the winds of assimilation. It broke into pieces and turned into wind. The winds of assimilation were getting stronger. Whoever went to the island would have to face this destructive tornado. Feng Jioge, Bing Sichuan was exasperated. Fang Yuan's expression was also slightly dark. Chapter 1710. The winds of assimilation rampaged in the river of time. When Feng Jiuge used the Song of Gale, it would cause the sound of howling winds. But when the true winds of assimilation blew, it was very calm. There was no sound at all. The silent winds of assimilation made all of the Gu immortals present feel a bone-chilling coldness. The stone lotus island was continuously eroded by the winds of assimilation, before vanishing completely. The winds of assimilation got stronger. Initially, it was quite large. After destroying the stone lotus island, it expanded by several times. It was like a pillar that supported heaven and earth. However, it could not display its might in the river of time. Even though a lot of river water was turned into the winds, the entire river of time was still unaffected. The amount of river water that was lost was negligible. Even though the winds of assimilation were powerful, compared to the entire river of time, it was too small. It was like a bug on an old cow. All of the Gu immortals and immortal Gu houses carefully distanced themselves from the winds of assimilation. Even Feng Jiuge was not an exception. The stone lotus island was really destroyed. Feng Yuan was deeply shocked. He wanted to enter the island earlier, but was repelled by the defensive force of the stone lotus island. To think that the stone lotus island could not resist the winds of assimilation at all. Don't tell me, this formation played a crucial role in suppressing the stone lotus island? Or is the stone lotus island already at the end of its tether? It could not resist the might of the winds of assimilation? Feng Yuan looked at the river suppression lotus ceiling formation. It was still collapsing. Feng Jiuge had a heavy mood. Even though he destroyed the stone lotus island, in his opinion he had failed. In order to find Red Lotus true inheritance, the Celestial Court had expended unimaginable resources and manpower. They finally found a stone lotus island, and used the river suppression lotus ceiling formation to trap it. But to think that Feng Yuan and longevity heaven's power would obstruct it. Feng Jiuge had no choice but to destroy the stone lotus island. All of his previous efforts went to waste. With regards to his actions, no one could reprimand him, because the situation was clear. The river suppression lotus ceiling grand array had suffered a blow from Feng Yuan's Luo Pasil. It was destined to collapse. Once the formation broke, Feng Jiuge, Xingyi Wang, and the rest could only return to the immortal Gu house obediently. In this way, the Celestial Court's battle prowess would definitely plummet. On the other hand, Feng Yuan and Bing Sichuan were like fish in water in the river of time. Without the restriction of the formation, their battle strength rose once again. The enemy was strong while he was weak. Feng Jiuge wasn't confident that the stone lotus island would be taken away by Feng Yuan's side sooner or later. So Feng Jiuge seized the opportunity to cut his losses and brazenly destroy the stone lotus isle. Good decision. A sharp light flashed in Feng Yuan's eyes as he praised. Bing Sichuan heaved a long sigh, showing a dejected expression. He had placed his hopes on Red Lotus true inheritance. He wanted to find a shortcut to destroy Fate Gu. But now, Feng Yuan only had the key to Spring Autumn Cicada, while the stone lotus island was destroyed by Feng Jiuge. He was greatly disappointed. He did not know that Feng Yuan had already obtained a true inheritance in secret. Feng Yuan naturally would not tell longevity heaven about this secret. The Celestial Court was also kept in the dark. Rumble. With a series of explosions, the damaged river suppression lotus ceiling formation broke apart. Most of the immortal Gu were destroyed. The Gu immortals controlling it died one after another. The river flowed in reverse, creating huge waves. The river of time was restored to its former state. Let's retreat. Feng Jiuge gritted his teeth as he spoke. The situation was very disadvantageous to the Celestial Court. Even though they had 3 rank 8 Gu immortals, in this situation, even if Duke Long came, he would not be able to do anything. Feng Jiuge and the rest were not Time Path Gu immortals. They could only hide in their immortal Gu houses and fight using the Time Path immortal Gu houses. And these Time Path immortal Gu houses were only rank 7. If they had a rank 8 Time Path immortal Gu house, the Celestial Court would have a chance of winning. Even though the Celestial Court had an extremely deep foundation, it was not without limits. Firstly, after Lord Huangshi died, the The Celestial Court could not take out a Time Path Rank 8 Gu Immortal Gu house. Even though they created 4 Time Path Immortal Gu houses, they were only at Rank 7 level. To create a Rank 8 Time Path Immortal Gu house in a short period of time, the Celestial Court could not do anything about it. Actually, there was no problem with Fairy Myrtle's arrangements. Even though Feng Yuan obtained Red Lotus True Inheritance, his killer moves were mostly modified. A large number of Immortal Gu were also refined, his battle strength rose by a lot. But it was very difficult for Feng Yuan to obtain Red Lotus True Inheritance alone. The Celestial Court did not expect that Longevity Heaven would suddenly cooperate with Feng Yuan. After all, Feng Yuan destroyed 88-point Jinyang Tower. There was deep hatred between Longevity Heaven and Feng Yuan. This hatred was not simple. Feng Yuan did not just destroy a Rank 8 Immortal Gu house. He also destroyed Giant Sun Immortal's arrangements, the symbol of the Golden Tribe's glory. Longevity Heaven actually gave up on hatred and cooperated with Feng Yuan. Is this a change brought by Bing Sichuan? Feng Jioge returned to 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform and looked at Bing Sichuan with a frown. The 3 Immortal Gu houses of Celestial Court were retreating rapidly. Feng Yuan roared as he turned into the immemorial Year Monkey, chasing after them. Bing Sichuan fought alongside him. The two attacked fiercely, attacking the 3 Immortal Gu houses of Celestial Court. Even though Heaven's Stairway had 3 Rank 8s, they could only defend themselves now, enduring the enemy's attacks as they escaped. Present and Past Pavilion finally broke free from Bing Sichuan's killer move. It flew out of the River of Time, leaving the river. The 3 Xuanzi were holding their breaths. They wanted to teach Feng Yuan a lesson, but they saw their 3 Immortal Gu houses escaping in panic. The River Suppression Lotus Ceiling formation broke apart. The Rank 7 Gu Immortals controlling the formation were all dead. Only a few were struggling in the River of Time. They were not far from death. Retreat! Feng Jioge transmitted. The 3 Xuanzi gulped. They quickly joined the escaping group. Feng Yuan and Bing Sichuan, as well as 5 Elements Grandmasters Year-End Gatehouse, chased after them. These 4 Immortal Gu houses were very sturdy. They protected each other and were slippery. Feng Yuan and Bing Sichuan got stronger as they fought. In the River of Time, they could display extraordinary battle strength. The tributary of the River of Time is nearby. We are about to escape, Qing Yi shouted, raising the morale of the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals. You want to leave? Not so easy. Feng Yuan laughed sinisterly, closing the distance. You guys retreat. We will block the enemy. The 3 Xuanzi came to a realization. They moved the tattered Present and Past Pavilion and stayed behind. Under the 3 Xuanzi's stalling, the other 3 Immortal Gu houses successfully escaped along the tributary of the River of Time. Now that Present and Past Pavilion was destroyed by Feng Yuan, the 3 Xuanzi also died. Not a single Rank 8 Gu Immortal was left behind. Feng Yuan was filled with regret. This was a rare opportunity. Feng Yuan did not want to chase them. In the outside world of the 5 regions, Feng Jioge and the rest could attack freely. He cleaned up the battlefield and stored his immortal aperture, annexing them one by one. Bing Sichuan and 5 Elements Grandmaster did not make a move. They only watched from the side. There were many Rank 7 Gu Immortals who died because they did not have the qualifications to join Celestial Court. They all had Rank 7 Immortal Apertures. After Feng Yuan annexed his aperture, he gained a lot. Let's go to Eastern Sea. After cleaning up, Feng Yuan took the initiative to suggest. Longevity Heaven had shown sufficient sincerity in the contest for Red Lotus True Inheritance. They were reliable allies for now. Both sides had the same goal. They did not want Celestial Court to completely repair Fate Gu. If Celestial Court had Fate Gu, it could regain its former glory. It would be a huge threat to the other 4 regions. After staying in the River of Time for a while, Feng Yuan and Bing Sichuan confirmed that Red Lotus was truly destroyed. Even though they did not obtain the true inheritance, they stopped Celestial Court from succeeding. It was a draw. Soon, Feng Yuan and the rest left the River of Time, heading to Eastern Sea to stop Duke Long. But along the way, they received news that Eastern Sea's side had come to an end. There was a result. In this contest for Dragon Palace, the final victor was Duke Long. Duke Long had outstanding battle strength. He suppressed many of Eastern Sea's rank 8s. Next, Celestial Court's new rank 8 Gu Immortal Chen Yi came to reinforce with an Immortal Gu House. At the crucial moment, Eastern Sea's lone Immortal Yang Jun suddenly helped Duke Long, allowing Duke Long to suppress the rank 8 Immortal Gu House's resistance and take it. But Duke Long himself was also heavily injured. At the final moment, Eastern Sea's rank 8s no longer held back. They used their trump cards. Unfortunately, it was too late. After Duke Long obtained the Immortal Gu House, he did not continue fighting. He left immediately. To think that this rank 8 lone Immortal Yang Jun was recruited by Celestial Court. Five Elements Grandmaster shook his head. He was once a lone immortal, but now, he was a member of Longevity Heaven. That might not be the case. Yang Jun might be a pawn of Celestial Court in Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan thought of Northern Plains Prince's Impatience. Prince's Impatience was a rank 8 Gu Immortal that Celestial Court placed in Northern Plains, but his identity was not exposed. Chapter 1711. Inside Central Continent's Regional Wall. Go quickly go. Follow us, don't fall behind. A group of Western Desert Gu Masters shouted as they ran. Behind them, the ground split open like a huge beast opening its mouth to devour them. Ah! Save me! Amidst the screams, a small group of people fell into the earth trench. Most of them would be crushed to death. Even if they were lucky enough to survive, they would most likely be dead. Father, I can't hold on anymore. Zhang Ping was still a youngster. He had just advanced to rank 2 Gu Master. He was panicking now. The primeval essence in his aperture was almost depleted. Oh no. Zhang Quan was a rank 3 Gu Master. He was sweating profusely now. He had used all his strength. The killer move not only moved him, but also his son Zhang Ping. If Zhang Ping did not have primeval essence, Zhang Quan's killer move would be ineffective. By then, Zhang Ping's speed would fall. Zhang Quan would be helpless. He could only watch as his son fell into the abyss. What do I do? Zhang Quan was helpless. He was extremely anxious. He was filled with regret. If he knew this would happen, he would not have brought his son to the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. Earlier, he saw his son's refinement path talent. He wanted to bring him to broaden his horizons and temper his abilities. But to think that when they passed the regional wall, they encountered an earth vein disturbance. Just as Zhang Quan and Zhang Ping were about to despair, their vision cleared up. Zhang Quan was stunned. He reacted. They had passed through Central Continent's regional wall. They were in Central Continent now. The earth vein was shaking. Other than creating an earth trench and losing large amounts of Gu materials and Gu worms, the 5 regional walls were also shrinking. Right now, Gu Masters needed less than half of the time to cross the regional walls. But what use is this? Zhang Quan sighed deeply. Zhang Ping's primeval essence and stamina were expended. Zhang Quan could only carry him. But this way their speed fell. They were about to be devoured by the earth trench. At the crucial moment, a mystical light shone, enveloping the surviving Gu Masters and bringing them to the sky. The earth trench continued to expand under their feet. Soon, a bottomless abyss formed below them. Only when they landed at the edge of the earth trench did the mystical light on these Gu Masters fade. What's going on? Who saved us? Such an unimaginable method saved all of us. The Gu Immortal must have taken action. The Gu Masters were very excited after surviving the calamity. They discussed among themselves. High up in the sky where they could not see, a spirit butterfly valley Gu Immortal smiled kindly as he retracted his gaze from these Gu Masters. The Gu Immortal quickly flew away, continuing his patrol. The Central Continent Refinement Path Convention had already begun. Large numbers of Gu Masters had arrived from the other 4 regions. The Gu Immortal was a member of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. He had received a mandatory mission from the sect to patrol this area and prevent the demonic path from causing trouble. There were many Gu Immortals with the same mission as him. These people were mostly from the 10 great ancient sects. But there were also other sects, slave Gu Immortals who were recruited by the 10 great ancient sects. as well as some lone immortals who were close to the 10 great ancient sections. This time, the Celestial Court was holding the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. The security was unprecedented. Zhang Quan and Zhang Ping's group luckily received help from Gu immortals and escaped with their lives. After entering Central Continent, they rested for a while before heading to the nearest registration location. There were many registration locations for the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. They were evenly distributed all over Central Continent. A few days later, Zhang Quan, Zhang Ping, and some Gu masters with the same goal arrived at Scorpion Needle Sect. This sect was only an ordinary force. It was most proficient in raising and using scorpion-shaped Gu worms. The most famous one was Scorpion Needle Gu. This was an offensive Gu worm. Once activated, it could shoot out scorpion needles. The scorpion needles were sharp and fast. They also carried poison. They were not to be trifled with. Scorpion Needle Sect had already made preparations. Zhang Quan and Zhang Ping walked into the registration hall, seeing that it was filled with people. Most of them were natives of the Central Continent, and a small number were like them, from the Western region. Scorpion Needle Sect's location was close to Western Desert. Thus many Western Desert Gu masters came to register. The Central Continent Refinement Path Convention attracted countless Gu masters to participate. It was a grand occasion every time. According to the procedures, Zhang Quan and Zhang Ping were brought to the side hall to participate in the examination. The examination only had 4 questions. It was not easy, but not difficult either. It tested the basic skills of Gu refinement. Gu masters with a certain level of experience could often pass. Those who came just to make up the numbers would be eliminated. It would save manpower and resources. Unsurprisingly, Zhang Quan and Zhang Ping both passed the test and successfully registered for the academy. When they walked out of the hall, they each held a token in their hands. The token had the names of the participants, the sect, the path, and the time and place of registration. When Gu masters register, they could choose any name they wanted. Their path and sect could also be kept secret. Precisely because of this leniency, every Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, large numbers of lone cultivators, demons, and even Gu immortals would come to participate incognito. 100 yuan stone for one registration, this is too expensive. Zhang Ping kept the token and grumbled. That's why you have to perform well this time. Don't let our efforts go to waste. Zhang Quan looked at Zhang Ping expectantly. Zhang Ping nodded. Oh, right, father. I saw many Central Continent Gu masters registering directly. They do not need to participate in the examination. Zhang Quan smiled. These people obtained a ranking in the previous Refinement Path Convention. They can directly participate in it. Then father, didn't you also obtain a ranking in the previous Refinement Path Convention? Why did you have to pay for this? Zhang Ping asked in confusion. Zhang Quan shook his head. That is because I am not a Central Continent Gu master. Only Central Continent Gu masters have this privilege. So that's it. Zhang Ping nodded. This was clearly biased towards the locals. It was unfair. But the young Zhang Ping quickly accepted it. After all, this was Central Continent's territory. The convention was also organized by a Central Continent force. Shouldn't they take care of their own people? And this slight unfairness was not overboard at all. Because in the registration test, as long as a Gu master had refinement path attainment, they could pass it. The refinement path convention has begun. In Celestial Court, Duke Long used his investigative killer move to observe the registration scenes in Central Continent. At this moment his face was still pale. His injuries from fighting for the Dragon Palace had not healed much. This refinement path convention is the most crucial. Red Lotus. Do you know after this refinement path convention, Fate Gu will be completely restored? Duke Long's gaze suddenly turned perplexed. Scenes of the past quietly appeared in his mind. Spring-Autumn Cicada? You actually designed such an unfilial immortal Gu. Hong Ting, what are you trying to do? After learning of the secret, Duke Long immediately went to find Red Lotus, immortal venerable Hong Ting. Hong Ting clenched his fists, saying to Duke Long, Master, I have already said it. I want to revive them. I want everything to start over again. You. Duke Long pointed at Hong Ting, his body shivering from anger. Hong Ting lowered his head. Master, scold me if you want, hit me if you want, but I will not give up. Duke Long stared at Hong Ting angrily, but did not scold him. Instead, after a long silence, he suddenly heaved a long sigh. Hong Ting, my disciple, you are too naive. Even if you are an immortal venerable, what can you do to fate? Go ahead and try, I will not stop you. You will definitely fail, but I hope that if you fail enough, you will wake up. Many days later. Master. Hong Ting had injuries all over his body, but his expression was very excited as he arrived in front of Duke Long. I finally found my only hope. I am about to succeed. I will definitely succeed in changing fate. How can this be? Duke Long did not believe it at all. I am relying on this love goo. This is the inspiration I got from the Legends of Ren Zhu. The book says, love is also a part of fate. Since that is the case, love can also change fate. Hong Ting became more excited as he spoke. Duke Long was extremely shocked and furious. Outrageous, outrageous. Hong Ting, don't forget your identity. You are an immortal venerable of the righteous path. But you want to change history. Do you know what kind of unimaginable consequences your unscrupulous actions will cause? Oh, Master. Hong Ting suddenly raised his head, his gaze shining as he looked at Duke Long. Do you still not understand? Understand what? Times have changed. People's hearts have also changed. Our generation does not need restraints. Before Hong Ting finished, he was rudely interrupted by Duke Long. Enough. You actually said fate goo is a kind of restraint. Hong Ting. Enough is enough. If you continue like this, you will fall into the demonic path. Master. Master does not want to punish you in the name of righteousness. Taking a deep breath, Duke Long's gaze became clear again. The memories in his mind had already been collected, but Duke Long still felt a sense of self-blame. Oh, Red Lotus, you still don't understand. Duke Long muttered. No matter how times change, Fate Goo will always be the protective umbrella of our human race. You disregarded the big picture of humanity for your own selfish desires. It was my mistake in teaching you. You are my disciple. As your master, I will make up for your mistake. I do not have much time left. But it does not matter. It is enough to repair Fate Goo completely. I will not allow anyone to destroy this refinement path convention. Boom. At the same time, a shocking explosion occurred in Scorpion Needle sect. Countless Goo masters who were participating in the refinement path convention died instantly. Dust clouds surged. An ancient desolate beast year snake was roaring in the ruins of Scorpion Needle sect. Looking at the ancient year snake that was rampaging and slaughtering Goo masters, Fang Yuan smiled coldly as he left. An immortal killer move with fixed immortal travel as the core activated, bringing him to the next location. Celestial Court wanted to repair fate. They needed to hold the Refinement Path Convention to obtain success Dao marks. How could Fang Yuan let Celestial Court get what they wanted so easily? Chapter 1712. Guei Sect. As one of the registration locations for the Refinement Path Convention, it was also filled with people. The Refinement Path Convention is finally starting. To think that I would get a second chance in this life. I am truly thankful to heaven. The middle-aged Goo Master sighed. Some of the Goo Masters around him recognized him and started to discuss. Look, it is Refinement Path Master Luo Sheng. In the previous Refinement Path Convention, he lost due to an unexpected situation. He is making a comeback this time. The Refinement Path Convention is held once every 100 years. Luo Sheng should not have a chance. Who could have thought that after 10 years, the 10 great ancient sects would hold it again? The middle-aged Goo Master heard all of these discussions, but his expression was calm. He was past the age of vanity. He only wanted to prove himself now. The opponents this time cannot be underestimated. Even though I have been working hard and accumulating resources, Central Continent is too big. The 5 regions are too big. There will always be geniuses. Just here alone, there are already many new geniuses. The middle-aged Goo Master looked around. His attention was mainly on 3 Gu masters. One was an old man. He had been famous for many years. He was also a refinement path master. The other was a young man and a young girl with bright eyes. The former had shone brilliantly in the previous refinement path convention, while the latter was a rising genius in the last 10 years. The competition in this refinement path convention is going to be so intense. I need to make good use of this opportunity. I cannot miss it. I need to prove myself. I need to make my wife and son raise their heads high. Boom! In the next moment, a huge ancient year beast descended from the sky, crushing the entire registration hall into smithereens. All of the middle-aged Gu Master's grand ambitions vanished into thin air. Vanishing into thin air. Those young Gu Masters with bright futures, the talented young girl who was the center of attention, died on the spot. They were crushed into meat paste, their blood and bones mixed together. Even their corpses could not be identified. Next location. In the sky, Fang Yuan's figure flashed. This was the 15th location that he had attacked. Central Continent's Gu Masters had suffered huge losses. These were only mortal Gu Masters. How could they deal with ancient year beasts? Even rank 6 Gu Immortals might not be able to match these ancient year beasts. Fang Yuan mercilessly slaughtered the lives of these Gu Masters, creating a huge tragedy. More and more elite Gu Masters were sacrificed. The Celestial Court's Immortals felt a trace of heartache. That devil Fang Yuan is truly vicious and evil. He really came to cause trouble. Damn it. Are we just going to sit back and watch? Lord Ziwei, I wonder. Fairy Myrtle shook her head. Fang Yuan is very cautious. Every time he attacks, he only releases wild ancient year beasts to wreak havoc in the world and slaughter Gu Masters. He rarely takes action himself. Fairy Myrtle sighed deeply. His wisdom path attainment is very deep. He knows that the more he attacks, the more clues he will leave behind, and the easier it will be for us to discover and track him. It will be very difficult for me to determine his location. I need more clues, and it will take a long time. But where did he get so many ancient year beasts? A Gu Immortal frowned. According to Southern Border's information, there is a year essence pool in Xia Cha's immortal aperture. It should be because of this pool that Fang Yuan secretly gathered so many year beasts. Fairy Myrtle said. Even though her expression was calm, she felt anger in her heart. As a Gu Immortal, Fang Yuan actually attacked mortals without any restraints. He was bullying the weak. He was truly too shameless. He had no bottom line. Most demonic path Gu Immortals would not do this. This was the tacit understanding between Gu Immortals. But Fang Yuan directly broke it. Fang Yuan is the greatest calamity to all living beings. Fairy Myrtle was furious, but also felt pity for those innocent lives. The longer he lives in this world, the more living beings will be harmed and harmed by him. Duke Long, however, was truly calm. His heart was like an ancient well without any ripples. All right, Fang Yuan's appearance. Isn't this something we already expected? Let's follow the plan. This time, even if we have to pay a huge price, we need to repair Fate Gu. Duke Long's tone was firm. Celestial Court's Gu Immortals listened to his orders. They felt nothing in this world could shake Duke Long's resolve. Fang Yuan was indeed a problem. Celestial Court could not ignore him. Thus they had a plan to deal with him. Several days later, the people who were shocked by Fang Yuan's attacks obtained concrete information and evidence. Everything pointed to Fang Yuan. He was the culprit. The crowd was in a frenzy. Fang Yuan has already become a Gu Immortal? There are really immortals in this world. Fang Yuan, you killed my father. I will definitely take revenge for this blood debt. Even if I am rank 5, if I am not a Gu Immortal, I will still be an ant. Fang Yuan is clearly trying to ruin the refinement path convention. For the sake of my life, I will not go. Go. Why not go? If we do not go, won't we fall into Fang Yuan's trap? That's right. Even though I am a mortal Gu Master, and am not Gu Immortal Fang Yuan's match. But to take revenge for my wife's death, even if I have to sacrifice my life, I cannot let this demon Fang Yuan get what he wants. Some were fearful, some sighed, some retreated, while some were firm in their confidence. Time passed, days passed. The refinement path convention continued. Fang Yuan was alone. Central Continent was filled with registration locations for the Refinement Path Convention. Even though he had fixed immortal travel, he could not exterminate all of these Gu masters, because many places were secretly guarded by Central Continent Gu immortals. Especially after Fang Yuan's attack, Celestial Court immediately made a move. They sent out missions. Countless Gu masters received the relevant missions and moved around, testing people's participation qualifications and giving out tokens. This way, Central Continent's forces split up. No one went to one location to register. Fang Yuan's killing efficiency fell greatly. Even though Fang Yuan was working hard, and over 10,000 Gu masters died at his hands, he could not stop the Refinement Path Convention from starting. The registration phase was over. The competition had already started for many days. Fang Yuan suddenly appeared at a certain place in Central Continent. He was about to attack when his brows suddenly rose. Fang Yuan, where are you going? Hand over your life. A Central Continent rank 8 Gu immortal charged at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan looked at the other party. He had no desire to fight. He activated his killer move again and retreated. These last few days, Central Continent's Gu immortals are getting faster and faster. Is it because I used fixed immortal travel too many times they deduced it? But even so, they seem to be able to predict where I will appear. What investigative method is this? Time path. At the next moment, Fang Yuan's surroundings changed. He was hundreds of thousands of li away from his previous location. Fang Yuan's expression was grim. He acutely sensed that 3 rank 8 Gu immortals were approaching him from 3 directions. Fang Yuan, where do you think you are going? Celestial Court has prepared more than 10 investigative killer moves for you. You cannot escape. Especially one of them. It was created by Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. It is called People's Accusation. Demon, you did not expect this, right? The more people you kill, the more people will hate you. The hatred of these mortal Gu masters will continue to mark your location. The 3 rank 8s charged towards Fang Yuan. Immortal Battlefield Killer Move Rumor Cage. Suddenly, a 4th rank 8 Gu immortal appeared above Fang Yuan. An Immortal Battlefield Killer Move enveloped Fang Yuan. We caught Fang Yuan. Lord Zhou Xiong Xian's Rumor Cage is indeed the fastest battlefield killer move to activate. Even Fang Yuan could not react in time. The 4 Gu immortals were overjoyed. Lord Duke Long, Fang Yuan has been trapped by us. Within Celestial Court, Fairy Myrtle had an excited expression. Duke Long replied plainly. Fairy Myrtle's eyes shined. Lord Duke Long, this is a rare opportunity. I suggest you take action personally and eliminate Fang Yuan without fail. Duke Long shook his head. Fang Yuan is just a clown. Repairing Fate Gu is the important matter at hand. It is not time for me to take action yet. Lord Duke Long. Fairy Myrtle was about to persuade him again when her expression suddenly changed. At this moment, all parts of Central Continent, especially the Refinement Path competition, were attacked by Gu immortals. In fact, not only Refinement Path venues, even some famous resource points in Central Continent were attacked by Gu immortals. Chapter 1713. Fang Yuan floated in the air, as if he had been standing in a snowstorm for several minutes. His body was covered in a layer of white snow. From afar, it looked like he was wearing a thick fox fur sweater. This was the modified time path killer move Winter Coat. Fang Yuan had many defensive killer moves. The strongest was Reverse Flow Protection Seal. But because Reverse Flow River was almost dried up, this move could not be used anymore. Other than that, Fang Yuan also had defensive methods like Yama Emperor, Winter Coat, Bloodstained Conqueror's Robe, Purple Thought Light Protection, Hair Armor, Lion Fur Armor, Divination Tortoise Transformation, Ghost Official Garment, and so on. Hair Armor and Lion Fur Armor were mortal killer moves. Even though Fang Yuan had used them for a period of time, they were no longer useful. Purple Thought Light Protection was Zishan Makoto's method. It had once blocked Duke Long's fist during the battle. Its power was not to be underestimated. But Fang Yuan only had this killer move. He did not cultivate it. He lacked the crucial immortal Gu. Bloodstained Conqueror's robe was Fang Yuan's method, he had used it before. Even though the core immortal goo were rank 7 killer moves were still too weak. Divination Tortoise Transformation was also a defensive method. But similarly, it was an ancient desolate beast Divination Tortoise. It could not participate in battles between rank 8s. Ghost Official Garment had a huge origin. It was designed by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable to defend against Wisdom Path deductions. With Ghost Official Garment, Soul Beast Token, and Ghostly Concealment, Yama Emperor had incredible defense. It could be used to fight against rank 8s. But its defensive power could not compare to Winter Coat. Yama Emperor was a comprehensive method. It had both offense and defense. Together with Yama Children, it had incredible power in group battles. Winter Coat was focused on defense. Fang Yuan devoured Xia Cha's immortal aperture, causing his time path Dao marks to increase sharply. He had the most Dao marks. It greatly increased the power of Winter Coat. And most importantly, after some modifications, Winter Coat's defensive power was even more outstanding than before. Without Reverse Flow Protection Seal, Winter Coat Killer move became Fang Yuan's substitute. Boom boom boom. 3 Central Continent rank 8s attacked Fang Yuan one after another. But Fang Yuan did not dodge. He used Winter Coat to block all of their attacks. What killer move is this? It looks like Xia Cha's Winter Coat. How is this possible? Xia Cha's Winter Coat isn't like this. The 3 rank 8s had different expressions. They conversed secretly. They were shocked by the defensive power of Winter Coat. Then, they all turned their attention to Zhou Xiongxin. These 3 rank 8s came from Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. But Zhou Xiongxian was different. He was a member of Celestial Court who had just woken up. Zhou Xiongxian had already activated the immortal battlefield rumor cage. In this battle environment, all other paths were suppressed. Only information path was amplified. Fang Yuan's Winter Coat killer move was suppressed. The 3 rank 8s offensive methods were also suppressed. While the 3 rank 8s looked at Zhou Xiongxian, Fang Yuan was observing this immortal battlefield rumor cage. Rumor cage was made of countless silver words. Some were as large as horses and carriages. Some were as small as ants. They weaved together to form a huge sphere that covered Fang Yuan and the other 4 rank 8s. Because there were gaps between the words, the entire sphere seemed to be connected to the outside world. It was not completely closed. Fang Yuan had a solemn expression. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, his time path clone was bathed in the light of wisdom, deducing the profundities of this immortal battlefield. But regarding information path, Fang Yuan was not proficient at all. If it was a time path or refinement path immortal battlefield, Fang Yuan could use time path and refinement path quasi-supreme grandmaster attainment level to decipher it in minutes. But against information path, he was at a loss. He could only rely on the light of wisdom to deduce it. Undeniably, the Celestial Court sending information path, Gu Immortal Zhou Xiongxian, to deal with Fang Yuan was a wise move. If it were any other Gu Immortal expert, as long as Fang Yuan had seen them before, he would have prepared a set of methods to deal with them. But this Zhou Xiongxian was the first time Fang Yuan had seen him. Zhou Xiongxian wore a white robe. He had a square face and a righteous expression. He had a strong physique. Those who could become members of the Celestial Court were elites and experts among rank 8s. Ignoring everything else, just that rumor cage earlier was too profound for words. It was extremely fast. It was the fastest immortal battlefield killer move that Fang Yuan had ever seen. Fang Yuan, since you are trapped by me, don't think of leaving this place alive. You have committed so many crimes. How many innocent lives have died in your hands? Now, I will let you taste the consequences of your actions. Zhou Xiongxian spoke righteously. His aura surged as he activated 2 immortal killer moves. Immortal killer move, Fearsome Gossip. Immortal killer move, 3 men becomes tigers. In an instant, every single silver character in the rumor cage began to emit a bright radiance. The dense light seemed to turn into flowing water, floating in the air as it flowed and gathered. Then ferocious silver-white tigers jumped out of the silver light. As the tiger group attacked, Fang Yuan's body shot out like lightning. charging towards them. Strength Path Giant Hand. Fang Yuan charged towards the silver tigers and tried to attack. But the giant hand only blocked for a moment before the silver tigers broke it. Fang Yuan's eyebrows rose. The silver tigers were quite strong. Immortal Killer Move Spring Scissors. Jade green scissors flew around with extraordinary agility. Wherever they went, the scissors would open and close. The silver tigers would either be beheaded or cut in half. Their corpses would turn into silver specks of light that scattered everywhere. Spring Scissors was unstoppable. A peculiar light flashed in Zhou Xiongxian's eyes as he thought. This is different from the information. Ever since the battle for Red Lotus True Inheritance, Fang Yuan's Spring Scissors killer move seems to have been modified again. Its power has increased by at least 20%. Zhou Xiongxian was an information path Gu immortal. He could notice and collect even the slightest change. Spring Scissors did not change for hundreds of years in Xiacha's hands, but in Fang Yuan's hands, it keeps changing. Is Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment really so high? Maybe his time path attainment level is quite high. After all, this is a rank 8 killer move. It is not easy to modify it. Zhou Xiongxian was inwardly shocked. Right now, under the suppression of Rumor Cage, Spring Scissors' killer move was still unstoppable. Countless silver tigers were cut by it. However, Zhou Xiongxian was not flustered. The situation is still under my control. Slowly, you will experience my power, Fang Yuan. Zhou Xiongxian sneered in his mind. A moment later, Fang Yuan's brows furrowed imperceptibly. The silver tigers are endless. They are clearly one with this Rumor Cage battlefield. No matter how many are killed, they will regenerate. And most importantly, these silver tigers are getting stronger. Strange. Normally speaking, methods like the silver tigers relied on numbers to fight a battle of attrition against the enemy. But the silver tigers were getting stronger and stronger at a shocking speed. It surpassed the limits of such methods. Earlier, Spring Scissors' killer move was unstoppable, but now, it seemed to be very tired. The silver tigers were not only tougher, they were also much more agile. They often escaped from Spring Scissors and missed. At this time, the Time Path clone finally deduced some results. Fang Yuan looked at Zhou Xiongxian as he said, "So that's it. This is the combination of information path and human path methods. You used the resentment of the people in Central Continent to use this move, right? Just like the previous people's accusation killer move." Zhou Xiongxian's eyebrows twitched. Fang Yuan discovered the profundity so quickly his heart shook. Since you saw it, there is no need to hide it. Indeed, the foundation of this killer move is Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's method. He mobilized the will of the people in Central Continent. Fang Yuan, you slaughtered so many people. The will of the people is in a frenzy. Even though a mortal's strength is small, what if millions of people have their strength stacked together? This strength is unimaginable to you. Thus, struggle as much as you want, you cannot defeat the united will of the people. This is the result of your actions, you reap what you sow. Fang Yuan was silent. He started to bombard the Rumor Cage. But this immortal battlefield, before he understood the profundity of its operation, even if he used Luo Pasil, it would have little effect. It would be a waste of rank 8 immortal essence. At the same time, somewhere in Central Continent, Fang Yuan is trapped. He is likely trapped in an immortal formation or an immortal battlefield. My connection to him has already become very vague. It is about to be cut off. Shen Songxing muttered. He was an Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu immortal. The first supreme elder of a superforce, Shen clan. He cultivated Sound Path. When Fang Yuan went to Dragon Palace in Eastern Sea, he unknowingly fell into his investigative method. Now, even though he was trapped in Rumor Cage, Shen Songxing could sense some of Fang Yuan's movements. Brother Song Sheng's investigative method is truly admirable. At the side, Song Qi Yuan sighed. Back then, I was targeted by Brother Song Sheng relentlessly. I suffered a lot. Haha, Shen Songxing laughed. That was when we were young. Who asked you to sneak away and steal the inheritance? We spent so much effort but ended up empty-handed. Fang Yuan taking action and obstructing the refinement path convention is within expectations. After all, He and the Celestial Court have a deep grudge. That's right, several years ago, he and the Celestial Court exposed each other in jewel yellow skies. The Celestial Court wants to restore fate. Even if he is an otherworldly demon, he will not let the Celestial Court succeed. If that happens, the Celestial Court will have too much of an advantage. The surrounding Gu immortals agreed. Some had cold expressions, they were unmoved. Looking at them, these Gu immortals were all rank 8. Song Qiyuan, Qing Yuan, Shun Songsheng, Zhang Yin, Granny Rong, Shi Miao and others. This was an unprecedented lineup. Alright, isn't this a good situation? Fang Yuan is not a good person. If he and the Celestial Court fight, they will expend their energy. We will have fewer variables. Dragon Palace is nearby. There is no doubt about it. Shun Songsheng had been walking in front, leading the way. As it turned out, Duke Long snatched the rank 8 immortal Gu house in Eastern Sea, causing Eastern Sea's rank 8s to lose face. Chapter 1714. A group of Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu immortals were flying in Central Continent's mountain range, at a low altitude. After Duke Long snatched the immortal Gu house Dragon Palace, Eastern Sea's righteous path, demonic path, and even lone immortal rank 8s allied together. It should be here. Shin Songsheng suddenly stopped. He looked at the green mountain below him with a puzzled expression. This green mountain was very ordinary. It was inconspicuous among the surrounding mountains. Here. Hua Kaiyan frowned, shaking her head. I did not find anything strange. I feel that this mountain is different. Qing Yuan said. This is the place. Granny Rong said with certainty. The surrounding Gu immortals took a look at her. Granny Rong was a poison path Gu immortal. How could she have such high attainment in investigative methods? There is an illusion formation here. Song Qi Yuan's eyes shined with a crystal light. He said solemnly. But we do not have anyone who cultivates formation path. Hua Kaiyan said. Zhang Yin sneered. What are you hesitating for? Break the formation and enter. Earlier in Eastern Sea, because we were on guard and hindered each other, Duke Long succeeded. Now that we have an agreement, we will advance and retreat together. So what if Duke Long is lured out? Ha ha ha, that's right. Let's charge in. Song Qiyuan laughed loudly, attacking immediately. Boom boom boom. A rank 8 Gu immortal's methods were extraordinary. After a series of explosions, the illusion formation shattered like glass, revealing the real scene. At the foot of the Green Mountain, there was a huge cave. There were natural dragon patterns in the cave. It was like a group of dragons dancing around, entangling with each other. The Eastern Sea immortals only took a glance before losing interest in the cave's dragon patterns. They flew into the cave and found a huge hole in the ground. They followed the hole and flew down. After passing a long underground tunnel, the immortals' vision cleared up. There is a natural earth trench below this cave. This is not a new earth trench. It should have existed for tens of thousands of years. Is Dragon Palace at the deepest part of this earth trench? Duke Long took the immortal Gu house. Why did he place it here? The Eastern Sea immortals discussed among themselves. The earth trench was so deep that the bottom could not be seen. Compared to the earth trench, they were as small as mosquitoes, completely inconspicuous. Roar! Suddenly, a strong hurricane swept up from the depths of the earth trench. At the same time, the entire earth trench shook violently, and rocks fell from the cliffs of the earth trench. The expressions of the Eastern Sea immortals changed. They all felt a strong sense of threat. The tremor left as quickly as it came. After a dozen breaths, the entire earth trench became peaceful again. What's down there? No matter what it is, to be able to make so many of us sense danger, it's definitely not simple. I want to see what Duke Long is up to. The Eastern Sea immortals were about to move deeper into earth trench, but suddenly, earth trench flickered with bright lights. A super immortal formation appeared and enveloped all the Gu immortals. So there was an ambush. What a powerful immortal array. Who is it? An old Central Continent rank 8 Gu immortal appeared in front of the Eastern Sea immortals. He wore a gray robe. His entire body was shrouded in a deep sense of sorrow. Eastern Sea's rank 8s were very knowledgeable. They immediately recognized this old central continent rank 8. "Oh, you are Wind Cloud Manor's Old Man Beifeng?" Old Man Beifeng sighed. "That is me. Fellow immortals coming together to attack the hidden dragon cave is not a wise move. With me here, no matter what you want, you will not be able to succeed." Hidden Dragon Cave. This is Hidden Dragon Cave. Many Eastern Sea Gu immortals were shocked. Hidden Dragon Cave imprisoned the legendary immemorial desolate beast Di Zongxing. It was known to everyone, but its exact location was not exposed. Old Man Beifeng could have become a member of the Celestial Court, but because of his grandson Feng Chanzi's mistake, Old Man Beifeng took the blame. The two of them guarded Di Zongxing together in Hidden Dragon Cave. Because of some reason, Duke Long placed the rank 8 Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace here. The Eastern Sea Gu immortals searched for clues and found their way to Hidden Dragon Cave. Boom! Old Man Beifeng's body shook as he activated the Super Immortal Formation. This Super Immortal Formation could imprison Di Zongxing. It naturally had great power. The Eastern Sea Gu immortals were swept away by the Immortal Formation's power, their vision blurred. When they looked again, they saw that the immortals were separated and sent to a certain formation space. At the next moment, the Eastern Sea immortals attacked the surrounding battle. A battle between rank 8s unfolded. At the same time, immortals appeared all over Central Continent. Mountain Tortoise Valley. The valley was huge, the mountain walls were steep and almost vertical. Demonic Path Gu Immortal 9 Ghost Finger snuck here. He looked at the mountain tortoises in the valley with a greedy gaze. There were many mountain tortoises, they covered the entire mountain. Among them were many huge desolate beast mountain tortoises. Mountain tortoises are rare in Eastern Sea, but they are common in southern border and central continent. This mountain tortoise valley is the largest mountain tortoise breeding ground in central continent. Hee hee. 9 Ghost Finger laughed smugly. This was originally a resource point controlled by Spirit Butterfly Valley, one of the 10 great ancient sections. But now, the Gu immortals guarding this place were sent away to protect the venue of a refinement path convention. However, even though they left behind a warning method. 9 Ghost Finger did not enter rashly. He investigated for a while and found some clues. This was an immortal killer move, it was of Earth Path. Let me deduce how to break this. 9 Ghost Finger's eyes shined with bright light. His 10 fingers moved rapidly as he deduced. The shadows of his fingers flew about, both real and fake. Originally, there were 10 shadows of fingers, but they gradually shrank to 9 shadows of fingers. 9 Ghost Fingers' wisdom path inheritance was such a unique sight. The missing finger was one of them. It represented the vague heavenly secret. 9 Ghost Finger only cultivated wisdom path on the side. He mainly cultivated soul path. As his fingers danced in the air, he muttered something under his breath. As he deduced, the light in his eyes became brighter and brighter. Meanwhile, on the Moonlight Mound that was 108,000 kilometers away, a fierce battle had already begun. Rank 7 lone immortal Xia Baoshu floated in the air with an imposing aura. He bombarded Moonlight Mound continuously. He wore a blue robe. He had a handsome face and was gentle like jade. He had the appearance of a noble young master. Meanwhile, his opponent, the female immortal guarding Moonlight Mound, was in a sorry state. She said angrily, "Xie Baoshu, you are a famous lone immortal in Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. You actually dare to commit such a demonic act and rob my Moonlight Mound. If you have the ability, go rob the 10 great ancient sects. We are both lone cultivators. Yet you are making things difficult for each other. Back then, I bought your Year Gu and took care of your business." Xie Baoshu sighed. "Fairy Moonlight, unless it is absolutely necessary, I do not want to use such a method. My Year Gu business exists only in name. The only way is to change it. If you can give me half of the moonlight mushrooms, I will leave without a second word." The Central Continent female immortal was about to cough blood from anger. "These moonlight mushrooms are the result of my hard work and effort. I nurtured them for 30 years. You want to take half of them right away, wishful thinking. Even if I cannot defeat you today, I will not give the moonlight mushrooms to you. Before I escape, I will destroy this entire Moonlight Mound." Can you destroy it? Suddenly, a soft voice resounded behind the central continent female immortal. An ambush. The female immortal was shocked. Someone had actually snuck up behind her without her noticing. Who is it? The female immortal wanted to turn around, but at the next moment, her vision turned black as she fainted. Yu Xianzi stood at the top of Moonlight Mound, looking at the fainted central continent female immortal before looking at Xiaobao Shu in the air. He grinned. Yu Xianzi cultivated theft path. He was the Gu immortal most skilled in collecting earth trench black oil in Eastern Sea. He had an ugly appearance and a wretched aura, but he was very close to Xiaobao Shu. They were good friends. Xiaobao Shu came to Central Continent to obtain resources. Yu Xianzi had to help him. Inside Rumor Cage, Fang Yuan shouted as he used the immortal killer move Myriad Dragon. The flood dragons soared into the sky and tangled together with the thousands of silver-white tigers. At once, dragons and tigers fought. Silver light shone in the eyes as killing intent surged. After a few breaths of time, the dragon group shrunk. They were not the tiger's match. Fang Yuan's expression was grim. He continued to use Myriad Dragon to support the situation. Lord Zhou Xiong's methods are truly amazing. The most amazing thing is that these three moves can be used together. Rumor Cage. Rumors are fearsome, and three people become tigers. They get stronger as they fight. The longer this drags on, the more disadvantageous it is for Fang Yuan. But unfortunately, he is in a desperate situation now. He cannot escape. The three Central Continent rank 8s had been watching from the sidelines, watching from a corner. Just Zhou Xiong alone was able to suppress Fang Yuan. Any one of Heavenly Court's Gu Immortals was an expert with outstanding talent and shocking talent. Honestly speaking, my battle strength is only at rank 8 upper stage. I am inferior to Li Huang. But with the advantage of Information Path and Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's killer move as a foundation, I can borrow the power of Central Continent's millions of people. My battle strength will continue to grow. As long as the situation continues, Fang Yuan will definitely be exhausted to death. Even though Zhou Xiong had the upper hand, he was not careless for a moment. Even though he had just woken up, his abundant information gave him a deep understanding of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's strength, Fang Yuan's craftiness, and Fang Yuan's threat were deeply engraved in Zhou Xiong's mind. Information Path and Human Path. Celestial Court truly has deep foundations. Just by restraining themselves a little, they are already making things difficult for me. Fang Yuan looked at Zhou Xiong as he sighed internally. The enemy in front of him did not have any flaws. He was extremely vigilant against Fang Yuan. He was extremely skilled in investigation. He was extremely sensitive to even the slightest movement. This caused many of Fang Yuan's tactical plans to fail. Even though Fang Yuan had advanced to rank 8 for a short period of time, he relied on Reverse Flow Protection Seal, Luo Pa Seal, and other profound methods to stabilize his battle strength at rank 8 upper stage. Previously, in the 5 regional walls, in the 5 regional mountain range, or in the River of Time, Fang Yuan made use of geographical advantages, or borrowed the strength of others, to greatly reduce the difference in battle strength between him and the enemy. But now that he was deep in Central Continent, and fought against a rank 8 expert, he was countered. In terms of Information Path, his attainment was too shallow. There was no need to mention Human Path. Forget it, let's stop probing here. It is time to make use of geographical advantages. Fang Yuan's lips curled into a strange smile. At the next moment he activated his ambush method. Rumble. A great formation suddenly rose outside the Central Continent. Rumor Cage was like an egg. It was crushed by the terrifying power of the formation. Why is there a formation? The 4 Central Continent immortals were furious. Take a guess. Fang Yuan laughed loudly, turning into the immemorial year monkey. He jumped and arrived in front of Zhou Xiong, his fist slamming down like a meteor. Rumor Cage broke. The backlash caused Zhou Xiong to spit out blood. Time path methods were activated to slow the surrounding time. Zhou Xiong could not dodge in time. He was hit by Fang Yuan's fist. With a loud sound, he crashed to the ground. Quick, save Lord Zhou Xiong. Attack together. The other three Gu immortals quickly pounced towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan snickered as the formation activated again, stalling the three rank 8s for a breath of time. Using this chance, Fang Yuan's huge body landed in front of Zhou Xiong Xian, who was like a toy. Immortal killer move Spring Scissors. A huge pair of scissors was held by the giant ape Fang Yuan. The blades, which were dozens of feet long, were first deeply inserted into the ground on both sides. Next, the huge scissors gathered together. In front of the sharp scissors, the thick ground was as fragile as tofu. Crack! With a soft sound, the huge scissors finally gathered. The two halves of the scissors fused together. Blood splattered. Zhou Xiong Xian's head drew an arc in the air before falling to the ground with a loud sound. Chapter 17:15. Prisoner Valley's southern flower vines were stolen by a mysterious Gu immortal. More than half of them were lost. The immortal formation at the Red River beach was destroyed. The red fire rocks inside were all plundered by three Gu immortals. Someone wanted to steal the primordial sand in the middle section of Falling Heavenly River, but was repelled by an immortal killer move left behind by Heaven's Envy Manor. Fairy Myrtle sat in the celestial court, looking at the situation of Central Continent. As the news came in, her brows furrowed even tighter. She was furious. The huge Central Continent was rich in resources and people. The 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, led by the leaders of the Celestial Court, had gone through countless years and countless days and nights of hard work to create this place. But now it was being robbed by thieves from all over. The place was in a foul state. Meanwhile, Duke Long was still sitting at the main seat, listening to Fairy Myrtle's reports with a calm expression. No matter, so what if we lost some resources? It's just a minor ailment, Duke Long said as he closed his eyes and rested his chin on his hand, pretending to sleep. Fairy Myrtle breathed in deeply, telling herself to calm down. But at the next moment, her eyes opened wide as she shouted in anger. Fang Yuan has escaped. Our 3 Central Continent rank 8s are all injured. Senior Zhou Xiong Xian was killed by Fang Yuan. A sharp light flashed in Duke Long's eyes. He stopped pretending to sleep and sat up, muttering. Zhou Xiong Xian and the others were specially arranged to deal with Fang Yuan. Among them, Zhou Xiong Xian was the strongest, but he was actually killed by Fang Yuan. But the others were only injured and retreated. There must be a reason behind this. Where is the detailed battle report? Here. Fairy Myrtle immediately handed an information path Gu worm to Duke Long. The battle report was very detailed, because other than Zhou Xiong Xian, the other 3 Central Continent rank 8s were still alive. After reading the battle report, the hall fell silent. After a while, Fairy Myrtle spoke. I thought that Fang Yuan used Luo Pasil to kill Senior Zhou Xiong Xian. I didn't expect him to use Spring Scissors' killer move. According to this battle report, Spring Scissors has been modified again. Most importantly, when Fang Yuan transformed into the immemorial Year Monkey, his battle strength had already reached the peak of rank 8. Fairy Myrtle let out a deep sigh. She had known for a long time that Fang Yuan was a threat. If he was allowed to grow freely, he would definitely become a great threat. Fairy Myrtle had expected this, but she did not expect this day to come so soon. How long has it been since Fang Yuan became a Gu immortal? In the blink of an eye, he became a rank 8. In the blink of an eye, he actually had peak rank 8 battle strength. Even I only have rank 8 upper stage battle strength. At once Fairy Myrtle felt disheartened. Duke Long took a look at Fairy Myrtle. His tone was still deep and slow. Ziwei, don't look down on yourself. Fang Yuan rose up rapidly. Other than his own talent, he also had the help of various forces. He has Spring Autumn Cicada. He is Red Lotus Demon Venerable's target. He also obtained Spectral Soul's true inheritance, and inherited the position of Shadow Sect leader. He even has Ghostly Concealment. That is a Thieving Heaven true inheritance. Don't forget, with the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower, how many benefits did Fang Yuan obtain from Giant Sun Immortal? We have placed enough importance on Fang Yuan. There is nothing wrong with your actions against him. It is just that we have failed repeatedly. Other than Fang Yuan, there are also the influences behind him. We are not just trying to get rid of Fang Yuan, We are also fighting against the forces around him. There are many immortal venerables and demon venerables among them. They allowed Feng Yuan to grow to his current level. Fairy Myrtle had an ashamed expression. I heard this news, my heart was shaken. Thank you, Lord Duke Long, for your consolation. Duke Long smiled lightly. I am not consoling you. I am merely stating a fact. However, even though Feng Yuan has peak rank 8 battle strength, as long as he is not rank 9, he cannot overturn our celestial court. Zhou Xiongxian's death is clear in the battle report. It was because Feng Yuan activated the immortal formation and destroyed Rumor Cage. Feng Yuan is crafty and sinister. He purposely stalled for time, causing Rumor Cage to become stronger and stronger due to the support of Central Continent's people. It greatly surpassed its original power. After Feng Yuan destroyed the Rumor Cage, Zhou Xiongxian's backlash became extremely strong. It surpassed his limits. He was heavily injured on the spot. Even though the other 3 rank 8s tried to save him, Feng Yuan was already prepared. He used the formation to disrupt their reinforcements. He suddenly turned into an ancient year monkey. His battle strength rose to peak rank 8. Catching the 3 immortals off guard, he killed Zhou Xiongxian. Feng Yuan had been feigning weakness. He used Rumor Cage to harm our Gu immortals. Even though Zhou Xiongxian was vigilant, he still fell for Feng Yuan's tricks. Actually, if they fought openly, even if Feng Yuan had peak rank 8 battle strength, he would not be able to kill Zhou Xiongxian. The subsequent battle proved this. Our 3 rank 8s supported each other and retreated together. Feng Yuan could not stop them. Fairy Myrtle nodded. Duke Long's analysis was exactly what she was thinking. She agreed. There is no strongest immortal Gu. There is only the strongest Gu immortal. Feng Yuan is well developed. He has great strength, and more terrifyingly, he is crafty and ruthless. He often has extraordinary battle achievements. Right now, he has peak rank 8 battle strength. Our previous arrangements have been disrupted by him. Should we send Li Huang to deal with Feng Yuan? Duke Long shook his head. Li Huang still needs to defend the Refinement Path Convention. Repairing fate is the center of the situation. We cannot send anyone away during this period. If we send Li Huang to deal with Feng Yuan, not to mention that Feng Yuan has fixed immortal travel. Even if his teleportation method fails, and he gets pestered by Li Huang, that is something Feng Yuan would like to see. Feng Yuan wants to deal with us and destroy Fate Gu's repair. Don't tell me the others don't want to as well? We cannot lose our footing now. Yes, Lord Duke Long. Fairy Myrtle had already calmed down. Even though Duke Long was not a Wisdom Path Gu immortal, he presided over the Celestial Court. He had an extraordinary presence. He was like a giant pillar that supported the heavens. He controlled the situation steadily. Not to mention that Feng Yuan had peak rank 8 battle strength. Even if he was a pseudo-immortal venerable, and had the same battle strength as Duke Long, what could he do? Duke Long believed that with Celestial Court's foundation, they could definitely ensure the repair of Fate Gu. No matter how much Feng Yuan jumped around, as long as he was not a rank 9 venerable, he would not be able to turn the situation around. Duke Long was most concerned about the Refinement Path Convention's progress. He looked at another person in the hall asking, Lord Zheng Yuan, how is the activation of Enemy Hatred United going? The person being asked was an old man. He had many age spots and wrinkles on his face. His body was thin and dry. He looked like an old man with one foot in the grave. He was sitting on a stone bench. Because his back was hunched, it was as if his entire body was curled up. His breathing was very light. His aura was so weak that it would not be strange even if he died at the next moment. But his seniority was higher than Duke Long. He had a lot of seniority. He only had rank 7 cultivation level, but he was a member of Celestial Court. He was Old Man Zheng Yuan. Because of the repair of Fate Gu, he had awakened from the immortal graveyard. Normally speaking, Celestial Court only recruited rank 8 Gu immortals, and they were all elites and experts among rank 8s. But Old Man Zheng Yuan had rank 7 cultivation level. He was recognized by Celestial Court, and was recruited. The main reason was that Old Man Zheng Yuan chose to cultivate a special path, human path. The concept of humanity had been put forward a long time ago. It came from the Run ancestor, who was known to everyone. The legends of Run Zhu left behind by the human ancestor could be said to be the largest, longest-lasting, and most unique inheritance in the history of the human race. The legends of Run Zhu contain the profundities of human path. Many talented people read it and obtained some results. Often, these results had amazing effects and shocking power. Celestial Court had always thought of itself as the leader of humanity, the orthodox of human path. Celestial Court's accumulated human path methods were one of Duke Long's greatest reliance. Old man Zheng Yuan replied with a weak aura. Back then, the 18 variant human demonic immortals attacked Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. He was invincible. The 18 demonic immortals lost miserably, but they were unwilling to accept it. They used demonic words to confuse the Immortal Venerable. Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable was troubled. He sat in the killing formation for 3 days and 3 nights. His thoughts were in a mess, and he could not control himself. After reading the legends of Ren Zhu, Immortal Venerable saw through the obstacles in his heart. He created countless living beings, people's united hearts, common hatred for a common enemy, and many other human path killer moves. I am only a key to activate the methods left behind by Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable. I do not deserve the title Lord. Duke Long, you can call me by my name. Old man Zheng Yuan was very humble. Right now, myriad living beings has already been activated. The killer move common hatred for a common enemy has also covered the whole of Central Continent. As long as the human will accumulates to a certain extent, we can use people's united hearts. Good. Duke Long smiled. That's good. With the common hatred for a common enemy, Central Continent's people will be united. They will be filled with righteous indignation and hatred. The Refinement Path Convention will definitely continue. Central Continent Dharma Body Sect. This sect was created by Wind Cloud Manor's Supreme Elder Wu Fa. It was also the competition venue of the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. After the qualifiers, those who could compete here were all experts in Gu refinement. There were thousands of Gu masters in the square. Each of them occupied an area and refined Gu. The whole square was covered in a thick layer of light. The rank 7 Gu Immortal Wu Fa was personally guarding it, protecting everything. Half of the time had already passed. Those who were not Gu masters had already failed. Some had black faces. Some were in a worse state. Their hands were destroyed. Their chests were corroded. Bloody holes were formed. Gu refinement was a very dangerous process. If one was not careful, they would meet with a disaster. Another Gu master met with an accident while refining Gu. He fainted on the ground. The formation under the tiles of the square activated, teleporting this Gu master out of the square. Several healing Gu masters quickly gathered and treated him. It turned out that this person had made a mistake when handling the Gu materials. The poison in the Gu materials invaded his body, causing him to faint. Soon, he was treated properly and woke up. His life was spared. Even though you woke up, your limbs are sore and your mind is muddled, you cannot participate in the competition. The healing Gu master felt pity for him. This person was not weak. Many people thought highly of him. This person laughed. So what if I fail? According to the words of the superior immortals, even if I fail in the Refinement Path Convention, it is beneficial to Central Continent. It is beneficial to the righteous path. Those demonic immortals tried all ways to destroy our Refinement Path Convention. They killed so many innocent lives. Even though we are mortals, we cannot give up on resisting, participating in the Refinement Path Convention, and allowing it to continue. That is the best revenge for them. Even though his tone was weak and powerless, his words were firm and intense like swords colliding. Good man. The healing Gu master beside him gave him a thumbs up. I think so too. Those murderers are unworthy of being immortals. They have no compassion or benevolence. We need to resist to the end. We cannot let them get what they want. Right at this time, there was a change in the square. 2 young Gu masters stood up at the same time, holding Gu worms in their hands. One of them was Hong Yi. He shouted. I succeeded. Good, both of you succeeded at the same time. You are at the top of this round. According to what I said earlier, both of you can get a small prize that I left behind. Gu Immortal Wu Fa's voice came from the square. Everyone was envious. The two young Gu masters looked at each other. They were not far from each other. One was at the center of the square, while the other was at the northeast corner. You two, report your names. Wu Fa said again. He did not show himself. But he had already observed these two winners. The more he looked at them, the more he liked them. These two young Gu masters were handsome and had high cultivation level. I am Hongyi. Hongyi replied. I am Yifan. The other young man also spoke. Chapter 17:16. White clouds flew around him. Winds howled in his ears. Fang Yuan flew rapidly in the sky. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his lips. He had paid a price in the battle with the 4 rank 8s earlier. Especially at the end, when he killed Zhou Xiong Xian. The remaining 3 rank 8s decided to retreat. They cooperated and destroyed Fang Yuan's formation. This formation was not created by Fang Yuan. Shadow Sect had secretly combined the natural Dao marks of the surroundings to form a super formation. This super immortal formation had extraordinary power. It was similar to the one Fang Yuan used to harm Xiacha's group. This immortal formation was usually concealed without any traces. Shadow Sect created it so that when the time was right, it would provide Defy with a base of operations. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects each occupied an area. They occupied the most resources. The rest of the righteous path, lone immortals, and demonic immortals lived in the cracks of the 10 great ancient sections. But the sect system was not like the clan system. It was good at finding talents. Many cultivation geniuses did not lack talent. It was often because they did not have enough cultivation resources. They could not progress further. As time passed, these people naturally became enemies with Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. There were many conflicts between them. Shadow sects sensed this. They secretly contacted the Gu immortals who were dissatisfied with the Celestial Court and the 10 great ancient sects. They united and formed a very secretive Defy with a loose structure. Defy was similar to Zombie Alliance. It was a subordinate sect of Shadow Sect. It was like how Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were subordinate sects of the Celestial Court. Shadow Sect had high hopes for Defy, but unfortunately, no matter how well it concealed itself, it was not Fairy Myrtle's match. Right now, Defy had already been destroyed. Fairy Myrtle had made great contributions here. She had completely wiped them out. Since Fang Yuan appeared and destroyed the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention's competition locations, he had already considered the pursuit and encirclement of the Celestial Court. This super formation was his trump card. When he sensed something amiss, he escaped to this place without going anywhere else. When Zhou Xiong Xian used Rumor Cage to trap Fang Yuan, he was overjoyed. But he did not expect that he had already fallen into Fang Yuan's ambush. The super formation did not let down Fang Yuan's expectations. When he activated it, Rumor Cage was cut off from the outside world. He forcefully destroyed this immortal battlefield. Next, the immortal formation blocked 3 rank 8s for a breath of time, giving Fang Yuan the chance to kill Zhou Xiong Xian. Finally, with the immortal formation's help, Fang Yuan fought against the remaining rank of the 3 rank 8s of the immortal battlefield. Also, this immortal formation of the imf of the 3 of Fang Yuan Fang of the immortal formation. The 3 Central Continent rank 8s saw this and attacked, destroying the immortal formation. But the immortal formation was like this. The stronger it was, the greater the backlash after being broken. This was a double-edged sword. Immortal killer moves were like this. The stronger they were, the greater the backlash after being broken. This was a double-edged sword. But thankfully, Fang Yuan was mentally prepared. He was completely different from Zhou Xiong Xian, who was caught off guard. Fang Yuan did not have an immortal battlefield or an immortal formation to stop them. He could only let them escape. His battle strength was at the peak of rank 8. He could defeat these 3, but it would be hard to kill them. His battle strength was at the peak of rank 8. He could defeat these 3, but it would be difficult to kill them. Normally, Fang Yuan relied on Luo Pasil, spring scissors, winter coat, five-finger fist heart sword, and other methods to stabilize his battle strength at rank 8 upper stage. Normally, Fang Yuan relied on Luo Pasil, spring scissors, winter coat, five-finger fist heart sword, and other methods to stabilize his battle strength at rank 8 upper stage. And when he transformed into the ancient year monkey, his battle strength would rise to the peak of rank 8. When he turned into the ancient year monkey, his battle strength would rise to the peak of rank 8. And when he transformed into the ancient year monkey, his battle strength would rise to the peak of rank 8. In the contest for Red Lotus True Inheritance, Fang Yuan did not win or lose. In the contest for Dragon Palace, Fang Yuan lost. But after that, Heaven Form did not disappoint. It found the location of the crucial immortal goo in Beast's Calamity Grotto Heaven. During this time, Fang Yuan also raised his transformation path attainment level through the Dream Realm. Fang Yuan first used Familiar Face to disguise himself as another person and sneak into the Grotto Heaven. Next, he used theft path methods to steal all the immortal goo. Even though that Beast Calamity Heavenly Spirit was clear-headed, how could it be the crafty Fang Yuan's match? At this point, Fang Yuan had no more worries. He went out with a new identity and inherited the Beast Calamity True Inheritance. The pitiful Beast Calamity Heavenly Spirit was deceived by him. Even when the entire Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven was annexed, it did not discover Fang Yuan's true identity. This Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven was the key. On average, an earthly calamity could give a goo immortal 250 Dao marks, a heavenly tribulation 750, a grand tribulation 7,250, and a myriad tribulation even more at 86,750. Of course, this was the average. Sometimes calamities and tribulations were fierce. If the goo immortal could survive them, their gains would be much higher. Rank 7 goo immortals faced an earthly calamity every 10 years. Rank 8 goo immortals faced a heavenly tribulation every 10 years. Rank 7 goo immortals faced a heavenly tribulation every 50 years. Rank 8 goo immortals faced a grand tribulation every 50 years. Rank 7 goo immortals faced a grand tribulation every 100 years. Rank 8 goo immortals faced a myriad tribulation every 100 years. A myriad tribulation gave over 80,000 Dao marks. A grand tribulation gave less than a fraction of the former. Rank 8 goo immortals could often suppress rank 7 goo immortals, because the difference in Dao marks was too huge. The Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven that Fang Yuan annexed had already gone through one grand tribulation. Even though the Grotto Heaven's original owner, Beast Calamity Immortal, died after passing the first grand tribulation, the Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven that he left behind survived many more calamities and tribulations. It was not far from the second grand tribulation. That was to say, ignoring the other Dao marks in Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, there were over 100,000 transformation path Dao marks. Fang Yuan himself had close to 100,000 transformation path Dao marks. Originally, he only had 50,000, but in the River of Time, he killed many rank 7 celestial court. After devouring a large number of immortal apertures, he obtained the Dao marks of many paths. Thus, after Fang Yuan annexed Beast Calamity Grotto Heaven, he had over 200,000 transformation path Dao marks. This was a terrifying number. Rank 8 goo immortals who cultivated transformation path had to go through at least 2 grand tribulations to obtain so many transformation path Dao marks. Bo Qing was a rank 8 goo immortal who had gone through 2 grand tribulations. So was Duke Long. And when Fang Yuan transformed into the immemorial year monkey, these transformation path Dao marks would turn into time path Dao marks. Don't forget, after Fang Yuan devoured Xiacha's Grotto Heaven, he had over 70,000 time path Dao marks. In the River of Time, after killing the 3 Xuanzi and annexing their immortal apertures, he had over 100,000 time path Dao marks. 200,000 plus 100,000. When Fang Yuan transformed into the immemorial year monkey, he had over 300,000 time path Dao marks. What did that mean? Rank 8 goo immortals who cultivated time path would have to go through the third grand tribulation if they did not have any fortuitous encounters. And after going through the third grand tribulation, they would become a rank 9 venerable. Of course, a rank 9 Gu venerable's Dao marks were not just 300,000. This was only the starting point of a venerable. Even so, Fang Yuan had already reached pseudo-immortal venerable level with just time path Dao marks. Together with rank 8 time path immortal Gu and many powerful rank 8 time path killer moves, his battle strength naturally rose to the peak of rank 8. Earlier, when Fang Yuan fought against Li Huang, he used Luo Pasil, but could not break through Li Huang's verdant sunflame cloak. But now, when Fang Yuan transformed into the immemorial year monkey, he was looking forward to the clash between spring scissors and verdant sunflame cloak. But against Duke Long, it will be difficult. Fang Yuan had a deep gaze. There were many factors that affected battle strength. Dao marks were one, immortal Gu were another, the immortal aperture's foundation was another, and methods were another. Fang Yuan did not lack Dao marks. He had 3-time path immortal Gu, which was passable. But his immortal killer moves were lacking, even though spring scissors and other methods had been modified many times and became stronger. The foundation was not changed. Back and forth, it was just these few moves. As for Duke Long, Fang Yuan had seen his battle with Zishan Makoto. He knew that be it transformation path or chi path Dao marks, he had at least 300,000. Duke Long definitely had more rank 8 immortal Gu than Fang Yuan's 3-time path immortal Gu. Duke Long's immortal killer moves were plentiful and endless, especially killer moves like triple chi retraction. They were earth-shattering killer moves that were extremely difficult to defend against. All these factors created Duke Long's pseudo-immortal venerable battle strength. Pseudo-immortal venerable. It was not so easy to reach the level of venerable. Precisely because of this, Duke Long was able to snatch Dragon Palace in front of almost all the Eastern Sea rank 8s. This was enough to show how powerful he was. Of course, he was also injured. Pseudo-immortal venerable was not an immortal venerable after all. The difference in strength was like heaven and earth. Fang Yuan did not lack confidence. He had always been very confident in himself. But the foundation of this confidence was that he knew himself. He was very clear about his own strength. Thus, Fang Yuan was wary of Duke Long. There was no helping it. He could not match him in battle strength. This people's accusation of the people's human path method is getting stronger. Even though I do not know much about human path, I can feel that something is amiss. Fang Yuan frowned slightly. Don't forget, his wisdom path attainment was so deep that even Fairy Myrtle did not dare to underestimate him. The emotions of wisdom path Gu immortals were never groundless. They were always an indication of something. Just Yama Emperor's killer move cannot resolve people's accusation. The more I appear in Central Continent, the longer I stay, the stronger people's accusation gets. But now, it has not been truly ignited. Even though there are many incidents in Central Continent, they are all small skirmishes. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan made up his mind. Soldiers are trained for a long time to be used in a single moment. It is time to let them out. Earlier, when fighting against Zhou Xiong Xian, Fang Yuan waited patiently for a while, but Duke Long did not appear. Now that the super-immortal formation was destroyed, Fang Yuan did not have the confidence to fight Duke Long alone. Needless to say, Duke Long did not appear from start to finish, but he gave Fang Yuan an even greater threat. He forced Fang Yuan to conceal himself and shift the risk to him. Chapter 1717. Central Continent. Carefree Island was floating in the sky. This was Mahayana Pavilion's territory. The Gu refinement competition was coming to an end. The 3 Gu immortals guarding Carefree Island also relaxed. One of them looked at the clouds outside the island, stretching his back. It is finally over. This refinement path convention is the most tiring one I have ever been in charge of. Haha, that's right. There is no helping it. That demon Fang Yuan caused too much trouble. Many people from other regions also have ulterior motives. Thankfully, the mission is over. I will treat you two to a drink. Oh, I have heard of your 9-flow jade wine for a long time. To think that I would be able to taste it today. Ha ha ha, you are too kind, too kind. The Gu immortal who was praised waved his hand, but his expression suddenly froze. Ugh! His face was filled with shock, and his body was as stiff as stone. He fell backward, and when he hit the ground, he was completely dead. Alert! Enemy attack! His soul has dissipated. The remaining 2 rank 7 Gu immortals turned pale with fright, quickly activating their defensive methods. Next, they watched as the participating Gu masters fell to the ground one after another, dying on the spot. The 2 Gu immortals watched with bloodshot eyes. They were extremely furious. Just as they were about to succeed, they encountered a sneak attack. They are actually so cruel, attacking mortal Gu masters so ruthlessly. Quickly come out. Which demonic path scoundrel is it? Only knowing how to sneak attack. The 2 Gu immortals shouted. The competition was in chaos. People continued to fall to the ground. You want me to come out? Laughter could be heard. As you wish. While laughing, Wuxia appeared. Demonic path cultivator die. The 2 Gu immortals gritted their teeth, charging over. Wuxia stood on the spot without moving. He looked at them with a mocking smile. The 2 Gu immortals were charging over when their expressions changed. Their speed fell rapidly. We were actually hit. Just now. What method is this? The 2 rank 7 Gu immortals fell to the ground, looking at Wuxia getting closer. Wuxia smiled, keeping the 3 Gu immortal corpses. Lord Sect Leader needs all of your immortal apertures. He turned around and took one last look at the entire arena. There was no one left standing, only a pile of corpses. After a moment, Wuxia leisurely flew out of Carefree Island. The entire Carefree Island was deathly silent, without a single living being alive. At the same time, upstream of Phosphorescent River, Hey Lulan roared. A mere immortal array wants to stop me? Her voice hadn't finished resounding in the air when her imposing aura rose explosively. It filled the heavens and the earth, and it radiated towards the surroundings and swept up a boundless storm. Boom! With a killer move, the defensive immortal formation that had reached its limit was completely destroyed. Pu. Several Gu immortals guarding this formation coughed out large amounts of blood. They suffered backlash. Hey Lulan laughed sinisterly. Layers of strength path phantoms appeared on her body as she charged towards the Gu immortals. 100 Knot Forest. Bai Ningbing stepped on the snow and walked leisurely. The originally lush bamboo forest had already been frozen by frost. It was like an insect in amber, motionless. The grass was also covered in snow. There was no sign of life left. In the competition arena at the center of the bamboo forest, hundreds of mortal Gu masters were frozen into ice sculptures. None of them survived. Bai Ningbing, Hey Lulan, and Wuxia had been cultivating on the Stone Lotus Island. They used Future Self-Killer move to borrow the future state. Their battle strength rose sharply. They were elite rank 7 experts. Ordinary people were not their match. Seeing their results, Fang Yuan was quite happy. With the support of their future selves, the 3 of them finally advanced by leaps and bounds, gaining the qualifications to participate in the great battle. These 3 are all geniuses. They have outstanding talent. Once their battle strength rises, they will overshadow other Gu immortals of the same level. Now let's see how Celestial Court reacts. Celestial Court. A new battle report came. Fairy Myrtle's expression turned grim. She ordered Celestial Court to pay a huge price to collect the Time Path immortal materials in jewel yellow skies. In the end, not only did she not restrict Fang Yuan's growth, even Fang Yuan's 3 subordinates had such strength now. The battle report was handed to Duke Long. Duke Long looked at the battle footage as his eyes shined with sharp light. He was deeply moved. Fairy Myrtle could not recognize it, but Duke Long could. He was silent for a while before saying, "What of Fang Yuan? I underestimated you." Fairy Myrtle was puzzled. "Lord Duke Long, why do you say that?" The reason why their strength rose sharply is because of the killer move, Future Self. Duke Long said solemnly, "Future Self. This was created by my eldest disciple. Back then, he used Spring-Autumn Cicada to rebirth, and lost his immortal venerable cultivation. To make up for it, he created the killer move Future Self." Duke Long answered, This time, it was Fairy Myrtle's expression that changed. She frowned as she said in disbelief, "I have checked Spectral Soul's memories. The Red Lotus true inheritance that he obtained definitely did not include future self. This means that Feng Yuan has already obtained a Red Lotus true inheritance? Otherwise, how did he do it with future self? We've already sealed off the river of time." Duke Long shook his head. "There is no need to talk about this now. It seems that we need to pay close attention to Feng Yuan's movements. He might have some special methods in his hands." Duke Long did not dare to underestimate Feng Yuan anymore. Or rather, he did not dare to underestimate Red Lotus Demon Venerable. At once, Fairy Myrtle and Old Man Zheng Yuan felt heavy in their hearts. The shadow of Red Lotus Demon Venerable shrouded their hearts once again. But next, Feng Yuan did not show up again. Only Bai Ningbing, He Lulan, and Wuxia continued to attack. They won more than they lost, causing havoc in Central Continent. What is Feng Yuan doing? Is he secretly continuing, trying to make a big scene? Feng Yuan did not make a move. It was the Celestial Court's turn to feel uncomfortable. This threat was like a drawn bow. The arrow had yet to be released. It was very worrying. Feng Yuan was waiting, but he did not see Duke Long show up. The situation is getting more troublesome. Feng Yuan gritted his teeth as he felt something amiss. Duke Long still did not show up. Even though the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention was repeatedly destroyed and sacrifices were made, it was still being carried out. Especially when the competition continued, there were fewer and fewer Gu Masters left. The locations of the competition also decreased. Central Continent's Gu Immortals had a clear increase in numbers and strength. Bai Ningbing, He Lulan, and the rest started to move together. They could not do anything to the competition alone. Feng Yuan also did not see anyone from Longevity Heaven. On the eve of the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, Bing Sichuan contacted Feng Yuan. He wanted to work with him to destroy this Refinement Path Convention and prevent Celestial Court from succeeding. But now there was no news from Longevity Heaven. "With just me and Shadow Sect, we cannot stop the competition, unless a stronger force intervenes." Feng Yuan was clear about this. Shadow Sect had indeed slaughtered many lives and obstructed the progress of the convention. But Duke Long did not budge. He continued to push the convention forward. If Duke Long did not show up, the Gu Immortals of the other 4 regions would be wary and not dare to make a move. This was Duke Long's wisdom. Thus, Feng Yuan had no choice but to be the vanguard. But now, even though Feng Yuan's gains were glorious, the situation was still firmly in Duke Long's control. For Feng Yuan, Central Continent's situation had not opened up yet. What should he do? After thinking about it, Feng Yuan decided to change his strategy. He no longer ordered Bai Ningbing and the rest to attack the competition venue. He changed his target to loot the resource points. Central Continent was rich in resources. They had a lot of reserves. Every time Bai Ningbing and the rest looted a place, Feng Yuan would display the relevant video in jewel yellow skies for other Gu Immortals to watch. This strategy was not effective in the first few days. Even though Bai Ningbing and the rest had great gains, it did not make Feng Yuan happy. But a few days later, more chaos began to occur. Northern Plains' lone immortal sleeping lady suddenly appeared and destroyed Combat Immortal Sex formation, looting a resource point. 2 Gu Immortals suspected to be Xiao Huqi and Xiao Shirang attacked Colored Glass Mountain Range and exterminated a superforce. 3 Gu Immortals belonging to the force died. The immemorial immortal materials that were being transported to Crane Gate's headquarters were attacked by a group of mysterious Gu Immortals along the way. The immemorial immortal materials were all looted. Another few days passed, and the chaos became more and more intense. Fire beacons were burning in all directions, and chaos was everywhere. All sorts of famous resource points were being looted, or were about to be looted. Gu Immortals seemed to be active in every corner of Central Continent. Ha ha ha, the people's hearts are finally in chaos. Feng Yuan laughed heartily in secret. His plan was vicious. It played into other people's dark thoughts. If he instigated other forces or Gu Immortals to attack and destroy the Refinement Path Convention, they would hesitate and watch from the sidelines. But if he made them attack and loot some resource points to avoid a direct confrontation with the Celestial Court, it was not difficult for them to do so. At the same time, the looted resources would stimulate these Gu immortals. They would become more daring and greedy. As for those Gu immortals who were watching from the sidelines, how could they not be envious when they saw others looting so many resources? How could they not be frustrated? After all, many resources were taken by others. They would not have a share anymore. Fang Yuan's change of tactic showed great results. The whole of Central Continent fell into chaos. Gu immortals from Western Desert, Southern Border, Eastern Sea, and Northern Plains came one after another. Even some lone and demonic immortals of Central Continent were trying to take advantage of the situation. Fang Yuan, I will make you die a horrible death. Fairy Myrtle gritted her teeth in hatred. Duke Long sighed. The hearts of the people are not what they used to be. Even so, Duke Long did not change his original intention. He wanted to continue the refinement path convention. Those competition locations were heavily guarded by a large number of Gu immortals. Precisely because the Celestial Court gathered these forces, the resource points in the outside world had weak defenses. Others could sneak attack them again and again. It could be said that Fang Yuan was beating them at their own game. Using Duke Long's tactic as a foundation, he purposely changed his own tactic. Duke Long's determination did not waver. Even if Central Continent's situation was terrible, he would firmly guard the refinement path convention. His tactic made Fang Yuan grit his teeth. He could not do anything about it. Duke Long did not change his tactic. He forced Fang Yuan to attack his own side. Fang Yuan would not attack rashly. He knew that he was not the Celestial Court's match. Moreover, the other forces had not appeared yet. If he attacked now, he would only become a stepping stone for them. Chapter 17-18. Central Continent Earth Chi Stone Forest. Puff puff puff. Waves of surging earth energy gushed out from the cave in the stone forest. There were stone pillars of varying sizes. The small ones were like bamboo shoots, while the large ones were like ancient trees reaching into the sky. Western Desert Earth Path, Gu Immortal Shurgan Dang, sized up the Earth Chi Stone Forest with a complex expression. This Earth Chi Stone Forest produced a vast amount of Earth Path cultivation resources. Among them was round Kuan stone, which Shurgan Dang desperately needed. Unfortunately, this round Kuan stone had never been sold in large quantities in Jewel Yellow Skies. Because this place was controlled by one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, they needed round Kuan stones internally. In Jewel Yellow Skies, I did not hesitate to raise the price, but the Gu immortals here did not relent. They even made fun of me. Hee, now that I have destroyed this place and taken away all the round Kuan stones, I have taken revenge for that day. Shurgan Dang breathed in deeply. His aura burst out and rushed to the sky. Immortal Killer Move, Heavenly Descent 3 mountains. Boom, boom, boom. 3 mountains crashed down from the sky, destroying the stone forest formation. Most of the stone forest was crushed into pieces by the mountains. Shurgan Dang did not feel any heartache. He breathed heavily as he rushed to the scene with a pale expression, sweeping all the round Kuan stones and other immortal materials into his immortal aperture. Central Continent Spirit Marsh Spring. Which scoundrel dares to covet this place? I have already found you. Why aren't you showing yourself? The one guarding this place was Ancient Soul Sect's rank 7 Gu immortal expert, Yang Feng. He had a broad back and a thin waist. His whole body was emitting a valiant aura. He had short white hair. A pair of golden eyes flickered with a sharp light. He wore a martial outfit with a blue-silver belt around his waist. His calves and arms were covered in bright silver armor. Spirit Marsh Spring was not an ordinary resource. It was very unique. Ancient Soul Sect specially sent Yang Feng to guard it, not wanting to lose it. Under Yang Feng's shout, a Gu immortal slowly walked out. He was an old man with a hunched back, holding onto a walking stick as he hobbled over. Yang Feng snorted coldly. Old man, you are already so old. You should cherish the few days you have left. You're still so stubborn that you came here to court death? The elderly Gu Immortal chuckled. I have no choice. I want to ask for some Spirit Lake spring water. Yang Feng sneered. Even the great elders of the ancient soul sect don't have enough spring water for their own use. How can I give it to you? The elderly Gu Immortal sighed deeply. In that case, I will have to snatch it myself. Yang Feng raised his head and laughed loudly. Old man, you've got guts, daring to attack me. What's your name? State your name. The elderly Gu Immortal smiled, saying with deep meaning, I have already forgotten my name. However, most people call me Forgotten Taoist. You're the Forgotten Taoist. Yang Feng's body shook, and his eyes flashed with surprise. Then his expression froze. Wait, what did you say your name was? The elderly Gu Immortal was silent. He stood on the spot and smiled at Yang Feng. Yang Feng had a dazed expression. He looked at the old Gu Immortal and frowned deeply. Who are you? What are you doing here? A moment later, the Forgotten Taoist took away the Spirit Lake spring water. Yang Feng looked at his departing figure and reacted. Who are you? You're sneaking around, stop right there. The Forgotten Taoist vanished. Yang Feng looked at the dried-up Spirit Lake. He was shocked and furious, he was filled with doubts. Damn it, who stole the Spirit Lake spring water? I was on guard, how did the other party do it? No, I need to report this to the sect. But at the next moment, Yang Feng was stunned. What did I do? Oh, right, I accepted the mission to guard this Spirit Lake spring. I cannot let outsiders succeed. With me here. I want to see who dares to court death. Central Continent in a mountain range. After a battle, the Gu Immortals of Central Continent's 10 great sects retreated with hatred. Remember this. Get lost, losers. Xiao Huqi sneered. He looked at the people around him with a cold gaze. Beside him was a Northern Plains Gu Immortal. He was so thin that his bones could be seen. His skin was wrinkled and stuck to his bones. Veins could be seen all over his skin. He was Northern Plains Demonic Path Rank 7, Pai Shuihan. Not long ago, he and Xiao Huqi had their eyes on this resource. They worked together and chased away the Central Continent Gu Immortals guarding this place. Only the two of them were left. The atmosphere became strange. Friend, how do you think we should split this resource? Xiao Huqi pretended to be polite. Pai Shuihan snorted coldly. He said without hesitation. You can get lost too. Xiao Huqi was stunned. He laughed from extreme anger. I am a rank 7 expert of Western Desert Xiao clan. Who are you? You are so short-sighted but have such an arrogant personality. So much nonsense. Pai Shuihan had a disdainful expression as he attacked Xiao Huqi. Xiao Huqi's expression sank. He charged at Pai Shuihan without fear. The two fought for more than 10 rounds. Xiao Huqi could not hold on anymore. Right at this time, Xiao Shirang's figure appeared in the sky. Xiao Huqi was overjoyed. He quickly gathered with Xiao Shirang to deal with Pai Shuihan. But a moment later, Xiao Huqi and Xiao Shirang retreated in anger. Who in the world is this person? For this little bit of cultivation resources, he is fighting with no regard for his life? Xiao Huqi gritted his teeth. He was a brave person, a rank 7 expert of Western Desert Super Force Xiao clan. But he had seen Pai Shuihan's craziness in battle. He had been suppressed. If I am not wrong, he is Northern Plains Demonic Path Gu Immortal Pai Shuihan. Xiao Shirang said plainly. Xiao Huqi was stunned. So he is a Northern Plains barbarian. No wonder. Forget it, Central Continent has so many resources. There is no need to fight with such a person. As time passed, the earth veins shook. The 5 regional walls continued to melt. The fusion of the earth veins caused a huge commotion in Central Continent, but it was far inferior to the plundering of Gu Immortals. The vast Central Continent was a beautiful land, but now it was in a state of desolation. Fires were burning everywhere. Things like Forgotten Taoist, who only took the resources, were still fine. But most of the Gu Immortals acted like Shirgan Dang, directly destroying the resource points. Their intentions were very vicious. Several days later, Celestial Court. It's done. The accumulation of human will is enough. In the hall, old man Zheng Yuan suddenly spoke. Fairy Myrtle heard this, and immediately let out a sigh of relief, her expression becoming more spirited. These last days, countless bad news have been coming. Central Continent suffered huge losses all over. Fairy Myrtle felt a lot of pressure. Oh, then please go ahead. Duke Long's expression was still calm and indifferent. Old man Zheng Yuan nodded his head and stood up shakily. Then, a majestic and mighty aura suddenly exploded from his body. Immortal killer move, People's United Hearts. The accumulated human will was quickly expended. Not much was left. At the same time, all of Central Continent's Gu Immortals, Gu Masters, and mortals were covered in a layer of light. The light flashed for a moment. It was like an illusion. But Central Continent's people soon found out something special. What does it mean? Such a mystical feeling. It feels like I am closely connected to the people around me. I can directly sense their thoughts. After the shock, people soon found out the profundity of People's United Hearts. It could connect everyone together. They could understand each other's thoughts. Because of the fear of being attacked, the pain and hatred caused by the death of their friends and family, the worry for their lives, and the anticipation for their future. There had never been a moment like this where the hearts of Central Continent's people were tightly connected. Who are you? Why do you have such terrifying evil intentions towards us? In a competition venue, a Northern Plains Gu Immortal was discovered. He was like a torch in the darkness. His true thoughts could not be hidden. They were known by everyone. He had a handsome face, he wore a white robe, he was thin and had a scholarly aura. He was a Northern Plains rank 7 demonic path Gu Immortal, free scholar. Such an amazing human path killer move. Even with my disguise, I was still discovered. Free scholar suppressed his shock. He showed a sinister smile towards the people around him. Several rank 7 experts guarding this place appeared and surrounded free scholar. You disguised yourself and joined the Gu refinement competition to obtain success Dao marks? Leave this place. We will not make things difficult for you if you leave voluntarily. The leading Gu Immortal said. Free scholar laughed. He said to the leader. So you were really here. I did not come here for nothing. His tone was filled with killing intent. The leading Gu Immortal was puzzled. Who are you? What grudge do we have? So you have already forgotten. But I have not. Back then, you exterminated Chun tribe. Today, Chun tribe's descendant is here to take your life. Free scholar erupted. He activated his killer move. It was his signature killer move, 1000 disintegrations. An hour later, Free scholar dragged his crippled body as he flew into the sky with tears in his eyes. No one was left alive in the competition venue. At another competition venue, friend, please come out for a chat. The defending Gu Immortal said in a polite tone. He had a warm attitude. I was discovered. Southern border secluded Immortal Zhengqing shook his head. He cooperated and walked out of the venue. I have no ill intentions. I just want to experience the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. After all, this is likely to be the last one. Zhengqing smiled bitterly. He was a secluded cultivator of southern border. He had obtained a Genesis Lotus true inheritance by chance. He did not have much enmity toward Central Continent. The defending Gu Immortal nodded. Through People's United Hearts, we can sense your intentions. However, it's a pity that you won't be able to continue participating in this year's competition. I understand. If you are interested, you can stay. We can have an exchange. No need. Zhengqing shook his head. He left quietly. Some caused a huge commotion, while others maintained a polite stance. But no matter what, People's United Hearts was very profound. It could distinguish between friend and foe. The unstable factors hidden in the competition were all eliminated. Central Continent's side no longer had any internal worries. Duke Long was firm in his strategy. As time passed, the finals of this refinement path convention arrived. This is the final chance. Is no one making a move yet? What are they waiting for? Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. He could only watch as Celestial Court succeeded. But there was no news from Longevity Heaven. It is time. We need to make a move. At a certain corner of Central Continent, Wu Yong suddenly appeared. Behind him were many Southern Alliance Gu Immortals. Wu Yong looked around. Everyone, the situation is like this. There is no need for me to say anything. We cannot let Fate Gu be completely repaired by Celestial Court. Otherwise, Celestial Court's advantage will be too huge. Follow me. Let us destroy infallible blessed land, and take away all the success Dao marks. We will make Celestial Court fail. Chapter 1719. Oh no, Wu Yong is leading a large group of southern border Gu immortals. They have suddenly appeared near infallible blessed land. In the Celestial Court's hall, Fairy Myrtle's expression changed as she shouted. Oh, they finally appeared. Duke Long said plainly. He was still sitting at the main seat without any expression. Fairy Myrtle breathed in deeply. She frowned as she felt an unusual pressure. Because Southern Border's Gu immortals were very united this time. They were different from the other 4 regions' Gu immortals, who spread out to cause chaos. And most importantly, their target was very important. It was infallible blessed land. If infallible blessed land was taken down, it would be a terrible situation for Celestial Court. Because they had paid such a huge price to forcefully hold the Refinement Path Convention. All of their gains would be intercepted by the deities of Southern Frontier. Don't be anxious. Infallible blessed land's location was leaked. This was one of the situations we predicted. We have already set up a super immortal formation nearby. Right now, the initiative is still in our hands. We will proceed according to plan. Duke Long instructed. Fairy Myrtle respectfully acknowledged. She activated her method. The scene of infallible blessed land appeared in the hall. Next, she hesitated for a moment before secretly sending a message to Wu Yong. Wu Yong, don't forget. You have secretly cooperated with Celestial Court before. If you want to continue being the Southern Border Alliance leader, you should know what to do. Wu Yong received the message and sneered, disdain flashing in his heart. The Great Ziwei, even a Wisdom Path great expert, is only so scheming. He did not even bother to reply to Fairy Myrtle's message. Almost all of his attention was concentrated on his killer move. Immortal killer move Unlimited Wind. A dark green gale suddenly rose and swept in all directions. Soon, the winds grew stronger, forming a tornado that resembled a heavenly pillar. It rumbled loudly as it charged forward with an imposing aura. Along the way, it uprooted trees and sent rocks flying. It had an imposing aura that was unstoppable. Seeing that the wind was approaching with malicious intent, the Celestial Court Gu immortals guarding the area had no choice but to sigh as they activated the super immortal formation. Creak creak. The halo formed by the immortal formation was continuously crushed by the unlimited wind. Soon, it gave out creaking sounds that made one's scalp numb. Central Continent's Gu immortals quickly activated the immortal formation's methods. But all methods to weaken the unlimited wind had limited effect. It's useless. I have never used this move casually, because it will consume over 10,000 of my wind path Dao marks. However, with such a price, it will last for a long time. Only special methods can restrain it, Wu Yong said. His expression was calm, but his eyes flashed with a fierce cold light. Such determination, such willpower. Seeing this, Fairy Ziwei, who was far away in Heavenly Court, could only sigh deeply in her heart. Wu Yong paid such a price to use unlimited wind. It showed his unwavering determination and fighting spirit. Wu Yong was a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance. He had a strong body and thin eyebrows. He gave off a sinister aura. Right now, he was at the front of the Immortals, standing proudly in the sky. He was the leader of the Immortals. He had an awe-inspiring aura. Fairy Myrtle engraved his appearance deep in her heart. She realized that she had still underestimated this person. Southern Border's Wu Yong. An ambitious and ruthless person. He had the valiant nature of Wu clan, but also the quality of enduring silently. When Wu Duxiu was in power, he did not have a reputation. He kept a low profile. Even Wu Duxiu looked down on him. Only at the moment of her death did she understand her own son's methods. When he first took over, Southern Border was in chaos. They pressured Wu clan and lost a large amount of territory. Wu Yong relied on his own strength and clear jade-dripping wind tiny bamboo, building to turn the situation around. After the Battle of the Dream Realm, Wu Yong took a risk and cooperated with Celestial Court, taking back the deities of Southern Frontier's immortal Gu and returning them all. This gave him great prestige. He wanted to get rid of Fang Yuan and Five Elements mountain range, but was slightly thwarted. But after that, even though Lu Weiyin had the title of Paradise Earth's inheritor, he could not win against him. In the end, he became the alliance leader of the Southern Alliance. Right now, Celestial Court was at the most crucial moment in repairing Fate Gu. Wu Yong led the Southern Alliance elites and attacked, ignoring Fairy Myrtle's threats. Because he knew clearly what the big picture was. He could not let Celestial Court have the complete Fate Immortal Gu again. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Unlimited wind continued to blow and grinded the formation. The defending Celestial Court Gu Immortals tried many methods, but had little effect. This move was very powerful. It was Wu Yong's trump card. But this was the first time it was used in public. Not just Celestial Court's side. Even the deities of Southern Frontier were moved when they saw this wind. Their joyful expressions hid wariness and fear. Soon, a gap was opened in the formation. Wu Yong waved his hand. Everyone, it is time to use your lives, follow me in. The deities of Southern Frontier entered one after another. The defending Celestial Court Gu Immortals became nervous. They are in, quick, activate the second layer formation. The Southern Border Immortals only felt the scene, before them changed drastically. The blue light suddenly rose up, transforming into countless pink petals that spun rapidly, blotting out the sky and covering the earth. There were hundreds of millions of them, enveloping the Southern Border Immortals. A rank 7 Gu Immortal stood up. He had a beard like a halberd. He had a powerful aura. He was a pillar of Tai clan. His name was Tai Gon Gu. He had peak rank 7 battle strength. Facing the formation's attack, he was fearless. He shouted as golden light flickered around him. Countless golden halberds condensed. Go! Countless halberds rained down like a storm, crashing into the torrent of flying flowers. As they clashed, the flying flowers and golden halberds exploded into pink and golden fragments. The formation's attack had rank 8 power, but Tai Gon Gu was able to hold on. He did not fall into a disadvantage. Formation Path Great Expert, rank 8 Gu Immortal Chi Chuyu stood beside him, deducing the formation's flaws. In this attack, Chi Chuyu would play a huge role. After a few breaths of time, the golden halberds were suppressed by the boundless flower rain. As rank 7 Gu Immortal Shang Ke stepped forward, he stretched out his hand. A hole suddenly appeared in his palm. A strong suction force burst out and sucked in a lot of the flower rain. Yi Ting shouted as countless blue lightning arcs appeared, helping Tai Gon Gu to hold on. Meanwhile, rank 7 Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Xia Lu Pei stood behind Chi Chuyu. Placing one hand on Chi Chuyu's back, activating Wisdom Path methods to greatly increase Chi Chuyu's deduction speed. After a while, Chi Chuyu suddenly made a move. Every skill had its own specialization. Under his method, the formation's operation slowed down. Even Gu Immortals who did not cultivate Formation Path could see the flaws clearly. Boom boom boom. Southern Border's Gu Immortals did not intend to hold back. They immediately attacked. Several powerful killer moves landed and broke the second formation. The deities of Southern Frontier entered the third formation. The Celestial Court's Gu Immortals were shaken. With Chi Chuyu here, what formation can stop us? Wu Yong laughed loudly. The other immortals also had high morale. Chi Chuyu smiled bitterly. I have never used this deduction method because it extends my lifespan. But in this battle I cannot hold back. The deities of Southern Frontier's Gu Immortals were shaken. Wu Yong looked at Chi Chuyu. Both saw the determination in each other's eyes. But soon, Chi Chuyu frowned. I don't need to deduce this third formation. I can see it at a glance. This formation is very simple. The formation core is the tallest tree in the forest. The formation was easy to understand. It was intentionally created by the Celestial Court. It was much harder to destroy. That was because this forest was extraordinary, able to destroy the power of all killer moves. Each stalk was a holy burial wood, and the stalk in the center that acted as the eye of the formation was an immemorial desolate plant. The deities of Southern Frontier had to use their bodies to destroy these trees. However, among the trees, there were countless vines. These vines had great origins. They were not to be underestimated. Some were azure dragon vines. Some were lightning twisting vines, and some were saw heart drilling vines. The foundation of the third formation was a formation created using the Tao marks of this forest. In order to break this formation, it would be futile to attack other places. They could only destroy this holy burial wood. The deities of southern frontier thought about it. They released the ancient desolate beasts and immemorial desolate beasts from their immortal apertures. The beast groups charged into the forest, fighting with the vines as blood splattered everywhere. A moment later, more than half of the beast groups were sacrificed. The remaining beasts were confused in the forest. A small portion even started killing each other. The deities of southern frontiers' expressions were grim. So there was 7-star internal fighting grass planted here. It is enough to make the ancient desolate beasts kill each other. Even though the immemorial desolate beasts are not affected by this internal fighting grass, they are obstructed by the beast vanishing chi. This beast vanishing chi contained dense poison path Tao marks. It had no effect on immortal plants, variant humans and humans. It only affected the beasts' bodies. It could make the immemorial desolate beasts thin, their skin disintegrate, and their organs melt. The deities of southern frontiers' attempt failed. Wu Yong was about to summon clear jade dripping wind tiny bamboo building when someone stood up. Let me do it. The immortals looked over. They saw that this Gu immortal had a smooth scalp without any hair. He had a muscular body. It was Ba clan's rank 7 Gu immortal Ba Xiong. Even though I am not a strength path Gu immortal, I cultivate transformation path. Let me charge in and destroy the holy burial wood. However, I only have peak rank 7 battle strength, Lord Yi Haofeng. Please reinforce me. Ba Xiong said indifferently. The immortals were slightly moved. Ba Xiong only had peak rank 7 battle strength. He was not a rank 8 Gu immortal. Attacking now was extremely risky. If he was not careful, he would die. Yi Haofeng looked at Ba clan's first supreme elder, Ba Ba. Seeing the latter nod, he attacked Ba Xiong. His reinforcement method was not only famous in southern border, it was even famous in the 5 regions. Ba Xiong immediately felt an incomparable strength flowing in his body. He shot out explosively, using his killer move to turn into a giant, cutting through all obstacles as he charged towards the center. Celestial Court's Gu immortals naturally would not watch. They immediately used methods to stop him. Southern Border's Gu immortals quickly moved to protect Ba Xiong. Eventually, Ba Xiong was bathed in blood. His flesh was lacerated. Dozens of wounds were deep to the bone. He used all his strength to push down the holy burial wood at the center. In less than 15 minutes, Southern Border's Gu immortals had already broken through 3 formations. I can only rely on you guys now. Ba Xiong's injuries were extremely heavy. He had already lost his battle strength. Friend, you took the risk and fought to the death. No matter what the result is, you will be a great contributor to our Southern Alliance. You will be greatly rewarded when we return. Wu Yong said firmly. Ba Xiong laughed lightly. I also saw the actions of Lord Wu Yong and Lord Qi Chuyu. I had the urge to fight. Celestial Court has too much influence. They have come to our southern border many times. If they completely repair Fate Gu, wouldn't that be a problem? That makes sense. Wu Yong nodded slowly. He looked at the immortals around him. His confidence was 10 times greater than before. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.